Okay, I think we're back. Okay, sorry about that. The dog stepped on the power strip. It shut everything off. Everything went blank. I was in the middle of a sentence, just boom, the lights went off, everything. And yeah, and that killed the live stream. And then my computer didn't like it so much, so it took a minute to get back on track. But the good news is, I had the download link didn't work anyway, so I had to create a new email. So I did that, and so I'm gonna try to now, hopefully, make this work. Now, the thing I think I have to do is I think I have to log out of the accounts, the Plarium Play account. I think I'm supposed to have Plarium Play open, but I'm supposed to be out of the accounts. Hey, Sakib, sorry about that. Yeah, my dog stepped on the power strip, or did something to the power strip, and shut off all the power on my desk. Like everything went out simultaneously. Just killed the stream. So, yeah, that was unfortunate. Okay, so let's first of all let's log. I guess I gotta. How do I log out? I'm logged out. I mean, it's up. Plarium Play is up, but it's logged out. You want me to totally close it out? I can do that. Okay, totally close it out. Okay. Okay, so I've got a new email and password. So now what I'm going to do is go to HellHades website and just get the code there, the promo code. I wonder if my ad blocker is the problem because it blocked it for a second. Let me turn that off and try again. Let me turn that off. Okay. Let me see if this works better. Okay. All right, so let me just show you what I did. I and hopefully this works. While that plays. So I went to HellHades website and I went to the promo code section and I just clicked on the promo code. It brought me to this page. I picked an account name right? And a password. And then it downloaded, and then I clicked on the download, like I opened the setup, I double clicked that, and it said, you already have Plarium Play on your computer. Do you want to launch it? And I launched it. And now that brought me into this. So hopefully this will be right. We'll see if this works. Happy birthday to the wifey. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, a little bit convoluted. Okay. Thanks for everybody. Sorry about the snafu there. It was a little bit weird. Like, I was just in the middle of a sentence and my whole computer went blank. All the lights shut off. I thought we lost power for a second. Then I realized the dog stepped on the power strip. So hopefully this works. Yeah, but now I lost my previous stream, you know, so people were over there, and then I did a poll, and now I got to do the poll again. We're going to have to start again with the poll. All right, there's the poll. Dog-related complications are more than acceptable. Thank you. Polls on polls to go with the boxes in boxes. Yeah, it's the Ugo and Tagore. Yeah, you don't have to use them, but apparently we do have to use them as content creators. In the contest, everybody has to use the same link code. We're not allowed to use the other ones, which is too bad because there are some other ones that are interesting. Like there's one with Ellen Arl out there, I think, which would be good. That would be a good one to start with. If you could get the Ellen Arl, I think she would be... She's kind of crazy good for boss killing. She's not great for clan boss killing, though, which is kind of the problem. Yeah, we're going with Athel. So be it. Let's hope when we get to the end of this thing, it works. Handicap myself, take Gaelic. Honestly, Gaelic is not a bad choice this year because of Tagore. If you have a starter champion at 6 stars and you have a reviver in that faction at 5 stars, you will get at least to the second boss in faction crypts. And that's a great place to get geared. The reason I'm not as focused on that this year is because, like I said, all right, I'm going to explain this again. I'm not running the challenge the way everybody else is. I'm not doing it. Like, there's a reason, and I'm not saying anything bad about the challenge or what anybody else is doing. But there are a few things going on. One is, obviously, I have my son this year. You know, he's only 8 months old, almost 9 months old. And so that's the focus. I just don't have the time like I had last year to really give it my all and compete like crazy. And then I started thinking about it. And, you know, I was having this discussion with Boozer. Boozer is he's not doing the challenge. And I think the real reason he's not doing the challenge is just because he has 2 end game accounts and he doesn't have the time to do a third account and still make content. So I think he was like, no, I can't do it. But one of the things that he said, and I've talked to other people about this as well, including Cropcho and a couple other people, but that the challenge doesn't necessarily promote good free-to-play mentality, right? Like, because you do a lot of things for this challenge in order to score points in the challenge that if you were just building your own account, you would not do. And so what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to provide a comparison. So everybody's going to be going crazy for the challenge. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my best job of building a free-to-play account from the get-go in the best way I know how. I'm not going to sacrifice anything for the challenge if I can help it. I mean, if there are little things that I need to do, you know, specifically for the challenge, fine. But I'm not going to abandon any like free-to-play, you know, philosophies that I believe in simply to get more points. So I'm not going to use up resources just to get points in the challenge. I'm not going to sacrifice champions that I might hold on to just because I need a chicken at that moment to get more points. I'm not doing any of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build the best free-to-play account I know how to, and we're going to see how that compares at the end of 90 days to everybody else. And if we're still in the top third or quarter of content creators just doing regular free-to-play stuff, then I think that's going to show you that, like, yeah, you can do regular free-to-play stuff, and if you know what you're doing and you pay attention and you're focused and disciplined and committed, you can still do really well without going ham. There it is. Okay, we got it. We got it. All right, let's go ahead and grab all of this stuff, I guess. So that was better. So the important thing here is I closed out Plarium Play, just for those of you who haven't done yet. I closed out Plarium Play, so don't just log out, but shut it down. When you get the code from HellHades site, it will take you to the page with Alice. You go ahead and put in your new information there. You want a new email. And when it downloads, you want to open the download and try to execute it. And what it'll say is Plarium Play is already on your computer, and it'll give you a button to launch Plarium Play. You just click that, right? It'll launch Plarium Play. You get your new account right away, and then you log in and you're good to go. Okay, so there we go. Get that. And there we go. Yeah, that's exactly it. I want to show that, like, the stuff that people were accomplishing last year in the free-to-play challenge, some of that was because some people just sacrificed resources in a non-free-to-play way. Like, not in a good way. You know, they just did it, and they got crazy, crazy progress early on. And you might say, well, doesn't that then snowball the account harder? And it's like, yeah, it kind of does. But you run out of momentum because when you get to a point where you need those resources or you can cash them in for greater value, you no longer have them. And so I'm not sure. I think that, honestly, last year I did mostly free to play, but I did sacrifice a fair amount to the challenge. And as the challenge progressed, I got stronger and stronger compared to the field. So I think that free to play stuff is great. I think it works. And I think it'll do well in the competition. I don't think it'll top the leaderboards. You know, I don't think it'll be in the top 5, but I'm not trying to be in the top 5. I'm just trying to play like a normal person would, and then I'll do content on it so that people who want to follow along and try to build a new free-to-play account can, and hopefully, get the most value out of it. Nice. Start with the barrel. That's kind of cool. Got to decide when to use that barrel. That's going to be interesting. I don't know when I'm going to use that barrel. By the way, if you were wondering, ooh, there's some energy. Don't want to take that yet. But if you were wondering why I started late today, a couple of things. One, it was my wife's birthday. It is my wife's birthday today, so shout out to my wife. Sweetheart, I love you. You're awesome. Happy birthday. But also, last year, one of the things that I noticed is starting right before the server reset was a little... I'm just going to click mark all. Geez, why am I clicking individual? Starting like just 4 hours before the server reset, I think was disadvantageous. I think your best bet is to start like 8 to 10 hours before the server resets, because you want that server reset. I think where I'm starting now is also kind of disadvantageous. But I think you want to start with about a half a day, because there are some timers that happen and you want to be, in sync with, or out of sync in specific ways with those timers. Got to get rid of all the red dots. Get my account to where I need it to be. Challenges. Okay. Champions. Oh, we got gear we got to worry about. Okay. I'll worry about that in a second. This is all... Okay, so that's going to be there forever. I don't like that at all. All right. Red dots to stay. Thank you, Sean. That was the goal. That was the goal. Which promo code am I using? Good question. I'm going to use Wukong. Now, this is, so Monkey King, right? Honestly, if I were competing and superpowers was still active, I would pull Deacon and I would crush everybody with Deacon. Like, that's just what I would do. But I think most likely new players are going to start with Wukong. He's a great champion, right? But I also had another thought, which is when I'm done with this challenge, I'm going to give away this account. Somebody's going to get this account. And Wukong is such a valuable champion that I would hate to hand somebody an account and like, I could have gotten you Wukong, but I didn't, you know? So like for whoever inherits this, I think Wukong is probably the best pick. If I were just competing in the challenge, I might take Mordecai or I might take Allure. YST took Allure. I think that's really smart. Allure is crazy strong in this format. You know, there's Sigmund, the High Shield. Like there's another legendary out there that you could take as well, but I'm going with Monkey King. I think I'll leverage Wukong. I'll use him as best I can. But honestly, like I don't even care about like I'm not here to win this challenge. I'm here to build a great account and hand it off to somebody who's going to really love it, you know, and be like, wow, this was, you know, Colruyt did a good job here and built a nice account. And to help people who are following along figure out how to build an account. And I think this is the most likely starting code. I think just most people will be like, yeah, of course I want Wukong. Why wouldn't I want Wukong? We're not allowed to use referral codes. Oh, but I do need to get a referral link, right? Maybe I'm not there yet. Okay, Wukong. Red dots, red dot. You wish you had Ninja for Clan Boss? Yeah, well. Elenarl and Monkey King is the best. Yeah. You're still pulling for me in the challenge. Don't get me wrong, I'm not backing down. I'm not saying I'm not going to compete, but that's not my focus this year. Last year was my focus. I wanted to win the whole thing. I came in second out of the content creators, and it came down to the last day. It came down to the last day. Cropcho did a heck of a job. He's a really good player, and if you haven't checked out his, you know, his YouTube channel, you should. He documented his, you know, his full year on the challenge account from last year. So, if you know, there's a lot that's still in date, like not out of date. In date? I don't know. That's still current. That's still relevant. You should go check it out. Can you get a sacred during the 2 times? You can, you know, you can try to rush it. By the way, on a new account, I think the first 24 hours you have a 2 times anyway. So we'll have to see. Yeah, it's 20. You can see it's 24 hours. Get rid of that red dot. Let's get rid of that red dot. Okay. All right, so the thing that we're going to do is we're going to start with the Arbiter missions, and we're just going to follow these as much as we can. Stage 7 of K-Rock Castle on normal. We want to always do our daily quests, so we're going to do these as well. There will be a... This is weird. We have these events. We can get extra resources. That's very nice. This is 2,500 points. I don't know if that's the normal point total. I think it feels lower. Dungeon divers. Nice. We're going to get some extra bonuses here. But we should get into the... Okay, let me get started. We should get into... Sorry to interrupt my thought. We should get into the novice tournament in a minute. But I got to decide which champions I'm going to level. Should I do Athel and Wukong, or should I do Athel and Ugo? I'm going to be doing all 3 in a minute, so it doesn't matter. The Fusion Epic would be very good on a new account, yeah. Why pick Athel and not Kale? Because I like Athel. Because she's my favorite of the starter champions. From a tactical standpoint, the advantage of Athel is that she has a triple hitter on her A1, which is great for Fire Knight. And she has a 100% weaken on her A1, which no other rare or epic has in the game. So she's just a great weaken champion. And that's very useful in boss fights forever. So it continues, like, even at endgame on my main account, I still pull out Athel every once in a while for that A1 weaken. I was using her in the Odin dungeon during the last event. Kale is probably better for clan boss, especially if you can get another weakened champion. He's got poisons out there, but he's actually replaceable. You can find like if you find Frozen Banshee early on, she's better than Kale is at clan boss. And then if you have Athel and Frozen Banshee, you have the weakened and the poisons, you know, and it's like, then you're even better off there. I also chose her because Alice is Sacred Order, right? So I'm going to have an Athel at 6 stars. I'm going to have an Alice at 6 stars, Athel and Alice. And that's a nice combo for faction crypts as well. So those are the reasonings, you know. If I had had a chance to get Deacon, it would be Athel and Deacon. You know, you could take Athel and Mordecai. It's a great combo for faction crypts. If you don't know, as soon as you open faction crypts, they are open for 7 days. Every faction crypt is open for 7 days, which means your starter champion faction crypt is open for 7 days at the beginning of your account. That's the best place to get forge materials and to get really good gear out of, you know, perception gear, basically, or some resilience. And so if you can stack early champions in the same faction, you can get to potentially 5 and 6 star gear, which you don't really have access to in many other locations early in the game. So if you had like Athel and Mordecai and, let's say, Alice, and you had that trio, right? You've got 2 attack-based nukers, you've got a lockout champion, you've got an increase attack champion in Mordecai, you've got turn meter fill, you've got HP burns for Spider. Like, that's a crazy good trio of champions. And honestly, I thought about doing that. The reason I went with Monkey was not because he's the best start. It's because he's a legendary and he's harder to get. And when I hand off this account, I want to hand him a Wukong. I don't want them to be disappointed and say, well, you know, like, great, you did great in the challenge, but now the account's weaker than it could have been. Because I don't think people are going to take Mordecai. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, regular players. In the challenge, maybe. But regular players aren't going to take Mordecai. They're going to take Wukong. And so that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, I could even hold on to my War Priest, turn her into my healer, you know, and keep pushing that faction. Okay. So let's go. That's good. That's good. Equip a champion with 6 artifacts. You can do that. Apprentice pass. I did not go for the 4 epics. We were not allowed. We were not allowed to do that. Athel Orn combo is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so are we getting a Rector draft? Or do we have to pay for Rector draft? All right, so this is basically... I don't... Can you get her? Yeah, you need to pay for the pass in order to get Rector draft. That's too bad. That would have been cool to get Rector draft. Yeah, she's awesome. Okay, so this looks like lifesteal gear here. We'll have to go check that out. And then we're going to get some brews. What else are we going to get? We're going to get some rare tomes. That's good. Some chickens, 4-star chickens. Nice. Silver auto battles. More lifesteal gear. That's going to be usable. More chickens. Not bad at all. I don't mind this. This is a nice little bonus. Yeah, we do have Tagore. Rector Drath is better than Tagore. Kind of. Maybe that's not fair to say. She's better in some places. He might be better in others. So let's look at our lifesteal gear. Speed, accuracy, crit rate Crit damage with crit rate is not bad. HP with crit damage is not bad. Defense boot is awful. But we want lifesteal gear on our Athel. So let's go and fire that up. Let's see. I want crit rate. Crit damage with crit rate. Yeah, we may as well. HP percentage, probably. And then it would have to be either this one or this one. So speed and accuracy would make more sense. The other thing we could do is go here, or we could go here. Do we have anything with crit rate? No. Okay, so that'll be that for now. And then do that. I don't. Okay. Equip a champion with 4 artifacts of level 4 or higher. Well, let's do this. Oh, I can instant upgrade. Nice. That's good. I'm actually going to take it to 8. I'm going to take it to 8. This one we want crit rate on. Thanks, Coyote. Sorry, it's hard for me. I'm trying to pay attention to chat. You have access to the fusion from the very start? I don't think so. I don't think you get access to the fusion. Come on, crit rate. I want the crit rate roll here bad. Come on, double crit rate roll. Give me one. Give me one. Don't you screw me on this. Come on. All right. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. We're up to 35% crit rate. So this one hit and this one hit. We can get the crit rate. We'll get the crit rate. We'll get her to 100%. Yeah, unfortunately, you need to take that energy. Clear 7. All right, Sewers of Arnok. The other thing we want to look at here is we want to look at challenges. Dungeons. Magic Keep. Win weapons from clearing stage 1 on Karak Castle on normal, and then all of this stuff we want to do. But I think we're gonna stick with the Arbiter, and then we'll come back around because you'll need to do that for more experience. Yeah. Yep. This is the one where you pay the price. Now here's something interesting is that we have War Priest. Usually War Priest is like my first chicken, but I might not have to use her as a chicken because we're getting chickens from this pass thing, but I don't know how many days it'll be in. And she's actually usable in faction crypts. So I think I'll just level her up. Yeah, I think I'll just level her up and keep her for the Sacred Order. She's got an okay heal once she's ascended, and it's an AoE. It's not awful. She's not a good champion. I remember way back in the day when I first started this game and I got that champion. I wanted to see if she was any good, and I watched videos, and I came across a video from Stu Gaming. I don't know if you know Stu Gaming. He doesn't do raid content anymore, but he's still around. He's still a content creator. And he was like, she's really good. And he did all these, he's like, he was really enthusiastic about it. I was like, oh, great. And then I learned she's not good. She's not good. And to be fair, that was sort of in the early days of raid, and he was still, new as a content creator. So he didn't know what was going on. But I felt so bad. My main account, I took her all the way up to 5 stars, level 50. I was using her for months. And then finally I was like, why do I still have this champion? And I turned her into a chicken. But it's way better to use her as a chicken generally. Melga's good. I love Melga. Melga was one of my MVPs last year. I mean, I think this year, if you're using the link code and you have Ugo, Melga is a little bit less valuable, and then you're going to have Tagore, and again, you know, so you're covering the same ground. It's the same reason why I probably wouldn't pick Rector Draft. I would prefer to have Rector Draft than almost anybody else. What is this? Tavern unlock. Okay. But you know, Melga's awesome. Like as a champion, she's awesome. She takes like 15 books though, which is. Crusader's actually not bad. He's got an ally attack. A double hitter on the A1 can be useful in Fire Knight. All right, so we get the 20 brews. So we're going to get 3-3-star chickens tomorrow. This is one of the reasons why, like, depending on where your reset is, you know, like how close you are to the server reset. Like, so if you started 5 or 6 hours before the server reset, you would get these 3-star chickens really quickly in your first day. And that would allow you to 4-star your starter champion really quickly, but I didn't do that. So, missions, still got to get to 7. You can do the apprentice challenges, by the way. Okay. This is the first time I heard the words war priest and useful in the same sentence. Yeah. Check the apprentice challenge. I'll check them. All right, give me a second. Give me a second. All right, so the apprentice challenge. So all of these, you're saying? Athel. Okay. I've got to do everything with Athel because it's my starter champion or something. And this gives me additional rewards. Oh, it gives me these rewards. So the daily challenges give me these rewards, but then so do the apprentice challenges. Gotcha. All right, so then I'll still get all that stuff. Great. Yeah, okay. How do you beat Nightmare 12-7? Most people beat it with Paragon. There are other ways you can beat it. But generally an unkillable champion. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's good to nudge you towards, you know, the starter champion. Hopefully they change some of these missions though, like all the attack-based missions that you know, put somebody in 4 pieces of attack with attack percentage gloves and attack percentage boots. Like, no, I don't need to do that. Equip a support champion with 4 life artifacts. Well, I guess we'll equip Ugo this time around. Speed and accuracy, that's good. HP percentage is okay. HP percentage on the chess piece. Defense on the... All right, so we're definitely doing speed and speed. And then I guess we'll probably go HP percentage and HP percentage. Let's do that for now. Equip a support type champion with 4 life artifacts of level 4 or higher. Okay. Hit speed. Yeah. Get speed. Get faster. He doesn't have to be super fast, but speed is so valuable to everybody. Ugo will carry my whole account for months. I expect her to. I absolutely expect her to. She's fantastic. She's great early. She's great mid game. She's great late game. Like, you can use her for a long time. Use 4 XP brews in the tavern. Okay, we've got these, so let's use those. Summon 5 champions. Okay, let's just summon 5. We're limiting ourselves here. We want to hold on to these mystery shards. We're going to need hundreds of them in order to do our first fusion. Plus, we need them for chickens and stuff. It's just, ooh, outlaw monk, nice. All right, he's not a bad uncommon for some boss killing. Plus, you can use him in the faction. These things keep popping up, and they're kind of annoying. What do I need? I need 5 of them. Okay. You will use her revive multiple times. That's true. Mr. Brightside. Complaining? Yeah, okay. So Outlaw Monk is gonna be in my clan boss team. Let's see who's here. Can I see their members? Can't you look at? Why can't I look at? I want to know who they are. Oh, it's 30 members anyway. Oh, the info there. All right, let's do this. Actually, let's see who's here. This is from last year. This is from 2 years ago. Okay, so that's not actually this year. I better check that. Is this okay? So this is current. What about? Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know who these people. I don't know if there are there specific ones for content creators. Yeah, a lot of these are just inactive. All right, let me go to the Discord and see if there are specific ones for us. Oh, again, I gotta get back in my my voice channel here in case someone wants to come hang out. All right, let me okay. What am I doing? Do you know what I'm doing? Do you know what I'm doing right now? I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, this is probably from last year. Okay. No. Okay. I think this is the one that I've got. This is the one, right? It's the only one. Okay. We'll do it. I haven't renamed my account, so they're not going to know who I am. We'll have to do that in a little bit. All right. Slowly. I move slowly. No, I don't. I normally move pretty fast at the beginning of these things. Live streams slow me down. That's what it is. It's you guys. I blame you. I blame you for my distraction. Not fair. You didn't do anything. You just showed up to hang out and support me. Why am I blaming you? It's not your fault. I mean, it kind of is, but it's all right. Missions, stage 1 or higher of the Arcane Keep. Let's do that. Let's start building that. Might be too early for the monk. Nah, it's probably not too early. Thanks, Juan. Captain Volcano, how you doing, buddy? I saw you in another stream today. Were you in HH's stream? I saw a lot of people that I see in our streams, in HellHades stream. Hey, Crashdown. Good to see you, buddy. All right. So most of this early stuff is just about levels, and it's like you know, if you struggle with it, you just go back a little bit. But I don't really want to do that because you don't want to waste even a little bit of energy if you don't have to. So you want to just keep pushing. But if you think you're going to lose, you don't want to, you don't want to waste the energy. No, Sigmund is a good call, Arcade. I think you'll be fine with him. One of the things that you kind of lack from the rest of the freebies is a tank. He's giving you shields and provokes, and I just think that, your starter champion is going to be attack based. Alice is going to be attack based. Ugo is a support, but not really a tank. Okay, let's run this first stage, see if this actually does anything. Do that, and then what we're doing, Outlaw Monk. So I think that Sigmund is nice. First of all, he's a legendary. He's definitely going to help you in that faction crypt. He's going to help you in all sorts of dungeon fights. I do think ultimately he's a good fit. He's just a good fit. He's not as like universally useful maybe as Wukong. But I don't think he's a bad call. And for the challenge, I think he's a very good call. Is Tagore kind of a tank? Tagore is a reviver, another healer. I don't really think of Tagore as a tank. Right? Increased defense on the A1. There's no provoke there, I don't think. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so that was relatively easy. But let's go back to missions. Stay on mission. Stage 7 of Narbuk. Okay, so let's just do this. We'll keep pushing. So now I'll be able to talk to you. If you want to throw me questions and stuff, now is the time, because now we're just grinding a campaign. None of the links were working for you. So what I had to do, it didn't work for me the first time, is you have to log out of Plarium Play, and then you have to shut off Plarium Play. You have to, like, shut it down. You use the link from the HellHades website. You put in all your information. You download the file. You click on the executable, like the thing you downloaded. You click on it, and then it'll say, you already have Plarium Play. You get a little pop-up. It says, you already have Plarium Play. Do you want to launch it? You need that. If you get that, then I think you're good. If you don't get that, then you're not going to get the link to activate. Yeah. Okay. Wukong. Whatever. Camera's out of focus? Yes, it is. Sorry about that. Thanks for telling me. I'm back. Look at that. I really like this hat. A good fit. It's one of these, can you see it? Like, it doesn't have a, it doesn't have a gap. It's flex fit. So it just kind of sits there on your hat, on your head, nice and snug, not too tight. Perfect. Badges. We don't need no stinking bed. All right. Skill tome, nice. Do you do international shipping? Yes. Yeah, all you have to do is go to, if you go to the main YouTube page, my main YouTube page there, you can find my shop, and it ships direct from the supplier, so you don't have to involve me at all. Basically, you just purchase, it's print to order, and so they make them when you buy them, and they'll ship anywhere. In fact, I think this supplier might be in Europe, so I'm not 100% sure. Some of this stuff comes from the US, some of this stuff comes from Europe. One of the vendors is in Poland. Yeah, I think Wukong is primarily an arena champ in the mid game and late game, but in the early game, you can use him for all sorts of fun cheese strategies. Like, you can use him to beat Scaraboss, you can use him to beat, like, Bommel and Doom Tower. You can use him in a lot of different ways. I would have chosen Deacon over anybody. I would have traded Tagore and Ugo back and Monkey back just for Deacon. I honestly would have, but he's not available anymore. That code is no longer active. I don't know. I haven't checked the novice tournament yet. I don't know if it's up. It wasn't up last time I looked. Pretty much, he said, I'll get paid for you buying it. Yeah, so I designed it, and it's a way to support the channel, and I get paid I get paid for most of the items. Like, you get to set your prices and stuff, but for most of the items, I try to set them as reasonably as possible. And I get something like 40% or 30 to 40%. For some things, it's less than that. For some things, it's like 25%. But, that's how you keep the prices reasonable. Don't get me wrong, they're, the prices are a little bit higher than what you would pay in the store for the same thing, but that's because you're getting, an item you can't get in the store, I guess. That's the whole point. Yeah, I got Ugo. I don't know why you can't use promo links. I'm confused. Maybe somebody in chat can help you out, because I'm not sure if I've been following properly. Why is Deacon so good? Okay, I'll show you why Deacon's so good. He's got a speed aura in all battles. You would get that on day 1. Speed is the most important stat in the entire game. Otherwise, you probably are going to have to wait for your high Katun at 30 days. So that's 30 days without a speed aura. This is huge. Once you have him ascended, he gets the extra turn, right? Until you have him 3-star ascended, he doesn't get the extra turn. But you got fill all turn meter of all allies by 15%, decrease the turn meter of all enemies by 15%, which takes accuracy, but you need accuracy on him anyway. It's massive turn meter control, plus the extra turn into the 100% AoE decreased defense. He's the only champion in the entire game, including legendaries and mythicals, that can give you a turn meter fill and a drop defense in the same go. I know they're technically two different turns, but with the extra turn, he goes back to back, and so it's like having it on the same skill. And then he's got a leech on his A1, which is really nice for things like Clan Boss. The utility, there's no epic in the game that matches his utility. There's nobody that comes close. Like, Deacon is the best epic in the game, especially on day 1. Like, if you're talking about day 1, he's the best epic on the game by, like, leaps and bounds. Like, it's Deacon, and then it's, like, Geo, and then it's everybody else, including, like, Ugo, who we're starting with, who's awesome, by the way, on day 1. I actually think Rector Draft might be the 3rd best day 1 champion to pull, or epic to pull, but Ugo is probably in the top, like, 7. So those are my opinions. A lot of people disagree with me on that, but I'll die on that hill. I've got no problem dying on that hill. I have used Deacon to such outstanding effect on... Nope, that's not what I want. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to click that. Yeah, I've used him to such outstanding effect on every single account I've ever used. Like, you cannot convince me that he's not the best epic in the game. Like, you could try. Fight Classic Arena 3 times. Okay. What's this? Champion battle using 4 level 20 or higher. Okay, what's this? All right. Let's go to Arena. This looks good. Wukong. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, he's great for Dark Fae. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you just saw my video on the new event dungeon, he's the perfect champion for the new event dungeon. I just used him on stage 20. Like, he's great there. So, yeah. Runekeeper Dazdirk is definitely high on the list, too. He's top 7. Absolutely. If you could give me Runekeeper Dazdirk today, yes, I would take him. I would take him over Ugo or Tagore, too. I think in the long run, Ugo is more valuable. But from day 1, I can't think of many champions that are better than Runekeeper Dazdirk. But again, he's Void, so it's kind of not quite a fair comparison. Unlock a mastery for any champion. Oh, did they drop? They dropped it on Wukong. I forgot that they do that. Yeah. Okay. Clear stage 1 or higher of the Minotaur's Labyrinth. We're probably going to need to start putting gear on some champions soon. I don't care. Like, hopefully it won't go on to Monk, but if it does, I'm just going to use him for a while anyway, so it's okay. I guess the worst one it would be War Priest, but it doesn't matter if it's just one run. Do you 3-star campaign first time through, or do you try and come back and do it? I do it later. You do it when the challenges bring you back to it. That's when you do it. The second time you go through. Did I watch all of the Arbiter videos for the rewards? No. You save those until the end because you're gonna be over. You get this energy every time you level up, and you level up so many times that you're just gonna be over your energy, and you want that passive regen. So do not take any energy that you don't have to. Like, don't grab this refill. First of all, these refills right now are only worth 54 energy. Right? In 6 hours' time, they'll be worth 80 energy. Do you know what I mean? By next week, they'll be worth 100 energy. So I hold on to them for as long as possible. This one I'm going to have to grab at some point before the reset. So I'm going to try to get as high as possible before I grab the daily. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this again. Actually, I think we could just do stage 2. But definitely don't grab that Call Arbiter energy for a long time. There are some chickens there and stuff too, in silver. So maybe if you need those, if you're really desperate for the chickens, you could do it. But honestly, I wouldn't. The Banner Lord Reviver. Banner Lord Reviver? I'm missing somebody. Yeah, Deacon and Spider Hard works great. He works great. He helps you clear in like 15 seconds. Maybe not 15, maybe like 30. Maneater would be near the top, sure. Oh my god, he was such a hype pull when I pulled him. Noob versus Pro. I was going crazy. It was like I had pulled a Void Legendary when I did that. That was, of course, it landed on her. Yeah, I was hyped when I got RKD back in the day. Earn 3 stars on every stage of Kara. Really? It's already sending me back? Okay, hang on a second. Because then I gotta check these. So there's this, right? I gotta go to Kara Castle and do all of these. So I do have to go back for artifacts, and then the mission is Kara Castle. So I gotta do see, this is why you go back at the same time. Right? You don't 3-star the first time through. So I'm going to have to go back for these quests, not the quests, the challenges. So artifacts, weapons, helmets. Okay, I need 3, 3, 3, then 5, 5, 5. And then 5 artifacts from stage 7. Okay. So this is when we start 3-starring K-Rock Castle. But okay. Let's actually do this, I think. It'll be faster. Wukong. We can use legendaries this time, yes. Is Sun also doing this challenge? I don't actually think, I don't think so, but I haven't asked him. Narcissus with your third ever void on your main. That's crazy. Dustin, what? Who are we talking about? What are you talking about? I missed something. Oh, Ursula. Yeah. Right. Void Epic. Right. Okay. You purchased one of the hats. Cool. I think you're going to like it, Darren. Thanks for supporting the channel. You might be my first purchase ever. That store's been up for a year and nobody's bought anything. Well, I didn't have it. I wasn't showing it, so people didn't probably even know that I had the store. But yeah, it's I like the hat quite a bit. You should, Stefan. You should. I don't actually know that. That's a good question. About Blizzard and Dark Elhane. I don't know. What kind of team works for Iron Twins? Generally, you want a slow in there. Scylla the Drakes is really good if you don't have a better slow champion. Tanky teams, shields. Geomancer's a great damage dealer for it. Yeah. There are a lot of ways to kill him, but generally you need to keep your team alive. You want cleanses, heals, stuff like that. You don't really want too many buffs unless you're specifically going that route with like a Geomancer, because he gets extra turn meter fill for every buff. I like the logo, yeah. I mean, I like the Colred Plays logo in general. But I think the Sonon logo is even cooler than like the I don't know what you call this, but it's like silk screened on or printed on. It's not print. I don't know. It's like a decal. Still nice though. But I have a feeling that the difficulty of this one is the multicolors. Like if I had gone with this, you can't do the multicolor on the hat, so I had to go with a different setup, and I like it. I might actually change my logo to this. I might go from the multicolor logo to this logo. You're not doing the challenge because your account is less than 6 months old. Yeah. It's a way to renew your enthusiasm in Raid if you've been playing a long time. It's a way to get into free to play if you've never done free to play and you want to. But it's definitely not something that I'm like, hey, do it. Like, no, play. Like, first of all, if you have a main account, playing a second account for anybody in this game is challenging because it's such a time suck. But it's entirely up to you if you want to do it. It's not entirely up to me if I want to do it. I don't really have a choice. I'm like one of the few, free to play like warriors out here, who's just like free to play. I mean, there are other free to play content creators. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying, like, I've been pushing the free to play life for 18 months here on YouTube now. So people, I mean, you can't imagine how many people asked me if I was doing this challenge before it was even announced that there was a challenge. Like, I was getting questions back in like September. Hey, are you doing the challenge? Yeah, I'm doing the challenge. All right, so what we need 3 chest plates and then we need 4 boots. Okay. 3 chest plates, 4 boots. So you want to use the download link. There's a promo link from HellHades website. So you go there, you look for the promo codes, and there's a list for link codes. I'll actually show it to you. So if you weren't sure what's going on, let me pull up the website. Okay, so here's the website. So you come here, right? And under the Raid Shadow Legends tab, you can see promo codes right here. You go to promo codes. Now you come down here and you see link codes. And then it says, thanks to Plarium sponsoring our 2025 free to play challenge. Here's the new exclusive link. You click that. Okay. That's going to take you. I got a page blocker up, but that's going to take you where you need to go. And then you just need to fill that out. Make sure 1, that you've logged out of Plarium Play. 2, you've shut Plarium Play down. Like, make sure it's not active in your on your computer. The third thing is, after you fill out your information, download the file from that website and then try to execute that file. And it's going to say, hey, Plarium Play is already on your computer. Do you want to launch it? You click yes, and that's going to make sure that the promo code actually works. So, all right, just don't get COVID again. Yes, Akib, not this year, please. I got it right at the beginning of last year's challenge. It was awful. For like a month, I was just wrecked. I did get Ugo, yes. Not Monkey King. Monkey King is a promo code. You get Ugo through the download link, and then you get Monkey King through the Wukong through the promo code. Do I need to do one more? I didn't even see. I'll do one more. I need to XP anyway. It doesn't matter. And you must have a new email and password, yeah. Snick Track, yeah, he would be a good carry. What if you have a Mac? Yeah, there's a different way to do it on the Mac. I forget. You have to do it through an external link, I think. I need 4 of these, I think. I tried reusing an email and it didn't work. So I might have done it wrong, but I tried reusing an email and it didn't work. I mentioned earlier, it's my wife's birthday today, and she was very cool, and she's like, before it even happened, like, as soon as it was announced, I was like, the free-to-play challenge is starting on your birthday, and she's like, well, okay, so we'll celebrate a different day. So we actually did get to celebrate a little bit earlier today. We spent some time, and she and the baby and I spent a little bit of time together. She's getting over another cold, which is kind of crazy. It's been going around. It's like I got hit with a cold, and then everybody else got a different cold that I didn't get. And because I was already isolating from everybody else, I didn't get their cold, but they all gave it to each other. So everybody in my family and her family is simultaneously sick with a cold that I didn't get. So I'm like trying to isolate again from them. First time because I was sick, and now they're sick, but it's not the same cold. So we spent a little time together today. And then she was like, we'll just celebrate on another day. She's not feeling great, and the HellHades challenge started, and but the crazy thing is I think she's downstairs making me a pizza right now because I didn't get to eat dinner. So on her birthday, she's making me a meal. Normally I would cook for her. She's pretty awesome. I like my wife. I mean, I love my wife, but I also like my wife. I really like my wife. Right. Can you just put in a non-existing email? I believe you can, actually. But the problem is you're making a Play and Play account. So if you ever lose that, then you can't recover it. If you put in a non-existing email. I don't complain about my wife. No, I'm not going to complain about my wife. We're not like, we don't have like a perfect relationship. Everybody's got to work on their relationship, but she's my partner. She's my teammate. She's my person. She's my support. I'm her support. And you don't get there by like complaining about each other, especially in public, especially on YouTube. I'm not going to complain about my life on YouTube. No, that's not happening. But really, I'm not much of a complainer anyway. I have a kind of a pragmatic approach to life when, things go wrong or things aren't perfect. My question's always, well, what can we do better? Right? Not like, whose fault is it? I don't ask that question. I don't care. Not what I want to talk about. I don't know if my wife is watching. I don't know if she is. She does watch sometimes. She doesn't play the game, but she watches every video. She turns it on her phone. She actually runs it. She'll watch it. Like it might be sitting on the countertop. Like she doesn't understand Raid because she doesn't game, but but she will watch the entire video for a topic. I do 45-minute videos sometimes. She'll watch a 45-minute video that she doesn't even understand. So, like I said, she's pretty cool. All right, let's get this going. You know what? Let's pop our monk in there. Let's get that fired up. Who did we pick up? We picked up uncommon, probably. Yeah, duelist. Anything? We got some challenges. That one's done. That one's done. 5 artifacts. We need 4 more from stage 7. Okay. How are we doing on this? Did we do this? We got 3-star. Oh, I should have done my 3 stars here. Okay, so somehow people died. I wasn't paying attention. Let me see if I can do this properly. How did I not get 3 stars on this? Oh, right. It's campaign. Yes, of course. Yeah, why was I because of faction crypts, I'm thinking about 3 stars, I guess. You know what's funny is I remember I made the same mistake last year during the challenge. I keep looking over there like you guys are over there. You're right there. That's where you are. I've just gotten in such a habit of looking over there when I do collabs that it's just stuck. And yeah, so that's why I'm always looking that way, because my second monitor is over there, and that's where I can see the face of the person I'm collabing with, because usually I have Raid up in front of me. And then, but that's, I'm always talking to you over here. But all right. Ethan, hey Colbert, I have a friend who recently started making content on Raid. Any advice for him on it? Sure. Lots of advice. If you want to make, it doesn't really, well, no, it does, I guess. It does matter what you want to make content on. But the algorithm generally likes regular uploads. I would recommend at least four uploads a week. Like not 4 in one day, like 4 different days of the week you're uploading content. So regular content's really important. Thumbnails and titles are surprisingly important. You need to experiment with those until you learn what works for your content, your channel, and everything. As far as Raid's concerned, like, watch other content creators. Steal from the content creators you like, but try to make it your own. You know what I mean? Like, don't just do what they do. Don't just be like, oh, Boozer's got a cool team comp. I'm just going to use his team comp and make a video on it. Like, don't do that. What I'm saying when I say steal from him is like, oh, I like Papa Drock's energy. I'm going to come in high energy and kind of be loud and fun and whatever. Like, that feels like something that suits me. But I'm not just going to do what he does. I'm also going to make it my own, have my own personality. Or, I like, Nubkex, or I like HH, or I like Ash, or whatever. Like, and you can start there, and because that works, right? The big guys work. So you can start there, copy them a little bit, but try to put your own stamp on it. Don't just be a clone, because that won't go anywhere. People won't come to you to watch content they could get from HH, because HH is better at doing it than you are. So, when one of each type of life artifact from clearing Karak stages, okay. Again, I need to win one of each. Did I do? Let me just check something. This challenge, artifacts. I still need stage 7. Okay, and then equip support type. Why don't we do that first? Now, there are a lot of people who want to do free to play. Which is, that's fine. I don't mind. Free to play is great. I'm looking at the chat, kinda. Yeah, chat's there. Chat is there. That's where I'm looking. And then Yuri. I don't know if that helped anybody. What if what I like is Coleridge's brain, but I'm done as a wet rock? Yeah, well, everybody can get smarter. You can get smarter. People are like, oh no, you're either born smart or you're not. Smart isn't, like, there are natural forms of intelligence, I guess, but smart is really just a judgment on an outcome, right? Do you get things right? Do you get things wrong? Do you help people, or do you hurt people, like with your advice? And so, you could always get smarter. You could get better at what you do. So, you know, I believe in that. We can all improve. But yeah, you got to lean into what your strengths are. You know, like I'm a teacher by trade. I've always been a teacher. So I started my channel with the intention that I would lean into instructional videos and try to teach concepts that I watched other content creators struggle to communicate effectively, especially to new players. And then also, I wanted to help people spend less money because I think gacha games are unethical. I think the gacha mechanic is unethical, at least the way it's currently being used, especially in games like Raid. I think it's straight up, it's bad. I think it's a bad business model that hurts people. And so, you know, I wanted to promote what I like. I like the game, and I like gamers, and I wanted to promote healthy ways to game for people. It's like I don't care if you spend. If you spend, great. Like I'm not saying spending's unethical. What I'm saying is the fact that there are $1 million accounts should not be possible. It should not be possible in a game of this type, or any type, really. You know, I mean, like football, okay, you know, but I'm saying video games, like you shouldn't be able to spend $1 million on an account. There's literally no cap here. It's just greed. It's unadulterated greed. So I just wanted to help people with that. So that's where I started. I'm going to teach instructional stuff, and I'm going to focus on free-to-play things. And if you watch my early videos, you know, you can see a little bit of HellHades in it. You can see a little bit of, like, MTG Jedi in it. You can see a little bit of, you know, Nubkex in it. You can see a little bit of Scratch in it. It's like I did the things that those guys did because they were the people that I watched. You know, and then eventually I learned my own style a little bit better. And even if you look like, okay, so my channel's been up for about 18 months. If you look at the first month, by the third month, it's very different. But that style evolved much more slowly until probably, you know, you're going about 10, 12 months into my journey here in YouTube, and then it began to shift again. My pace has changed. My presentation has changed. The way I interact with people has changed. You know, and I think it's for the better. It's more fun for me than it used to be. Let's see. I think there's a thing where we got to do all HP anyway, but it doesn't matter. All right, what I want to do is clear this so I can get to the next one. And this is all Sewers of Arnok, right? Okay, and then this mission. I hate this because I don't remember which ones I earned. I don't remember which ones I earned. I forgot that that's the problem. I think maybe I didn't earn a shield. I think it was a shield. We're going to try shield first. Anybody remember? If raid didn't limit energy, free-to-players could keep up with spenders a lot easier. Yeah, of course. Prime Scalador. I haven't heard the name. I haven't heard the name. All right, so if it wasn't that, maybe it was. I think I got the first two. Maybe it was gloves. Let's try glove. Yeah, they are. These specific ones. And I've had this particular problem with this before. There it is. It was gloves. Equip another champion with 6 life artifacts. Because that makes sense. Raid. Shadow Legends. Equip a rare attack type champion with 6 offense artifacts of level 8 or higher. Okay. It's a little bit of a waste here. I could do 1 stars, but you know what? We just got a whole bunch of millions of silver. They're giving us 7 million silver to start the game. So I'm a little bit less worried about being super silver careful. Like, you're talking about 20,000 silver here. This is not something I'm worried about right now. On speed. Equip a rare attack type champion with 6 offense. A rare. It's got to be a rare. Frickin', I didn't see that. That's irritating. That is irritating. It's got to be a rare attack champion. It's got to be her. I don't want it on. Don't make that mistake, huh? That's so annoying. I didn't mean to pay for that. I got to pay 50,000 for each of these. Frickin' now I'm ticked. Now I'm really irritated. Oh, I didn't even put them on him. That's too funny. I leveled them up and then I didn't put them on. That mistake saved me a bunch of silver. Saved me like 300,000 silver. Earn 3 stars, Sewer of Arnok. But we're going to have to do the Sewer of Arnok challenges now, right? And 3 weapons, stage, Arnok. All right, so all of these are Arnok. We need 3 from each level. Plus, we're going to need to 3-star all of this stuff, right? Because now we have to do that. 3 stars. 3 stars, 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5. That's what we need. I need to not get distracted here. Do you think Mad Hatter's A3, which scales damage with debuffs, could go crazy paired with decked out Lord Shazar because his A1 stacks damage with debuffs too? Like, could both passives fire on the same skill, you mean? Maybe. That would be interesting. Yeah, the missions and the challenges are like they've improved the beginning of the game over the last year and a half, but they still haven't. I thought that was 3. Was that not 3 of them? We have to come back here and get attack percentage later, which is just so frustrating. Like, they still need to improve the missions. The Arbiter missions are bad. I don't mind going backwards because you need XP. You have to go back and level up your champions a little bit. But I feel like you should have more choice about it, and you shouldn't be forced to do things that are actually detrimental to your champions and your account. Like building them in bad ways, being forced to build them in bad ways. Being forced to wait for like the RNG of an attack percentage, weapon to, or gauntlet or whatever that you've got to then put on a champion that shouldn't go on them. It shouldn't go on them. It's a bad way to build that champion. So it's like they not only send you back, but they send you back to do useless stuff, which is just frustrating. Are you going to hold on to your shards or open them to build your team out first? No, I'm holding my shards. I'm going to complete the first fusion that I can. So I can't complete this fusion. I'm going to go for the epic if I can do it without pulling shards. Because there are great rewards out there. You want to do the champion training if you can, get some books and whatever. Like you want to do Um, Dungeon divers, if you can, for especially like dragon, you know, you want to do that one, maybe spider if you can do it. So if I can get one of the epics, I will. Then I'm going to save all my shards for the next fusion. Now, I may have to pull, there's an Arbiter quest where you need a Void champion, so I may have to pull a Void shard. I don't think you have the option. I think you have to do it. Well, not like you have to do it, but you have to do it if you want to get past that mission. So the only other way to do it without pulling a Void shard is to fuse one of the Void epics. I think there are 2 Void epics that you can fuse or fuse. I forget. I know, what's his name? So one of the permanent fusions is a Void. The Lizardman guy, right? Broadmaw. Okay, there's no other. But you could fuse one of these rares. So I guess you could fuse a rare and then use that Void champion. So you can do that if you don't want to pull a Void shard, but I'll probably just pull the Void shard. Yeah, probably. All right, let me see. Hayrock Castle. I think I still need, what? I'm on shields. I need 2 more shields, and then I need 5 of the other things. So 2 shields, 5 of each. Pulled a Feldhound. Congrats. That's nice. He's not bad early on, but he gets stronger like in the mid game when you really need that fast campaign farmer. Right? Having an AoE A1 champion is never a bad thing. And he's got a decent kit. You can definitely use him in a bunch of places. But he's not like stellar. I think Bellower is. Bellower is phenomenal. If you pull Bellower instead of Fellhound, like Fellhound's the slightly better campaign farmer, Bellower's the better all-around champion. The one place where Fellhound will really shine is Fire Knight, because you can use that reflect damage in order to break the shield. So that's nice. Right. Fusion Epic is a Void, yeah. Justiciar is a Void. I think I still have to do like 3 more of those. Bellower is goated. I have him farming. Yeah. Yeah. He's crazy good, especially with the new blessing, the Nature's Wrath or whatever it's called, that like gives you a chance to turn his weak debuffs into the bigger debuffs, the smaller debuffs into the bigger ones. Four Bellowers in stun and 4-piece stone skin. Yeah, I mean, you could use him in a lot of things, but I like Bellower, especially in Doom Tower. There's a couple of places he's listed as a support, but you know, you build him for damage, and he's a debuffer, and it's just like it's hard to get rare supports to do damage, but Bellower does it, so he covers you there. And I use him in Centranos quite a bit. Nature's Bounty, that's what it's called, not Nature's Wrath, right? Is that what I said? Yeah, Sabbatha would be nice because then you would just have your Void. And I don't know if we can get her fast enough to matter because I forget when that Void mission, the Arbiter mission comes, but I think it's relatively soon. I think it's in like the first 3 or 4 days that you hit that. So we might not have enough time to get Sabbatha. And I don't want to get stuck on the Arbiter missions. I want to keep pushing. I will say I have the vague goal of trying to complete the Arbiter missions in 90 days. I've never done it that fast. The fastest I've ever done it, I think, was about, I want to say like 110 days, and that was a lot faster than my previous best, which was like 150. So I don't generally focus on getting Arbiter really, really quickly. I do try to use the Arbiter missions early on to help me progress through the game and keep my eye on, like, it's a little bit like a progression check. Like, if I can do a mission, then I know I've progressed enough, like, according to what I should be doing. And if I can't do a mission, like if I can't complete the mission, then that's a good place to focus on next. But I've never really worried about getting the actual Arbiter too fast. Because often I get to that last quarter, those last, whatever it is, 42 missions or 45 missions, and I've just like slowed down because of, you know, there's more to do at that point in the game. But she is beneficial, and if I can get her faster, I should try. My first Arbiter I got within like a week of Still of the Drakes. So it was, I was on the last Arbiter mission on like day 170. And then I decided not to do the mission, or I like held off on doing the mission. Because I was going to get Still of the Drakes, and I was like, well, maybe I want to book her instead of Arbiter. And then eventually I just pulled them both and used them both unbooked for a while. I actually kept my Arbiter at 50 for like 3 months. And she's still very good at 50. Come on, give me a chess piece. No arena build and stuck in silver. Yeah, that's tricky, man. I think a lot of people have that experience. It's unfortunate. They need to fix arena again. And one of the things that you don't think about when you're building, maybe when you're making a game the first time and you're building systems into the game. But imagine this for a second. You have a set number of spots for the tiers, right? For the arena tiers. So let's say you have, 1,000 people in each tier. I know it's different for each tier, but let's say you did. And you're like, well, that means we'll have to have 50,000 active people or whatever it is, in our arena to like max out. But as your game ages, you have people who stick around and new players who come into the game. So at first, it was hard to get 50,000 people to play arena. But then eventually, the top 1,000 of those players, they're not going anywhere. They're invested in the game. They leave at a very slow rate. The people who are outside of those 50,000 leave. Right? Because they're like, hey, man, I can't even get into arena. Like, they're so disheartened by it. The system pushes them out, right? But then over time, you get more and more people who fill up all of the tiers. So like what you have happening right now is you go down to Silver 2 and you see God tier champions. I mean, you see incredible champions. The teams aren't built properly. The champions might not be geared properly, like in Bronze 3 or whatever. But like I'm gonna run into UDKs and Wukongs in like Silver 1. They're gonna be everywhere. And it's such a slog to have to fight through that. And those people feel stuck because they can't work their way up. And what you should do, first of all, is you should not tie any progression in the game to being a specific tier of PvP. You should never do it. It's a bad model. What you can do is encourage participation. So rather than saying you need to get to Silver 4 or whatever to pass this Arbiter mission, what it should say is you need to fight 50 arena battles. And not win 50 arena battles. You need to fight 50 arena battles. That's it. Just encourage people to get in. That's more than enough. That's all you have to do. Like I'm currently on the Ramontu mission where I have to get to Gold 1 live arena. And I can do it, but it's going to take me 2 weeks because I'm currently in Silver 3. So I have to get promoted this week and I have to get promoted next week. I've been in Gold 1 before. I was in Gold 1 like 5 months ago because I was trying to prepare for this particular mission. But then I got distracted by all these other things and, life, and I fell out of Gold 1, and it didn't like auto-complete ahead of time. It's not like, oh, hey, you've ever been in Gold 1. Literally, like, I need to get back there now. So frustrating. Okay, so I still need a glove, and I need chest plates and boots. 1 glove. Oh, I just realized my Athel is maxed out. Yeah, when you get to gold 5 is easier than gold 4. That's actually true. Let me just do something here. Take her out and put him in. HH, Colred, Ash, etc. that give solid advice and help me understand I needed to focus on. Yeah, you know, I think one of my complaints about Raid, I really enjoy the game. I really enjoy the game. But one of my pet peeves, I guess, is that they don't do a great job of onboarding people. They don't really explain things well, and it's better than it used to be. But the tutorials are weak. They're not replayable. They don't really tell you anything. It's just like, click here, click here, click here. They stop you from playing in order to do the tutorial. There should be like a whole section where it's like, this is how you do arena. This is how you build a champion. This is how, you know, and it's like, you have to rely on content creators. And not everybody wants to watch YouTube videos on their game, which is always, you know, leaves them in a lurch. I didn't watch videos for the first 2 months I played Raid. And then I went and watched videos and I realized, oh, actually, that's not true. I just didn't watch many. I watched one on War Priest, right? I watched one on War Priest early. But yeah, it's just like, you know, so like I didn't even know there were promo codes. So on my main account, I didn't get a promo code champion. And then I found out about it like 2 weeks later. And it's like, ooh, new player promo codes. I'm like, great, I'm a new player. I've only been playing 2 weeks. And I put in a promo code and it's like invalid. And I'm like, why? Oh, because it only works for the first 72 hours. Why didn't you tell me that? Why didn't you just tell me that? Just tell me in the game. Like, if you have a promo code, the idea is to encourage players to play. So if they come to your game and don't know about the promo code, they're less encouraged to play. They would be more encouraged to play if you just told them, like literally in the news tab, be like, here's a list of promo codes. You can use any one in the first 72 hours of your account. You know? Why not? Why not do that? I don't know. Hey, Rafe. Good to see you. How can you participate in an account takeover? So I do paid takeovers. So if you want a paid takeover anytime, just shoot me a DM in Discord and we'll talk about scheduling and pricing. But if you're talking about the free account takeovers that I do, those are only on Tuesday during my live stream, my Takeover Tuesday live stream. And all you have to do is show up. You become a member of my Discord. And then there's a sort of a sign up area in the Discord. So when I'm live streaming, I kind of walk you through that process. And you just sign up and then you can win for free. Yeah, Bright. I think that makes sense. That's so again, you know, I'll people are coming in and out of the live stream, but they may not know I'm not going for like a huge win here. Ooh, my pizza's coming. Aha. Happy birthday, Lady Colred. That's what they're saying. I'm just screaming into them. Yeah, on her birthday, she's making me pizza. Ooh, how hot is it? It's hot. It's hot, hot. Straight out of the oven. Looks good, too. 5 boots. Ooh, that's spicy. I hit the back of my throat and just went like, ah! Whoops. 5 boots clearing stage 6. Okay, 5 boots clearing stage 6. Let's go do that. Wait, did that say sewers? Okay. I need 2 more booths from stage 6. The pizza is killing Colred. Thank you. Now you all get to watch me eat pizza. I should have like a... Wait, what? You know what I could do? Let's see. Let's see if this works. You guys are going to be like, what the hell is he doing right now? Thank you. Everybody says happy birthday, Lady Colred.
Oh, good.
He says thank you. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Okay. What if I just did that? No. It doesn't. I was going to say, like, what if I just did... No, you can still see me. I was going to say if I could just make myself like a black silhouette in the background. I I should have watched where those numbers were. That would have made more sense, huh? Is that what I looked like before? That might be brighter than I was before. That's too bright. That's too bright, huh? That's definitely brighter than I was before. Yeah, that's closer. Okay. She is happy about it. I mean, she doesn't, she's not thrilled that HellHades didn't ask her. Like, hey, is it okay if I launch my free-to-play series on your birthday? He would have said, no, can you wait till the 11th? But he's cool. He's cool. All right. I don't really want to have a video of me eating pizza. I don't want to do that. So I think I'm going to take myself off screen, but the audio will still be live so you can hear me eating pizza and enjoy it. No, I'll keep talking. I'll keep talking. All right, here we go. Ouch. It's hot. It is hot, actually. Now I've got sauce on my mouth. I did not think this through. Come on, Colred. ASMR pizza eating going to attract a different crowd here, Colred. That's definitely true. It's too hot. I can't eat it yet. I definitely burned the top of my mouth. Definitely did. Yep. I do that every time on pizza. I can't not eat pizza. It tastes so good when it's hot, and you're just like, but there's this like level of hot where it tastes really good, but it still burns you. And it's like you got to let it cool off to the point where it still tastes good, but it doesn't burn you. But if you let it cool off too much, then it doesn't taste. Not that I don't like cold pizza, but it's like that's a different thing. This is dinner pizza. This isn't like afternoon snack pizza or like 4 a.m. pizza. This is like my dinner pizza. This should be perfectly, like the perfect temperature. I think Kira the Watcher would be a good replacement for UDK on your clan boss team. Arguably, she's better than UDK on your clan boss team. Yeah, I would consider it. She's got a more consistent decrease attack, right? And she's got an ally protection and then an increased defense. So she's got the decreased attack here and on her passive. And this is just placed. So she's got a really, really reliable decreased attack. Now, UDK also has a decreased attack, but it's like on a longer cooldown and it's a little bit less reliable. And then decreased duration of enemy buffs is not a bad thing against clan boss. Ally protection and increased defense. Yeah, and I would say she's an upgrade from UDK. You lose his shields. His shields are nice, but I think in general she's a very, very good ally protector. You can keep her alive. Ally protectors can be, hard to keep alive. 5 artifacts clearing stage 7. It's 10:21 a.m. there in London. Wait a second. In London, it's 2:21 a.m., not 22:21. Okay. Yeah. Your calc teacher in high school said the same thing about coffee, and he used Newton's law of heating and cooling to calculate how long it takes to get it to the optimal temperature. I could try doing that, but I would have to measure the volume of the pizza and all sorts of stuff. Plus, this is not a mixture. This is like stratified layers of heat, right? Because cheese and oil and meat and bread all have different specific heats. Hey, Bart. Good to see you. It's going well. I'm having fun. I haven't even checked the stats on the stream. We got 220 viewers in here. That's solid. I like it. I enjoy it. And how did we do on our poll here? 35% of you are participating in the challenge. That's pretty cool. So, 326 votes. That's like 115 people-ish. That's nice. Got over 115 people participating. All right, let's see. I think we need 2 more of these. 1 or 2 more. We'll leave that poll up. I'm gonna disappear again, try to take a bite of this pizza and hope in the last 2 minutes it's cooled off enough. All right, if you hear me scream, you know it's bad. Grind's easy. It's easy. Last year, I live streamed for 16 hours. When the HellHades thing launched, I live streamed for 16 hours. And I didn't know at the time that YouTube cuts off your live stream at 12 hours. Like, it won't record more than 12 hours of live stream. So you can keep streaming, but it won't record your live stream anymore. So if you go back to last year, January 8th or whatever of last year, you can see my live stream and it goes 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, and then it just stopped. So you can't watch the whole thing. I don't plan to go that long tonight. When one of each type of offense artifact from clearing the sewers of Arnok on stages on how freaking annoying are you? Ugh. All right, so we got to go back through it and do one of each. One of each. All right, more pizza time. Now I look like YST's dad. Now I do. That was a damn good piece of pizza. It's almost 9:30 here, and I haven't eaten since like 11 a.m. or something. That's definitely true, Mikey. I've always thought that. Like, you just come in here, and then did you watch the Call of the Arbiter series? Like, you should, because then after you watch that series, you feel so bad about coming in here into the sewers and just murdering thousands of lizard people. Like, they just keep sending you back to the sewers where these people live. You're going into their home. They're already living in the sewers, and you just murder them by the hundreds. It's awful. It's awful. Somebody at Plarium is kind of sick. All right. Piece of pizza number 2. That was good pizza. That was some really nice crust on that pizza. Crunchy, sauce is good. It's just a frozen pizza, too. I know, but I like Red Baron frozen pizza. If there's anybody out there who works for Red Baron and you want to get me a sponsorship for frozen pizza, I will do a Red Baron sponsorship. I'm not a shill. Like, I only want to sell products I believe in, but I believe in Red Baron pizza. Really good. Okay, so quick. Is running 6 accounts at the same time good for your sanity? Last year I was running 8 simultaneously at one point. And if you're using BlueStacks, it's not too bad. Like, you can do that for a while. I ran them for about 2 months. Excuse me. I ran 8 accounts for about 2 months. By the end of it, I was ready to be done with them, though. So is it good for your sanity? I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot for your life. You know, is it good for your life? Probably not. Hey, Cole Red, that's my name. Quick question. Do you do faction guardians for rares? And if you do, which factions? Yes, I do. I do them for every faction, but I'm a free-to-play player, so. And I'm also a completionist. I own a copy of every rare in the game. That's going to stay true. All right, let's see. Do we do these now? I think we do. Yeah, it's just a few hundred. Not a lot of gold here. Or silver, rather. I've been playing a lot of King Arthur Legends Rise, and it's gold there and silver here. But it's gold in most games, it feels like. It's silver in some games. Sometimes you have silver and gold in the same game. Oop, that's energy. I want to collect the energy until I have to. Okay, so might want to sit on that energy. That's because I don't remember what the stage 4 is. It might be an epic tome. 4 champions of level 20 or higher. Okay. I could have been grinding her up, I guess. I should have done that. All right, let's see. Dungeons, Magic Keep, Force Keep, Void Keep, Spirit Keep, okay. Classic arena battles. Did I do all this? Yes, I did. Let's go to this. And we'll just do this with 4, I think, right? Okay. Using the Plarium closing glitch thing to have 4 of them open at once. The other's on my phone. Playing one account isn't even good for our sanity. That's true. You'd be a 500-pound fat man for DiGiorno sponsorship. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Hi. My wife has a message for you. She's got her eye on all of you in chat. Those of you who are saying she's watching over my shoulder to make sure I say nice things about her on her birthday. She's totally doing that. But she wants you to know that she's not. She's every bit as good as what I say she is, even better. Was that good? That's what you wanted me to say? Okay. Oops, I don't need her there. Let me get the yeah, let me do this. Yeah, so she's watching, but she wasn't threatening. She was threatening you. Okay. They did reset the ratings on the champions. Yeah. Just pulled Apoth an hour ago. I'm 48 on my alt. Nice. Apothecary's always good. 860 gems on the free-to-play account. Should I go for scrolls or mine? I would go for your first set of masteries. If it's your first time. On the second champion, maybe. I'll probably go masteries on my first two champions. I definitely would have done it if I had. Yeah, I probably will. It'll probably be my starter and Ugo. That's probably what's going to happen. I probably won't worry about it on Wukong for now. Who knows? Maybe. Sakib. Yeah, she's watching, man. She might be in the other room. I don't know what she's thinking, but it's a good thing. No, she's not scary. She's not scary. She probably wishes she was scary. Blink twice if you need help, Colred. Now I've got to try to not blink for a couple of seconds. You know how hard it is to not blink when you're thinking about blinking? Yeah, I think that, realistically, you need to be clearing Minnow stage 15 to really get the most value out of Minotaur, right? But getting a champion that can solo Minotaur early on is difficult. Wukong might be able to do it. Might be able to do it. I've never actually tried. I don't know. My wife does not game very much, no. She likes certain kinds of games, not video games, but that's nice. I like that one. That one's okay. Okay, let's go look at our quests and all that. When 4 critical rate artifacts from clearing Durham Forest. Durham Forest, not Dunham. I think I'm going to hold on to that energy. But I could start doing this stuff. Stage 3 of the Magic Keep, all that. Win a campaign battle using 4 champions of level 20 or higher. We're about to get there. So let's go do these keeps. So Spirit Keep. We got to go up to stage 3, right? Now here's the thing. I should just promote my Athel. I should probably just promote my Athel. I was just wondering, I forget if there was a quest or something to do that, but I'm just going to do that. Yeah, why not? Oh, yeah, get these things. Okay, so now we go dungeons. Here we go. This. We'll do Athel. We'll do these 4. Or 5, rather. Thank you. Got more pizza. Ooh, nice and crunchy. I'll see you in stage 3. Hey, Wally World. Thank you. I'm just having dinner. pronunciation in games is always a bit tricky, and I've heard it pronounced Athel. You know, you could do it that way if you wanted to. Definitely there are other champions, like, is it Gaelic or Galek? Some people do it that way. I try to go with what makes sense for what I think is the origin, like the cultural origin of the name. And if I can't, then I just go with what I think sounds good from a fantasy perspective. So I don't like Athel. I think it's like Adele. Like, it's Adele. It's Athel. It looks like Athel to me. But who knows? Sometimes you'll hear people from Plarium pronounce the name of champions different ways. It's like they're from the same company that made the game and they pronounce it different ways. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to do the okay. Some people get upset about it. Somebody left a comment in one of my videos just a few days ago. It actually made me mad. Most comments don't bother me. But I pronounce it Duke the Pierced, not Duck the Pierced. And the reason I pronounce it Duke the Pierced is because, like, it's clearly not an English derived name. And in my experience, the DH, like, we're changing the DH anyway. It might be more like a T, like a th, like close in between there. But we don't know, And so I just say Duke. And somebody was like, what the hell? It's so clearly Duck. I hate people who don't know how to pronounce things properly. And in his rant at me, he misspelled the word pronounced. He spelled it pronounced. I'm like, if you're going to be a pronunciation police, you got to also know how to spell the words. Like, you got it, but like, first of all, like, who cares? Who cares? Does it hurt your day if I pronounce the champion a different way than you do? It doesn't hurt me if you pronounce it Duke or Duck or Dahook. I don't care what his name is. You know who I'm talking about, right? That's all that really matters. Like, oh my God. I got irritated. I got heated. I don't normally get heated at comments, but people who, like, act all high and mighty when they have no call to. I don't like that. I don't like that. All right, going back to my pizza. I just had to come out here and say that. Sorry, darn. I don't know if you already left, but see you later. Am I going to try for the Fusion Epic? I am. Yeah, we'll see. I haven't done the calculation yet because I don't know what the point totals are going to be on the new account. So I'll do the calculation probably once I get through the first initial burst of, all the stuff that you have to handle in the game. I'm going to make sure to not, I got to look at the timers on the first collection of events because I think a lot of them are already under a day. And so I got to see if I can get any of those fragments. We'll see. Duke's duck isn't as intimidating. Yeah. Yeah. Alone in your castle clan for new players. Yeah, what's good? I'm having some pizza. It's my wife's birthday, and yet she made me pizza so I could live stream. And yeah, we tried to celebrate a little bit today, but we're gonna celebrate this weekend, I think. Taku's the pierced. Okay, that tickled me, Rook. I appreciate that. All right, I think we got a few of these. Void keep to stage 2, Arcane keep to stage 3. That should be no problem. Void keep 2, Arcane 3. All right. Back to my last slice. I promise. They're moving too fast. I haven't finished my slice of pizza yet. All right, there's our ancient shard. Stage 4s and 5s. Okay. Spider's Den, right? Got to get in there. Okay, still have to do this. So I think right now we're in Durham Forest. Are we in Durham Forest? Elwyn's Gate? Who knows? All right. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. How y'all doing? Gonna act like my mouth isn't all torn up from that pizza. Smash that like button. Hey, Dark the Enigma. Good to see you, buddy. Don't forget to like the stream to wish Colred's wife a happy birthday. Yes, please do. If you want to wish my wife a happy birthday, please like the stream. Click the thumb, people, or else you'll only pull hair ears with your voids. I like the stream and pull the void Lego without using a shard. Trust me, it worked. What would I like Raid to add to the game? A lot of my desires for Raid are not about new things to be added, but old things to be improved. The fact that they upgraded the market is huge. That actually is meaningful. I want them to add more artifact storage. I want them to add, like, every time they add a set to the game, I think they should add 100 slots of artifact storage. Like, to add 5 artifact sets, and then after adding all of those sets to just give you 200 slots, like, 6 months later, that's crap. That's awful. I think every set should automatically come with at least 100 slots of artifact storage free for everybody. If not more. What would I like them to add to the game? A mercy counter. I want them to add a mercy counter to the game. We don't have one. We should have one. Replayable tutorials. I'd like them to add better tutorials to the game, and they should be replayable. New starter champion. I want them to add new starter champions. I don't want just these 4 champions anymore. It's been so long. It's been 6.5 years, and they still have the same champions, and they haven't touched their kits or anything. Sorry about that. So I think they should add, like, you know, they're 15 factions. I think they should add a starter champion from every faction. That would be cool. You know, and if they don't want to do that, then I don't know, add at least, 1 or 2 more. There are factions that are hurting for rares that they could add a rare starter champion to a new faction, and it would be like it would help the faction out. Still looking on all that energy. Change my username. I should go do that. Username. Full red. Page 25. Lock a champion and unlock a champion. Enable notification. In your device settings. Can you even do that on PC? I don't think you can, huh? That's something like you have to go. I have to go on my phone and do that? No, notification. Okay. Hey, David Martinez. Good to see you. You can log out and back on? Okay. I could try that. Don't need to do it right now, but. All right, index. Let's get rid of the red dots. I should check the tournaments. Let's see where we are on the tournament here. So we're in 11th place. We got 1 day and 21 hours. Get some brews there. I think this reward goes right into your energy, so don't claim that until you absolutely have to. In fact, you can let it go to your mailbox. We get this rare, which we usually turn into a chicken. Then we get 5-star speed gear, which is critically important for this team. And we want to win that novice tournament. If we can get that ancient shard, that'd be nice. If we can't, you know, both the gems in the book are nice too. Let's see about the events. How are we doing here? Well, we got some silver. Not bad. This event feels like we're going to be able to get these, but I don't know. We have a day and 9 hours, so it's going to be about time. And I logged in, 5 hours after everybody else. I rolled my account. Maybe 4 hours. No, about 5. Almost 5. Because I tried and I failed. Got energy there. That's going to be good. This one is going to be over. There's no way. I don't think I can. I mean, you got to burn silver to get that. I don't know that that's good. But I'm starting to think about, you got gems and chickens, and there's an ancient shard up there. It's only 1,500 points, but I still think that's probably beyond me. Okay. So yeah, they need you. You should be able to just turn off red dots if you don't like them. That'd be fine. There's my shard. Okay. What do I have to do next here? Missions. Critical rate from clearing Durham Forest. Did I not win critical rate gear from Durham Forest? I won a whole bunch of gear. Did I do it too? I must have done it. Whatever. Okay. Yeah, I must have done it afterwards. I must have gotten to the quest afterwards. Thank you. You like the hat? Yeah. I sell these. This is my hat. This is my Cold Red Place hat. So just so I'll do this for everybody who's interested in the hat, just so you can see it. But I don't need to do that. Whatever. Let's just go here. So the way it actually looks is that's how it looks. All red plate, right? But I flip my camera so that I mirror myself when I look at myself, and then it's easier to point to things that are off camera. So like, this is my right hand, not my left hand, which I guess it looks like to you. It's the right hand when you're looking at it, but it's on the wrong side. Like, I don't know, whatever. But so that's how it looks. Call, the C and the P, Call Red Place. Now let me switch back because I'm already confused. So yeah, this is on my in my store. So if you go to my main page, you can find my store. You can pick yourself up a hat. It's a let's see, can you? Yeah. So it's a flex fit. So it doesn't have any of the snaps in back or anything like that. It's actually really nice. I also got the sweatshirt, which I like. It's an okay sweatshirt. I needed a new one, and I wanted to see the quality of it. I don't want to try to sell things that I wouldn't wear myself. And I like the hoodie. But it's a pretty standard hoodie. There's nothing super great about this. There's nothing bad about it. It feels like it's soft. I would say on the lighter side of mid-weight. Like it's a mid-weight hoodie, but it's on the lighter side. So it's nice to wear indoors, you know, but it's not something that would like keep you super warm outside, I don't think. The extra large runs true to form size. It fits me well. It shrank a little bit when I washed it, but not a ton. So that's good. Color's pretty good, you know. But I'm not sure about if I personally love the logo just like straight on in the middle. Like I maybe want to put it over on the side or what. I don't know. I was going to do a zipper up hoodie with the logo on the side. And then I ended up doing the pull. I forget why I did the pullover. We had a discussion about it, and I ended up choosing the pullover. So, but if you're looking for a hoodie, it's not bad. Not bad. But like I said, it's about a midweight. But I really like the hat. I'm stoked on the hat. So I might go and redesign the hoodie. I might like, you know, I don't know. Might change it up. We got to do limited runs too. You know, like there should be other hoodies, not just my logo. Like there should be other cool things on. There's so many memes from the channel that we could put on a hoodie that I think people would enjoy. Three lesser potions from Spirit. Okay, so we just did that. We literally just did that. Right, but we got to push these anyway. So we'll just keep. All right. So you're farming 10 dragon for gear. Nice. Okay, Hawk. Got to see you, buddy. Got to see you. Got it. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you. I don't know what I said there. Those words came out in a strange jumble. My mouth is still torn up from the pizza. Yes, I just need one copy of the hat that has it printed backwards so that when you see it, it's printed forwards. I agree. Like that, I thought about that. I almost did that, honestly. I almost did that. But then when I walk around my house, it looks backwards, right? And then it doesn't make any sense. People are like, what the heck is that? Like, what is that? It's like, well, it's a C and a P for Cold Red Plays, but I reverse my camera when I stream, and so people will have to see, I have to print it backwards so that they see it the real way because I'm trying to sell it to people to try to make a little bit of money because YouTube is sucking away my life and I don't get paid to do it, and I'm trying to change my career even though I'm about to be 50 years old. So that's why I reverse printed my hat. Yeah, they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. Yeah, I actually like it both ways. Like when I look at it and it's reversed, it kind of looks cool. I don't mind it. Not campaign, dungeons. Can't put the no geo meme anymore. Nah. A zip up and there should be some sort of emblem or words on the side sleeve. Yeah, maybe. I like that idea, BK. Hey, Steve. Good to see you, man. The Storybook Arcade. I'm regretting empowering my Royal Guard. How much better would it have been to have two? I wouldn't regret that. I mean, it depends on your account, but I would say in general, you're going to want to get your first one to +4. That's going to give you more value than having two that are not built. Like, you know, that are not empowered. But if you feel like you'd rather have two, just the next time you pull a Royal Guard, just build them instead, you know? Use the backwards logo hat on stream and then change that hat to the normal one. Yeah. That's, I have to have one of each. Yeah. We did go for Wukong instead of Taragi, yeah. So, yeah, I should explain this every couple of hours because people come in and out of the stream. But I'm not playing the challenge the way I expect most other content creators are playing the challenge. I did really well last year. I came in second out of all the content creators. Like, I don't think I have anything to prove in terms of, like, my ability to do well at free-to-play. So instead, what I'd like to do is provide a bit of a comparison. Most players in the challenge are going to be trying to get points and, like, perform, and I think that's an artificial, like, construct. Like, it's fun. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but that's not how free-to-play players would normally build an account if the challenge weren't on. So what I'm basically going to do is I'm going to run this account like it was just a normal account that I just turned on, free-to-play account, and I'm trying to build it as the best free-to-play account I know how to do without worrying about the challenge. And then we can compare my progress against the other content creators in terms of, like, who progresses more and what do we look like at the end of 90 days. But one of the things that I thought was, I don't think Wukong's the best promo code. I don't think he's the best promo code for the challenge. But I think he's the most likely promo code for most players who are starting a new account, whether they're new players or experienced players. You're going to see that legendary. Wukong is like a character that a lot of people like anyway, and he's a phenomenal champion, right? So the fact that he's a legendary, the fact that he's who he is, Wukong, I think people will just pick him. So I just picked him for that reason primarily, and then also realize, like, when the 90 days are up, I'm giving away this account. And so, to say to the person that I'm giving this account away to, like, I know you could have had Wukong, but I picked Taragi the Frog because it was going to get me more points. Like, he'll probably be like, yeah, okay, yeah. But he's not going to be excited about Taragi the Frog, I don't think. Unless, of course, I could hand him, like, a 2-key Ultra Nightmare team, and then he would be. But I think realistically, Wukong's just harder to get, and he has a lot of value, and I'm gonna use the heck out of him. Do you know what I mean? I'm not gonna not use this champion that I just used as my promo code. But I don't expect to be at the top of the leaderboards. I'm not trying to be. So that's sort of my rationale for this challenge. I mean, another reason why I'm not trying so hard this time is because, first of all, I don't have the time this year. I have a baby boy, and, like, he needs to be the priority. I'm not going to be spending 14 hours a day playing Raid this year. And then I think the other thing is just that, like, sorry. I think that last year it just took a lot out of me. I got to the end of those 90 days and I was in a battle right down to the wire. It was extremely stressful. And I don't want to stress about it this year. I just want to have fun and enjoy it. And, like, I'm going to try. I'm not trying to say I'm going to slack. I'm not going to slack. I'm going to play this to the best of my ability, but with a reasonable amount of playtime per day. I probably, for the first week, I'll probably play a lot. And then after that, I'm going to try to cut back to somewhere in the vicinity of, like, 3 hours a day. Maybe even less some days. But, who knows? Maybe the competition will get under my skin and I'll feel the need to play a little bit more. I'm going to make some content on it so people can track it and kind of, follow along if they are new to free to play or if they're new to Raid, and, to see what's possible, what are some good decisions, but also decisions that are good for the long-term health of a free to play account. I will not be sacrificing for the short-term rewards of the challenge. I will only be focused on things that are good for the long-term health of this account. And so, like, I'm going to say I'm not YOLOing shards. I know a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, you need to snowball really hard. You need to pull all your shards early. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to pull shards unless it makes sense to pull shards for the long-term free-to-play health of the account. I'm going to try to complete fusions early if I can. I'm going to try to get Arbiter maybe if I can do it in 90 days. But I think the person that I eventually give this account to is going to have a really sturdy 91-day-old free-to-play account that they're going to feel like, oh, there are some great solutions in here. I'll hand them all the teams pre-built with the AI program the way they need to be to clear Dragon 20 and, or 25 or whatever it happens to be. Like, all of that is going to be done for them. And yeah, I think that's how I'm approaching this. That's where I'm going to hang my hat. So, Leslie B, that's cool. I think Oscar Rule is one of those champions that's actually really legitimately a great starter, like a great promo code champion. If I were going to not take Wukong or Sigfrind or Sigmund, not Sigfrind. Sigfrind would be Sigmund. I think the ones that I would think about would be Mordecai, Stagnite, Hoskarul, Allure, and Rector Draft. Probably those are the 5 that I would, one of those 5 would be the one that I would take. An AoE stun out of the gate is crazy strong. Right? And a stun cleanse is crazy strong. It helps you in Clan Boss. It helps you in Dragon. So I think Hoskarul is great. Why didn't I start with Corrado too? I had to use the link code that HellHades provided, which gets you Ugo and Tagore. That was a rule of the challenge. I was required to do that. I could just tell the next owner of the account, I love frogs more than monkeys. Sorry, buddy. But that's not true. Who loves frogs more than monkeys? Everybody loves monkeys. There might be some frog lovers out there. I get it. There's a word for that. A word for people who like reptiles. I forget what it's called. It's, I know frogs aren't reptiles, but there might be a word for that too. Greater affinity potion. Said greater affinity potion. You think the arcane potion counts? Good. Stage 4 of Spider's Den. Prevent Hellraiser from using his Scorch skill in the Dragon's Lair. So I got to do Dragon's Lair. I got to do Spider to 4. And I still need to do this campaign battle. Here we go. We're back to the sewers of Arnok for the attack percentage gauntlets. Attack percentage gauntlets. All right. I like this hat, but it's like the first time I've worn it for like 5 minutes before now. And so it's like it still needs to break in a little bit. So it's like it pinches me just a tiny bit here. It's not even pinching. What is it? It's just like kind of, it needs a little bit of, how when you get a new hat, you kind of do that and break it in a little bit. It's actually really comfy, but the fact that I'm wearing it indoors and it's the first time, ooh, that worked. Clear stage 1 or higher of the Ice Golem's Peak 3 times. Okay. So Ice Golem's Peak is next. Do you happen to have a vid or suggestion for the fastest way to 50 for referrals, basically? No, I don't really have a video for that. I've talked about it before, but basically you just want to run campaign. You just put all your energy into campaign. Campaign rewards you the most experience points per energy for your account. So just keep doing that. It usually takes me about 35 days to get a referral account done. Will I be posting daily updates about this account progress? I will not be posting daily updates. I'll probably do 3 or 4 videos this next week, and then I'll pull back to 1 or 2 videos a week. So it'll probably be 1 video a week in terms of an update, and then 1 or 2 videos a week, maybe even in terms of early game content. So I'll talk about stuff using this account, but I'm not going to do an account update multiple times a week. So it'll probably be once a week update and then once or twice a week a video about early game stuff. Colred's 90-day free-to-play account would probably end up looking better than most low-spend 365-day accounts. Yeah, it depends. I mean, experienced players, once you've made your mistakes on one account, your second account generally looks better. That's just, life in these kinds of games. And that would be true if I took a second, like my main account is 3 years and 7 months, I think, or 3 years and 8 months old. If I played another account that long, my second account would look better than my main account, probably. Because I've made all the mistakes on my main account. I learned all the things on my main account. But I don't have the stomach for it. I couldn't do that again. Right? I just couldn't. And to have to start without, like, all of my champions that I love, like, knowing I could never get Nair Gigante Archer, like, knowing that Cardiel would probably never get on the account, knowing that, like, I might never have access to Ninja again. Like, those things are also disheartening. I like playing from the beginning. I like the early game, and I like learning about champions, like solving problems with champions that I haven't solved those problems using those champions before. But I don't want to play another account for 3.5 years. Like, the fact that Boozer has 2 endgame free-to-play accounts is bonkers to me. Like, how that... This is why he's not doing this challenge, because it's like all of his day and free time is sucked up in those 2 accounts, So, yeah, I mean, this account this is like my 20th or 25th free-to-play account that I've started. So hopefully it'll look a lot better than most people's accounts, at the end of 90 days. 4 champions, 6 artifacts, level 8 or higher. I'm just going to use 1 stars for now. I'll worry about the actual gear later. Unless I have some beautiful pieces that I want to level up, which I don't think I do, really. This is like simultaneously efficient and a waste. Do you know what I mean? It's like you have to do it. So if you use 1-star pieces, it's more efficient. But 1-star pieces are going to get replaced, so it's a waste. Like, there's no good way to do these quests. I kind of hate them. I kind of hate most of these quests. Yeah, we'll take all this up to 8. How many champions? 4 champions? I hope it's not 6 champions. That's just too many button clicks. Yeah, Boozer works a full-time job. And then he plays 2 accounts, and then he puts out like 12 videos a week. The dude's a machine. He's an absolute machine. It's impressive. Honestly, I'm like, you are a crazy SOP. Like, I talk to Boozer. We chat. And I enjoy talking to Boozer. I really do. Like, I like talking to him just like off camera, not just collabs. I enjoy doing collabs with everybody. But Boozer and I talk, and it's funny because we've got like a little free-to-play club in our heads. It's like he and I we're just like, we laugh about spenders. No, that's not true. We don't laugh at spenders. Maybe a little bit. No, but I just think that, we bond over the idea that we commit so much effort and time to be good at free-to-play. And that there's a philosophy. Like, it's not one thing or another thing or another thing. If you want to be good at this game and free to play, if you don't want to spend money, discipline is so important. You have to be so incredibly disciplined. You also have to be really aware. You have to be really knowledgeable. You have to, there are all sorts of things that go into it. And it's not just a collection of rules. Do this, don't do this, and you're free to play and you're going to succeed. And he gets it, and I think he knows that I get it. And so sometimes we just start talking to each other, and we don't have to have that discussion with somebody. We don't have to talk through the pieces of it and convince anybody that, this works free to play or this doesn't. You know, he'll just start to say something and be like, "Oh yeah, I've done that." You know, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, of course you did." You know, it's like, and vice versa. You know, so it's really nice to talk to him because he's probably, I mean, he's the only content creator I've had that experience with. I'm sure there are other free to play content creators I would also have that experience with. I just haven't had the exposure yet, you know. But most of the time, like Boozer and I just start talking and we just kind of laugh at spenders. I'm not spenders. We just laugh. Boozer is a robot. The man is, yeah, he's a machine. Anyone else play King Arthur? I'm playing King Arthur. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Are you not leveling Athel for the Apprentice challenge? I am. Was I not running her? It's probably I'm just distracted. No, she's level 4. She's level 16, 4 stars. Yeah, Leslie B. I pulled Georgia on my Noob versus Pro account, and I still miss that champion. Like, not having that champion frustrates me. What do I need to do here? Defeat 20 champions in Classic Arena. Kirk, there are, what you need to do in order to succeed at free to play will help any spender. But the spending mentality and the free to play mentality are at odds in certain cases where if you find reward in the spending, if you play the game and when you spend money, what you get from spending feels like the way to approach it, then it's hard to be good at free to play. Like you have to have a brain that says the long road is the better one. Like there has to be something internally that tells you that reward delayed is reward enhanced. And not everybody has that. And I'm not saying everybody should. So it's not just the things that you do as a free to play player, it's the way that you feel about the game. And you can lean into that. Everybody has some of that in both directions. So I have to lean away from the impulse to YOLO when I rage about stuff, like, or when I'm just disappointed, or I just see an opportunity, but I know I would overspend. I have to lean away from that. And I have to lean into this idea that I'm not going to get the reward now. I'm not going to get it next time. I'm not going to get it the time after that. But when I finally do, it's going to taste so sweet because I had to wait so long and work so hard to get it, you know? And it's like, all right, so, ooh, do I want to do this? How many did it take? Not too bad. Yeah. So yeah, you know, I think of it as a lifestyle, you know, it's a lifestyle choice. It's not just a condition of your account. And that's one of the reasons why when people are like, "Oh, you aren't free to play." I'm like, "Yeah, shut it." Like, who cares? Do you know what I mean? It's like, "Oh, do you get content creator perks because then you're not really free to play?" Well, let's have that fight because that's worthwhile for something. It's just like, well, I didn't spend money to get my content creator rewards. So technically they're free to play. Yeah, but it doesn't mirror everybody's experience. Yeah, but my experience doesn't mirror your experience anyway. I've been playing for 4 years. I know the game better than you. Like, you think you can do this on a brand new account if you're a 6-month play? Like, you've only been playing the game 6 months. There's no, good luck. Like, you're not gonna. you know? And then the flip side is like I personally am not getting content creator perks because I'm not in the program. You know? You know how hard it is to make content as a free-to-play player without perks? It's so freaking expensive. My account has like the progress I made in the last year on my account has been awesome. And I made like 30% less progress than I would if I was not a content creator. Because I've spent $500 million silver making videos that didn't help my account. You know, I've spent 20,000 gems making videos that didn't help my account. So go ahead and tell me I'm free to play or not free to play. I couldn't care less what you think. I couldn't. Like if I can earn my way into a content creator program that is going to reward me with in-game resources that I don't have to pay for, that are totally free to me, then I'm just better at being free to play than you are. That's it. That's all it is. It's just and not because you lack skill. Right? It's not, oh, like I'm a better player than you are. It's just like I'm better at free to play than you are. Yes. Why? Because you're not getting those rewards and I am. Like what else is there? You know, if somebody were in Platinum Arena, then they're better at Arena than I am. Not because I couldn't make it to Platinum Arena, but because I'm not there. You know, but egos get involved and people want to say stuff, and I'm just like, you do not understand how little I care about that kind of thing. I'm like, I'm here to play a game and have fun and help other people have fun. And if you don't like the way I talk about it, don't watch my video. Don't hang out in my channel. And, you know, we'll be fine. Your life will be fine. And my life will be fine. We'll both be happier if we're not talking to each other. You know, that's how I feel about it. I don't even know what to do with my gear right now. Upgrade 2 artifacts to level 12 or higher. Okay, so I got to find 2 artifacts that I like. Well, it's this one. It's obviously this one. Speed. Accuracy. Attack's not bad. Take that. I guess we may as well. Could be this one. No. Yes, we'll go with this. Speed or accuracy, please. Damage would be okay. Accuracy. There we go. Win a chest plate with attack percentage as the primary stat from stage 5. So chest plate, attack percentage, Arnok. Yeah. All right. So let me go. I was on a little rant there. I haven't checked in with chat in a little bit. All right. So I'm only going to go up to Leslie B. I'm sorry if you precede Leslie B. I'm a reform spender. My account advanced way too fast. I completely missed a lot of aspects of the game. Yeah, it's a very different field of the game. And I do think that is one downside of spending, that you accelerate past your knowledge base, right? And because you earn knowledge base by time spent in game, but money helps you spend less time in game, right? It's a replacement for time. I just get the monthly gem pass. I treat it as a free-to-play gameplay wise. Yeah, and I respect that. Like, I don't even... If you call yourself free to play, but you're like, hey, I buy the Forge Pass, or I buy the monthly pass, or I buy, you know, whatever. Like, I spend $20 a month in game, but I use a free to play mentality, and you want to call yourself free to play, I'm not going to fight you on it. If you ask me, would I define you as free to play? I would probably say no, but I don't care. Like, I don't care. I use the free to play mentality. Then you're a free to player. Is your account free to play? Maybe not. But again, no skin off my back, because I'm sure if we got into a conversation about it, you would own up to it. You wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I'm a free to play and I'm just better than you. And look how good my free to play account is against yours. When you've spent $100 on it, you'd say, no, I'm a low spender, but I treat it as a free to play. And I would be like, that's cool. That's just, you know, like that's me. I'm not gonna. Great. You're doing free to play philosophy. You rage pull shards from time to time. What am I looking for? Am I looking for attack percentage chest plate? And I just keep going. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Attack percentage chest piece. Attack percentage, chess piece. Rage pull shards from time to time. Mainly when the arena makes me angry, yeah. Massive YOLO impulse is hard. It's hard. I can't play. I mean, I have spent on other games. I have spent thousands upon thousands of dollars in other games. It hurts to admit it. You know, I don't like that. Like saying it hurts. Like on stupid games too. Not even like super high quality games like Raid, which I do think is one of the better titles out there. But sometimes I've spent a lot of money just on stupid games. The most money I've ever spent on a game is Magic the Gathering. You know, and other than that, it's been a lot less, but there's still games that I've spent thousands of dollars on. And about 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, I just decided that was never going to happen again. And I began really my free-to-play journey in other games. But this is one of those games where I feel like I'm mastering that aspect of my personality, that YOLO instinct. I've been so disciplined here. I've done it on 20 plus accounts, and I've never like really broken my free-to-play philosophy. There have been little weaknesses where I pulled 4 shards more than I should have. But you know, I said I was going to stop at 10, but I pulled down to 6, but then I stopped. You know, I've done that before. Doesn't feel too bad. You know, it's like kind of feels bad enough to make me not want to do it again, but not so bad that I feel like I'm a loser or something. You know, just like, no, it just happened. And those are little steps along the way to, you know, managing that impulse. Do you get money for your time at your job? You spend time here, you're not free to play. Yeah. Yeah, there is that, right? It's like, it's just another aspect of your life that you have to pay to live to do. You know, like I pay for the internet and the computer and the electricity and the heat in the room and the, you know, mortgage on the house. And so, yeah, this isn't a free to play game. Like I still have to, I have to swap this level 20 monk out. I still have to pay to play this game. I'm just not paying Plarium to pay the game. I say that for me, please. Can't. I don't know what I said. Yeah. We didn't give Athel back her lifesteal yet. No. Free to play means you spent $0 on the game. That's the most simple definition of the idea of it, and I have no problem with that being the overriding truth. Like if you just want to say you're free to play if you spent $0, you know, and somebody made the argument, well, what if like your parents buy for, you know, they spend the money and you don't spend your own money? It's like, no. It's not you spending your money or somebody else's money. It's that $0 have happened in transactions for this game. You've got no packs, right? You have spent no money to get anything. Then you're free to play. It's like, well, Plarium gives you stuff, but that's worth money. It's like Plarium gives all of us stuff that's worth money. Like even spenders get a ton of free stuff in this game that could be converted into a $. But you didn't spend money to get it. You spent too much time at Summoner's War, so did I. Good game, though. I don't think Sun is playing the challenge. I don't think he is. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, time is the main cost, sure. If you're free to play, but you're on a plane and pay for Wi-Fi on the flight so you can play Raid, are you still free to play? The answer is yes. CC Perks is kind of like your parents buying a small pack every week, though. No, it's not. No credit card information was entered into this account. Like, is it... Think of it this way. Let's say I do every quest, every mission, complete every tournament, every, you know, event in the game as a free-to-play player, and I get all those resources every month. and you get 80% of them or 60% of them. The amount that I got more than you has a dollar sign attached to it. You can convert those gems and those books and that energy into a dollar sign. It's easy to do. Every resource has a base dollar sign attached to it in this game. Every single resource has a price tag. There we go, finally. But I got more resources than you without spending money. Plarium gave all of us those resources. The fact that I'm a content creator and they want to give me more resources to reward me for making videos and so that I can make more videos. No credit card was entered. No dollars were spent. I'm just getting those resources from the same source that we're all getting resources from. I just happen to qualify for a higher tier of resources because I'm better at free-to-play. Not better at the game. I'm just better at free-to-play because I decided that was it. I was going to go after those resources. Honestly, when I became a content creator, one of my thoughts was, oh man, I need more resources. I'm a free-to-play player. I need more resources. Where can I get more? Well, I can get them by going around and watching live streams and having giveaways, right? Or I could just become a content creator myself. They give them directly to me and I don't have to like roll the dice on it. But then again, they've never even responded to my applications. I've applied to the content creator program 4 times. I haven't even heard back. It's not like they said no. It's like it's just crickets. 4 applications. 4 applications. 4 applications. I feel like an asshole. I feel like I'm just saying it out loud. Yeah, I could already do more though. Like it's not how much you can do. It's just where you get your resources from. Did you get them from a credit card? Did you get them from spending cash? Did somebody put money into the game? Did somebody hand money to Plarium and get something back for it? No, then it's free. You've got to realize that the free-to-play methods aren't based on the amount of resources that you have. The free-to-play methods are based around a mindset towards getting the most value for the resources that you do have. If you play 1 day a week, you can apply free-to-play tactics. If you play 7 days a week, if you play 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you're going to get more resources than anybody else who's spending the same amount that you do, right? Like spending the same amount of money. And that's true whether you're spending $1,000 a month or $0 a month. You know, and it's like there is a way to play poorly. You can play poorly and not get the same resources. You could play for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I could play for 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, and outpace you if you're bad. You know, it doesn't really come. It just comes down to, did you reach into your wallet and the money that you get from your job or whatever, like, did that go towards improving your account or not? And if it didn't, if it was your time and your effort in anywhere, you know, but not your money, then it's free to play. And again, like, but I still don't care. I don't care. Say yes or no. Say yes or no. I don't care. If you disagree with me, that's fine. If you come on my channel and you flame me for it in my comments, I will simply block you and I'll move on with my life and I don't care. You know? And like if you flame Boozer on my channel in my comments, I'll block you and move on and not care. It's like he has a reasonable definition of free to play. And people are like, well, he hid the fact that he got content creator perks. No, he didn't. It says on his YouTube description, like, official raid content creator. And it always has. Like, the day he got into the content creator program, he put that up there. And if you don't understand what that means, that's not on him. It's not on him. Win boots with attack percentage. Stage 6 of the sewers. Stage 6 of the sewers. Attack percentage boots. Okay. I'm a low spender and I own 90% of my progress to using. That's my point. I like the soapboxes coming out very strong. I like it. I've got more subs than others that are in the content creator program. Yes. Sure. You only need 1,000 subs to, I think. No, you need 3,000 subs to get into the content creator program. I've got 13. So there are people who get to 3,000 and get in, they apply, they get in right away. And then I think it's 3,000. And then at like 5,000 you go to tier 2, and at 8,000 you go to tier 3 or something. So I'm almost double what I'd need to be to get to tier 3, and it's like whatever. I stopped caring a while ago. I mean, when I say stop caring, like I stopped worrying about it, I guess is what I would say. Attack type champion with gauntlets, chestplate, and boots at the attack percentage as their primary. Okay. So crit rate, accuracy. So it's not him. Must be her. Attack percentage. So do we have boots that are attack percentage? Speed. That'd be nice. We have these boots. Let's upgrade them to 8. We'll equip. Yeah, that one's done. Join or create a clan. Let me go check out the Discord, see if there's a clan that's... Let's see. Oh, you know what I never did? I never joined the actual challenge. Let me do that. So I think I need to use my optimizer. I did it. It's just it is now stuck for some reason. Okay, let me see this. All right, so I'm on the website. I already did that. I entered that point scoring breakdown. I don't know what that is. Okay. So that's the creator. This is the creators. Team Alice. Crop show's there. Doing work. All right, so I guess the teams aren't. I don't even know what team I'm on. I don't know how to know what team I'm on. But maybe I'll figure that out tonight. Maybe I'll figure it out tomorrow. All right, let's go back to chat for a second. Chat was, you're getting me worked up a little bit, guys. Get me worked up. All right, let's find a group to join. Let's see. How are these guys? Come on. Here we go. Oh, they're all active. They're all low. Like bronze low. but that could be fine for a day. What I should do is I should do this. Okay, so do not show full clans. Clan level. That member should be at least 20. Let's say at least 20. Clan level should be at least 5. English language, open clan. Okay, do that. American destroyers. No, they are not active. Okay. What about this one? Active? Not bad. There's some gold players here. A few gold players. Really, I want activity stars. Maybe I should filter that. Okay, activity stars. Let's do 100. Let's see if there are people that have more than 100 activity stars. 151, 132, 201. It's not bad. There we go. Let's join. Okay. Give me just a second. I will answer your questions. Upgrade 2 more artifacts to level 12. Speed. Speed. Nice. Win 5 classic arena battles. Okay, let's go do that. All right, so let's see. We had this rant a month ago, Barry Shrunk, did we? Yeah. It's possible. It's possible. Pull 200 live viewers and not be in the CC program is crazy. Well, thank you, Adam Murray. I think. Yeah, you know, I was having this conversation. So I jumped into a live stream earlier today. I just had I was just doing something on the computer and I figured why not check out who's live streaming. And there was a content creator who I hadn't seen before. Nice young guy, you know, had I don't know, 400 subscribers or something. But he popped up in my feed and I was like, yeah, let's jump in there. And he was doing a great job. I liked his live stream. I was having fun. He's doing the challenge. And so I was just saying hey to him. I was like, hey, I'm enjoying your live stream. And he was really shocked that I was there. He's like, oh my gosh, Colred, you know, I'm such a fan of yours. And I've watched your live streams. And do you have any advice for me as a new content creator? And it was really sweet. But it's you have to recognize a couple of things. One is I've only been doing this a year and a half. It's and I don't feel like I'm one of the big names. You know, I'm 13,000 subscribers we hit today or yesterday or something. And that's still far away from the big names. You know, even if you don't take HellHades, if you look at somebody like Cold Brew or somebody like Nubkex, and you're talking about, 50,000 subscribers, 70,000 subscribers, 90,000 subscribers. It's I have 13,000 subscribers. I feel still like I'm the new kid on the block. I still feel like I'm a relatively small, creator. But when you have 400 subscribers, 13,000 looks like a whole lot. It's it looks like a whole lot. And I was talking to my wife and I'm recognizing I might be in the top 20% of content creators in terms of size now. Because while that spectrum up there is very wide, it's not very deep. People get out of the game if they can't build their I'm sorry, I'm going to fix my camera. If you've been doing it for a year and a half and you've got 500 subscribers, most people, not everybody, but most people will drop out. Some people just do it because they like doing it and it's a hobby for them and they don't care about the subscriber count. And I respect that. That's awesome. But there are, I look at Cropcho and I'm like, this is a really good content creator who's excellent free-to-play player. He won the free-to-play contest last year from content creators. And I think he's rocking like 300 or 400 subscribers, which is insane to me. And so I just did a collab with him and I'm hoping to throw some views his way and some subscribers. And I recognize that, sometimes for English speaking, especially like American English speaking people, if somebody has an accent, they don't want to watch them. They're just like, no, I'm not going to watch you because English is your second language. But still, it's good content. It's like, so it's weird for me to think of my place in the ecosystem of content creators as anything other than the new guy, but I've been here a year and a half. I got 13,000 subscribers. That's not bad. It's not bad in this ecosystem. Sons, not the biggest, but the best. Thanks, buddy. If you got content creator status, would that change how you ran the channel? Yes, it would. I would be on the test server. Do you have any idea what I would love to do with the test server? Oh my God, it would change how I ran this channel. Every time the test server was up and I was allowed to be on it, I would be on it all day and all night, just doing crazy stuff that I've been thinking about for years. And that I haven't been able to do because it's just not efficient use of my resources. See, this was the quest. Upgrade a champion to rank 4. And this is where I should have my my Athel to level up to rank 4, but instead I got to wait until I get War Priest up to 30. And I got stuck because I got a little bit impatient and I didn't want to waste Athel. And I was like, oh, well, I need to do this. I should have just left her there. I should have left her there at 30. That's disappointing. This is all the energy stuff. Dungeons. 4 of the Spider's Den. Stage 4 of the Spider's Den. All right, let's go do Spider's Den. Let's see how we look there. I don't know that we'll be able to do stage 4, but we'll try. You just pulled Lysandra. That's crazy. On your free-to-play challenge account? That's insane. That's such a good champion to pull. Holy cow. You can't get much better than that. Cropcho is abuse, dude. He's insane. What's with the blinking twice? I'm sorry about the foot cramp. That does not sound comfortable. Between Ugo and Taragi and Tagore, who should I book first? I don't know. None of them are a bad choice. Honestly, I guess it depends on your focus. Like, where do you want to go? And I would probably book whoever requires the least books. But if they have the same amount of books, I'd probably do Ugo. Ace, you pulled Razzlevarg today. Jesus. Foxbone, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Jamie says, I've been watching raid channels for like a few years now. Started with Stu, Salt, and Darth Micro. Yeah, I watched all those guys. And honestly, your channel is one of the best along with HH and Ash. You deserve more subs. Good luck. Have fun. Thank you. I appreciate that. Son and I talk about this. We want to deliver high quality content. It's an intentional thing. And high quality content for me is not just, for lack of a better phrase, the content of the content, like not just what the videos are about, but how they're delivered. And the community, we build a community intentionally. And so, I like that it resonates with people. I know it doesn't resonate with everybody. That's okay. Our content has gotten better since we started. And I would happily put my library of content up against anybody's and feel like I measure up pretty well. You know, not saying I'm the best content creator out there. It's not really in my brain. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, for the space, I feel like we deliver high quality. And that's again, that's the goal. That was always the goal. Do you see yourself making more gaming content outside of Raid? Yes. Yes, I do. I see myself making content outside of gaming content, too. Hey, Colrad, for your referral accounts, do you rank level up your food from campaign, or do you just auto-run campaign? Yeah, you level up. You level up your food. Yeah, sure. BK. Yeah, use Newt. That is if you have Newt and you're not using him, I don't think somebody telling you to use Newt is the problem. Like, yeah, use Newt if you have him. If I have Newt, I'm going to use him. But I'm rarely going to make videos about using Newt unless I can't avoid it. Because a lot of my viewers don't have him. They might not have him for a long, long time. And yeah, I don't want to, I don't want to be that guy who's like, use your Newt. I will say, though, there are, like, if you're going for high-end optimal stuff and you're trying to show how to use Newt in order to, like, put a team comp around Newt to enable him to one-shot stage 30 of the event dungeon or something, sure. That's content, like, as a viewer, I know that content's not for me. I don't have the double Newt. I don't have the Kymar to reset the double Newt. Like, so I watch it for, like, 10 seconds, and I'm like, oh, that's the team you're talking about? And then I just click off the video and I go watch somebody else. Like, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that content. That's not bad content. That's just not, I'm not the target audience for that content. And that's likewise true for my channel. Like, I do a ton of content where people are like, oh yeah, my account's, like, I'm way past your channel. Like, I used to watch your channel like 6 months ago, but I don't watch your channel anymore because, like, I've outgrown you. Good. That means the channel did its job. You should outgrow me. You should. You can still come and visit and have fun, and I'll occasionally talk about endgame things that you might enjoy or whatever. But my focused content is for early game, mid game, and into late game free to play. And it's like, so if you like the content because of the philosophy, or you just like me, my personality, or you like Sun, or you like the community, or whatever, then come hang out. But if you find my content irrelevant for your account, then yeah, don't watch it. I don't feel bad about that. But yeah, I'm not going to tell you to use Newt. That's not me. That's not my video. Those early banger thumbnails, son. Oh my gosh, some of those thumbnails. I feel like we should go back and redo those thumbnails. My shoulders hurt me. I'm doing this too much and I'm leaning that way. Shoulder aching. In fact, I'm gonna take a little bit of Advil here, because I'm gonna be going for another 2 hours at least, probably. If I'm already hurt, I'm going to be hurting a lot more in 2 hours. Mikey. Your personality keeps me entertained, and you got to teach us how to smartly navigate the mid-game. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy the content, because that's another thing. Like, when you talk about the quality of the content, it's not just delivering an idea, it's also delivering an idea in a way that is engaging, and that's one thing I learned from watching Ash, and I learned again when I watched Papa Drock. Like, I think those are the two most entertaining content creators in all of Raid Shadow Legends. I will watch Ash videos on anything just to watch an Ash video. I don't even care what he's saying. I just have fun watching him. I have fun the way his editor edits the videos. I love his personality. I love the up and down and the jokes and all the stuff, And Big Papa Drock is just hilarious. He's a funny guy, and he's just, he's got a mouth on him, and he's got a motor, and He's got, big gestures and he's a good player, and so I'll just watch those guys to watch him, not because I need to learn something, although I'll also watch them if I need to learn something. And so I try to bring a little bit of that. Like I've tried to get better at my live streams. I don't even know what I'm doing. Upgraded champion to rank 4. Okay. So this was, what was I doing? I was doing her, right? Okay. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go push campaign, or should we farm in dungeons? It's 4 of the spider's den. But in order to do that realistically, I have to put Athel back into lifesteal. I think that's the only way to do that. I got kicked. I got kicked out of the clan. Somebody saw my name, was like, oh hell no. No way Colred's joining our clan. If somebody could watch that back and find the leader of this clan, send them a note from me. Like, if you can find them, send them a DM and be like, thank you for that. He just made my night. He just kicked me out of the clan. Woo. That is too funny. FT25? What is FT25? Okay, is this the clan you're in? Hey, this J Warrior was on my team last year. He was part of. There you go, Fox mode's right there. Okay, I'll join you guys. Oh, that was too funny. That was awesome. That was awesome. Seriously, go find that guy and thank him for me. You're like, oh hell no, not that guy. I'm still trying to figure out what am I missing? I'm in 6 common champion. Common champion's to level 10. Common champion. All right, I got to do all those, right? Okay. And then there's this one. Upgraded champion rank 4. Okay. I think we're just going to keep pushing campaign because we want to get to Palace of Arabia and get some boots. Yeah, we want to do that, definitely. But we need her to get to 30 so we can upgrade her to 4 stars. You avoid Ash content when you're tired, else he gives you a headache shouting all the time. But he's a nice guy, though. He's a sweetheart, actually. He's a really nice guy. He reached out to me for our first collab. He has 700,000 subscribers, and I had like 10,000. And he was like, hey, I really like your content. Let's do a collab. Okay, sweet. And then like a month later, he was like, hey, you want to do another collab? Hell yeah. Yeah, I do. No, Ash is really, honestly, I've only had good experiences with creators in this space. With, I guess, 1 or 2 rare exceptions really early on in my journey, where apparently I said something that pissed some guys off and they took exception to it. Some other small creators around my size at the time. And I don't know them. I haven't talked to them since. It's not like a thing. But so I made a video and somebody made a reaction video to it, be like, who the hell is this guy? That was the title of his, or his thumbnail or something was like, who the hell is Colred? I was like, trying to make a video. But other than that, I've had no negative experiences. Wouldn't it be better to level up food instead of Wu and Ugo for now? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in the past, that's what I would have done. But I think having Wu at 50 will be extremely valuable and let me do stuff I wouldn't be able to do otherwise. You got to remember, he's a natural 5-star. I don't have to put chickens into him to have a level 50 who can just one-shot stuff. That it's going to take me a lot of grindiness to get my Athel there. So that's what I'm thinking about. And then Ugo is basically the champion that needs to not die, right? Because like her revive only kicks in when everybody else is dead and she's alive. So I want them maxed out. That's my rationale. I'm not too worried about crunching the numbers to the point where like it's like, you know, is it this, that, you know, min-maxing to that extent? Like I feel okay about it. I've done this enough to know that you can approach it 10 different ways and get to a very similar result at the end of the first week. So it doesn't feel like I'm losing any efficiency here, really. Hey, Bront, good to see you, buddy. Have I won yet? I don't know what team I'm on either. I have no idea. I just signed up like 10 minutes ago. So Ash is an awesome dude. So is Bront, by the way. I had fun with our collab. We were supposed to have another one, but it kind of fell through because of chaos, and we got to set that up, Bront. So maybe in the next couple of weeks we'll have another one. I watched, you know, it's funny. We were just talking about, I watched one of your videos recently, and I'm pretty sure it was like a double newt video you were doing. I don't know if you were doing it must have been the event dungeon. And you were doing one of those, you know, clear it in 15-second videos. And we were just kind of laughing about how, like, you know, some people are like, if you just tell me to use newt, that's not helpful because I don't have newt. But if you do have newt, you know, you want to know that 15-second clear for stage 30 of the event dungeon, Bront's got a video for you. It was a good video, by the way. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it's a very good community. It's one of the best gaming communities I've ever been part of. And I will say that's one of the reasons why I wanted to become a content creator, and it's also one of the reasons why I played the game for so long. I do not normally play games of this type into a 4th year. Like usually I'll get about anywhere from like 6 to 18 months out of a game of this type, and then I'll move on. And I'm now closing in on 4 years of playtime. That's unusual. Spamming some hearts for me. Thank you. How early do you think you will start pushing the event dungeons? The first opportunity. If I don't have to be in the classic dungeons and I can be in the event dungeon instead, I will. And I will spend thousands upon thousands of energy there. 4-star pinpoint gear is going to be my jam. That's gonna level at Ugo needs it. Wukong needs it. Athel can use it. You know, I don't know about Tagore. I guess maybe. You know. But it's gonna be a focus. And then the other nice thing is that like there are other gear sets that actually drop there. I think there are 2 gear sets, right? There's there's another shard. So I think it's crit rate and crit damage, right? Both drop. Crit rate, crit damage, and accuracy, all of which are good early game sets. So when you think about this, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 6 sets are usable early game. And pinpoint's usable forever, right? Crit damage is probably the second best, and then crit rate and accuracy are basically early game sets. Curing it's awful except when it's not, and then Daze is awful even when it's not. It's like it's awful. So Daze is money, curing is money, accuracy is mostly money with a couple of pieces. Crit rate and crit damage are good, and then pinpoint is golden. And so if I can get to, you know, I'll have to go watch Saf's video on this, because if it were a classic dungeon, I would get to stage 10 if I could and farm it for a while. But the drop rates are different, and so the stages are different than they are in classic dungeons. And so I'm gonna have to go watch his video on the Odin dungeon, because I think they use the same model. But I will be doing that. We got to go get some lifesteal gear. That's where we have to get to. Hey, Scott. Good to see you, man. Any highlight pulls so far? I haven't pulled anything, and I likely won't. I have more than enough champions that I need to build up, right? Because I need to build Athel to 6 stars. I need Wukong at 6 stars. I need Ugo at 6 stars. I need Tagore at least 5 stars, maybe 6 stars. And then I got to figure out who the 5th champion is going to be. So when I'm forced to pull, I'll pull. But until then, I don't. I'm going to act like shards don't exist. Because my goal with this account is not to win the challenge, but to have the best, healthiest free-to-play account at the end of 90 days. And I'm going to hand this account to somebody on day 91 or day 95 or whatever. And they're going to take it and run with it, and it's going to be an awesome account. That's my goal. That's the only thing I care about. So, there's a little part of me. There's a little bit of egotistical part of me that really wants to, like, battle for, free-to-play supremacy. But honestly, it's like, I can't do that this year. I can't really get that invested. Yeah, you're right, Juan. Any set that is trash is great. I like sets that are trash. I hate sets that are bubble sets, like borderline sets. Accuracy, I'm always saving accuracy pieces, and I never use it. It just takes up space in my inventory. Why don't you ever use it, Colrit? Well, because perception is just better, right? It's always better, and it's easier to get. So, like, I get this perfect piece of accuracy, and I'm like, well, I'd still probably prefer a perception set that's slightly less good, but, with the extra speed, it balances out. So, yeah, accuracy is a pain in the butt, but Daze is great. Daze is just silver. You're thinking of joining my clan? Well, we have several clans. I think we have 5 clans in our clan cluster. And often they have, 1 or 2 spots open, sometimes a few more, depending on activity in the game. Like when Hydra changed, when the Hydra changes pushed through, we lost a lot of people. That's just, I think that happened across the board. But there are probably some spots. You just go to the Discord. There's a whole area where you can fill out an application, and we'll get you settled if you want to join one of the clans. It'd be great. Debo Dragon, hey. Slimo. Is it Slimo or Slimo? How do you pronounce it? I pronounce it Slimo. I don't know. It's like a Star Wars name. Like, I don't know. I'm mixing it with Avatar, the Last Airbender in my head. I'm like Slimo, the Earth Chucker or something. But I'm like, that's not really like Skywalker, Earth Chucker, but it didn't work. You have to manual level 30 because your OL's not built and your Carl's too slow. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do level 30. I haven't tried to do level 30 yet, so I don't know that I can't, but I'm not currently doing level 30. I think I got up to level 27 and it got hard and I just stopped because I needed to push out a video. So I was like, I'll worry about this after the free-to-play challenge launches and stuff. Slimo, yeah, that's what I thought. Slimo, gotcha. Yeah, I've got a friend, Sylvan. We call him Sly, right? Same thing. That vowel inversion. We are on late tonight. We got a couple more hours to go. Ooh, I like it. Son, the horde grows. What did we decide on the Shadowkin? Embrace the shadows, right? Is that what we were going to say? Embrace the shadows. But that's awesome. Welcome to Barbarian Scott Thoughts channel. Thank you, Scott. And your channel, I suppose. Appreciate you being here. You like the swag? You like the hat? Right? Nice. I gotta say, so I ordered t-shirts. I've got 2 t-shirts, one for me and my wife, 2 hoodies, one for me and my wife, and then a hat for myself. And I don't wear hats on my videos and live stream a lot, but as a bald man, I wear hats all the time outside, right? I walk the dog, I wear a hat. And hats, like, there has to, let me. So this is the hat that I was wearing. Right. This is a surfing brand. I think it's O'Neill. Is that what it's called? And I surf a little bit. Like, I've surfed a dozen times in my life because my brother lives in Hawaii. So when I go to visit him, I just go surfing. I'm not a surfer, but I have surfed. That's not why I have a hat. I'm just saying it's, I have the hat because it's a nice, clean logo, black hat, white logo, clean. And so when this showed up right before Christmas and I opened it, I was like, damn, that looks good. I knew it was going to look good, but it looks really good. I really like this hat. It has no branding anywhere else. So it's literally just this nice, sweet logo and then perfect black hat. And it fits really well. And it's the exact same quality hat. I didn't realize it at the time when I chose it, although I knew I was trying to get a flex fit hat. This is literally like, it's almost the same hat. I don't know that it's made by the same people, but it's the exact same design, same build quality. So, like, if you go out and buy yourself a $25 hat like this, you can get one of these. And it's, yeah, it's sweet. I'm glad you like it. Sylvain is, yeah, Sylvain, he is French. Yeah, that's a French name. Bront, you're cruising, man. 9:48 a.m. there. Wow. Okay. Slyvan. I should purposefully mispronounce names for the interaction. Neurodivergent. Or is that neurodivergent? Sorry. I very rarely join channels. I very much appreciate your content. You bring a lot of value to the YouTube community, Colred. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. That is the intent. We were just talking about this, Try to give value, try to help people. And try to enjoy the community. Try to be value added. That's the goal. Just trying to be value added. Yeah, Jose. I was just telling my story earlier about looking the very first video I watched on Raid. The very first video I ever watched on Raid. I was researching War Priest to find out if she was a good healer. And I found Stu Gaming, and he was like, "This is the best healer for the early game. You want to level this hero, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "All right, I guess she's really good." And then I was just like, "No, she's not. She's not. She's not. Stu Gaming, you misled me." But, to be fair to Stu, it was early days of Raid. So who knew? Who knew? You have a big head, so unique default size hats are always too small for me. I don't know if there's I think it's one size fits all. Yeah. I have kind of a big head as well, which actually, like, as a bald guy works out, because if I had hair, the hat would be too small. And since I don't have hair, the hat fits perfectly. Right. So, like, yeah. I didn't used to wear ball caps until I went bald, or until I started shaving my head. Because they never fit right. And when I had hair, there was always like hair. I had to either stick my hair up there, or it would like come out. Like, it didn't sit on my hair nicely, but now it's nice and snug. And so it works for me. Yeah, neurodivergent. You said I should mispronounce names for the fun of the interaction. Yes, that's true, Bront. And it is good that they reset the ratings. I think it was Nub who had a great idea. I was watching his video about it, and he was like, they should have ratings for every year. So they should, like, save the ratings, not just reset them, but save the ratings, but then start 2025 rating. And then next year start 2026 ratings. I think that would be cool. I understand why they didn't. It's more work, but I still think that would be a better system. Your husband is bald too? Ain't it sexy though? Bald is sexy. Bald is really sexy. It really is. I need to shave the sides. I've been growing it in a little bit just because it's cold outside. It's been really, really cold. And so when it gets really cold, I don't shave it as frequently because you would be surprised at how much heat, like a half an inch of hair or even a quarter of an inch of hair around the sides will save your head. Like going outside into a icy blast of wind when you've just shaved all the way down your scalp. It's an unpleasant feeling. It's an unpleasant feeling. That's what I'm saying. Neuro, D, virgin. Yeah. Yeah. Like first name Neuro, D as in the. I don't like explaining my jokes. Yeah, that would be fine too if you just had a rotating rate, like most recent ratings, last 6 months or whatever. That'd be great. I like both of those ideas. What do I think the next faction will be? A long time ago, HellHades like postulated that it would be a pirate faction. And that felt reasonable to me, especially since Shadowkin were kind of a ninja faction, right? Pirates and ninjas. I could see that. I could see like a seafaring faction. That would be thematically a little bit different. The weird thing about the last 4 factions is that there's no theme here, right? The Nyrison Union doesn't have a theme. Like the first one, right, is all the goodly kind of human races and high elves and stuff. The second one is their natural enemies, like ogres, orcs, goblins, monsters, like animal monsters, lizardmen, and skinwalkers. Here we sort of have the netherworld, right? Like the Knights Revenant and the Undead Hordes are both undead factions. Demon Spawns are demons from the underworld, and Dark Elves are like necromancers and dark magic users. So this has a theme. But the Nyrison Union doesn't have a theme. You have dwarves, you have Shadowkin, who are kind of a third undead faction, but maybe with a little bit of Demon Spawn mixed in. Plus there's this Asian theme that's mostly Japanese, but kind of not. And then you have Sylvan Watchers, who really are elves. Like they're just a different form of elves, and they should be up here. They're like druidic, whatever. So I don't know what this theme is. So if pirates were going to fit anywhere, they would probably fit here, right? Because they don't have to fit because there's no theme. So pirates would work. You could go with like a steampunk theme. Like that would fit. There's especially in the orcs and maybe the ogrins, there's a lot of like heavy metal usage. So you could kind of go steampunky and still have it work. But then what's the race? Is it a robotic race? Is it like golems, or is it more like dark dwarves who are like creating machines, or something like that? So I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities. I don't really have my own theory. I don't know if there have been leaks that would give us some more information. But dude, Uncle Dan,
thanks for the live stream.
Uncle Dan, you are awesome, man. You're always supporting the channel. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate your support. Always do. So thank you. Yeah, but so when it comes to the faction, I don't know. I'm waiting for it. I'm excited for it. Like I want it to come. I understand why they've dragged it out for so long. But I would like it to be here sooner rather than later. You know what's funny, Uncle Dan? I don't know if this is going to be funny to you or not. The movie Forrest Gump, he's got his buddy, Lieutenant Dan, right? The guy he met in the Army, Lieutenant Dan. And sometimes when I hear Uncle Dan, in my head, I get the echo of Forrest saying, Lieutenant Dan, like I just hear the voice. It's not a conscious thought. I just hear it. And I recognize that that's got nothing to do with you, but It's just a funny thing to mention, I guess. It's like it's not meant in a good or a bad way. It's not meant in any way whatsoever. Because every once in a while I hear Lieutenant Dan. How the heck is Armand's a barbarian? That's true. But then again, you know, it's like you look at some of these. There's always overlap. There's always drift between the factions. You know, so I feel like, you know, when you look at like Operdon, like how is that a barbarian and not like an Ogren or something? You know? I mean, they could do a giant faction or like a frost giant faction or something. That would be cool. And then he would kind of fit, you know, it's like they could do a lot of things. I mean, he's almost a skinwalker. He's a goat. You know, like why is I don't know. You know, or there's some other ones. You know, a lot of times in Dark Elves you get kind of, you know, crossover where it's like oh, you know, there's who is the other one? There's the samurai who's not in the he's not in the Shadowkin. Where is he? Is he undead? What's his name? Yeah, Saito. Like this guy, you know. It's like, all right. So before there was Shadowkin, they wanted to put an undead samurai in, so they stuck him in here, you know. Yeah. All right, let's keep pushing. Yeah, we're gonna get through normal, and then we got to get through hard, I think, and then hopefully I don't know if we can do that before the night's over because I'm not gonna play until 3 a.m. We'll see. 150 of you, more than 150 of you, are participating in the free to play challenge, and the rest of you are just hanging out to watch. I appreciate that. Thank you. Where the rules are made up and the points don't matter. Exactly. Exactly. How is He-Man not a barbarian? Good question. I thought the same thing. I like that idea, Jose. That's really cool. Yeah, Du Bois, Slotty, I agree. Like, you know what happened last year is I was running the Noob versus Pro account plus the challenge account plus my main account plus an alt account that I had to give up. And then I had to give up the Noob versus Pro account. And so if I were playing 2 accounts, I don't think I would start a third. I can do it. I've done it before, but it's a lot. And, you know, yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to. That's what it comes down to. Don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. Closing in on 4 hours here. We've got 220 viewers hanging out at almost midnight. I will at some point have to take a break because I have to take the dog out so that she can do her business before she goes to bed. So I will probably have to take a 5-minute break, and I'm sure we'll lose like a third of our viewers at that point because it'll just be like, why is Cole Red not on in the game? But we'll have to do that. Somebody asked me a question about Deacon before. I forget what it was. I saw it, and then I got distracted by ranting, probably. I was on my soapbox. How good is Losan Clef? If that's the new guy, he's supposed to be really good. I haven't taken a look at him, but I've heard, you know, I've just heard whisperings that he's insanely good. You can share stream, it's cool. Nice, Lottie. That's fun. Brolana, congrats. That's exciting. I'm such a dog person. My wife and I love our dog. We want more than one dog, but we also have a baby, so we can't really get a dog right now. But I'm sure probably when he's like 3 or 4, we'll get a second dog. Dogs are the best. Dogs are the best. There was some discussion about Deacon. I don't know where it came from. I missed a question somewhere along the line. She had 12. Wow, that's a big litter. That's a big litter. Because she's not spoiled, yeah. My dog does not sleep in our bed, but she sleeps on our bed, but she doesn't sleep while we're sleeping on our bed. She has her own place to sleep, but we snuggle with her at night. And it's funny because if I'm not in the bed and my wife is, and she's like watching, a show or something on her laptop, I'll come into the room and my dog will be curled up on my pillow, leaning against my pillow like she's a person. She'll just be like, "This is my spot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a person. This is my pillow. I'm here." And I'll be like, "Well, I'm coming in." And she'll move because I'm bigger than she is, but she'll be like, "Come on." You can make rude comments about the horrible structural manufacturing of the empty chair. This chair is in bad shape. I'll tell you how bad this chair. I was shopping for chairs yesterday, I think. And I'm astonished at the price of office chairs right now. I'm like, holy crap. Chairs have gotten more expensive since the last time I bought an office chair. So this chair, it might be 20 years old this year. It might be. It might be 20 years old. And what it is I had an office chair right out of college. And I destroyed that thing really fast. And so that lasted like 5 or 6 years or whatever. And it was in bad shape. And so when I moved, so I moved to a place right after college, and then I moved to another place a few years later. So when I did that second move, I bought this chair. And so it's traveled all around the country with me. And when I came back to my hometown where I now live, I just threw it in the basement because I was like, it was still in okay shape, but it was 7 or 8 years old or 10 years old at that point. And I was like, whatever, I don't want to use it. I want to get a new chair. I got a new chair, went through that chair. I got a bench. I was sitting on the bench for a couple of years and I was like, this bench is awful. I hate benches. I don't know why I got a bench. Or like a stool. I guess it was a stool, not a bench. Those words they don't mean the same thing. I got a stool. I got a stool because I wanted to improve my posture. Because when I was sitting in the office chair, I would always slouch. And so I wanted to improve my posture. So I got a stool. And the thing about a stool is it improves your posture. I did in fact improve my posture. So I had less back pain and whatever. But it's so hard to sit on. It's so unpleasant to constantly just sit like this, And so finally, when I started making content, I was like, I can't sit on this stool all the time. And so I was like, oh, well, I still have that old office chair that I bought when I was a couple of years out of college. And so I pulled that up here and I've been sitting on it for the last couple of years. It's so old. And the cylinder, the gas cylinder that, constantly, over the course of an hour or two, it just lowers me slowly towards the ground. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. So every couple of hours, I have to redo the height. So yeah, structural integrity of this chair is minimal. It's just scratched and stained and beaten and it's missing parts and it's in bad shape. It's still more comfortable than the stool though. The stool's in perfect shape. I put my foot on the stool. That's all I use the stool for. I just put my foot on it. Yeah. We need a GoFundMe for a new gaming chair for you. I was literally looking at gaming chairs and the cheapest decent gaming chair that I could find was by son, what's that company that you love that you use all their gear? The name is, it starts with a C. They do like all sorts of computer stuff. Hey, David, good to see you. I agree, Leslie. Corsair, yeah. So Corsair, it was a Corsair chair, and it's like $250, and it was like the cheapest, well-rated, like brand that you would trust. There are cheaper chairs that you could get, but they're all like knockoffs, you know. And the chair that I actually want is like $550. I'm not spending $500 on a chair, but I do spend $500 in chiropractic bills, you know, every couple of months. It's like, man, I could get a better chair and then I wouldn't have to pay my chiropractor. So. A good chair should be. Yeah, Braun, I should. It would help if the channel made some money. Uncle Dan's helping me get a chair. Any opinions on an early game arena team, Volcanos, Aurelid, Kael, Tayrel, and Skeletor? If you have Volcanos, I mean, I don't know how early game you're talking about. Yeah, there are chairs that my father was in the furniture business and I used to work for him, and like I know quality furniture and I know that it can be expensive, but it's just the inflation of it that's been crazy, you know, because it's like when I bought my stool didn't cost $500. The stool cost like $100, you know, and it's a good stool, a sturdy stool, it's well built, you know, but it's just not comfortable. So the last chair I bought was 20 years ago, or 25 years ago. It was probably 2005, I'm thinking, because that's when I moved. So it's 20 years. I think this chair is 20 years old. And back then, I probably spent between $100 and $150 on the chair. You know, so, but the inflation of it is like now that same chair that I bought is probably a $300 chair. And it just feels like a lot of money. You play right on the toilet. Well, that's a comfy seat, right? You're all good there. Your legs go numb after half an hour, but you're all right. Yeah, I would think. I mean, Skeletor is usable in some places, but he's not a very good champion, except in niche, mostly niche uses. I guess that's a weird statement. Mostly niche uses, pretty much niche uses. It is Leona. Yeah, I love Leona. She was my main for a very long time, many years, thousands upon thousands of games on Leona. She's what got me to platinum. She's what almost got me to diamond. My shoulder still hurts though. Ugh. How is the King Arthur grind going? I got the new Lego, very disappointed. Which the most recent Lego or the last one? I just got now I've forgotten her name. Somebody said Lysandra before. It's an L name. Lydia? Is it Lydia? I got the healer who just a few days ago whose event just ended. Incredibly good. She is so good. So King Arthur is going really well. I was playing today before the event launched. I'm enjoying the heck out of the game. It's the heroes are great. Some people complain that there aren't that many heroes. I don't have that issue. Like I'm not trying to have another game with 800 heroes to collect. You know, like the fact that they've got whatever it is now 70 heroes. Like that's plenty to start a game, you know. The legendary, every hero is different. Like there's some overlap between some legendaries and some rares, but the legendaries rarely overlap with each other. I'm pushing all the dungeons. I'm closing in on stage 10 of most dungeons now. Not the what's that dungeon? You only get 5 or 6 keys a day. Whatever. I don't know. But so most of the progression dungeons, I'm at stage 8 through 10. I'm starting to push the favorite dungeons a bit more. I'm starting to like max out just a few heroes with like skills and stuff. I've got, I want to say 660s. It's such a nice game. It's such a really nice game. The quality of life is very high. I very rarely get irritated by the UI or, the systems. I can't really recall a single major complaint I have about the systems in the game, like being wonky or glitchy or, unintuitive or whatever. The artwork's fantastic. The fights are all interesting and different. The grind is not bad. I can play as little as a half an hour a day and feel like I'm still making progress. Or if I want to invest 4 hours a day, I usually can. I can find a way to invest 4 hours a day if I'm really motivated to play. But not needing to is great. The summons are really reasonable. Like, I never feel like an asshole when I do summons. I'm always like, oh, yeah, like I either did get something or I didn't get something, but it all felt reasonable. And even when you don't hit, like the duplicates of the things you do hit give you some value. You get a bunch of relics that you've already collected and you turn them into tokens that you're going to buy a different relic in. There's so many different shops and areas. Like literally it's a fantastic game. And there are people who haven't liked it. And I'm not saying that, like, we all have our own preferences in how games work. But for somebody who likes Raid, I like King Arthur a lot. I think it's a really good game. It lacks the depth of Raid, but Raid is a 6-year-old game. And so my hope is that the game will continue to grow over time. But the foundational aspects of the game are really, really good, to the point where I'm worried for Godforge. Like playing King Arthur for the past 6 weeks. I'm like, Godforge doesn't have to compete with Raid. Godforge has to compete with King Arthur. Because if it's not doing things at least as well as King Arthur is, they're going to have trouble. Because they're not going to pull players from that game. They will pull players from Raid. There are tons of Raid players who are just waiting for Godforge. But honestly, like, King Arthur's 8 months ahead of them or a year ahead of them, and they're doing everything right. They're doing everything right. Even their content creator program is better. So, yeah, I'm liking it. I'm really liking it. Nami? Who's talking about Nami? Nami's my favorite champion. Yeah, main Nami. If you're a support, just main Nami. First of all, you can use her with every single lane partner in the game. There's nobody you can't support with Nami. And then you can take her into any matchup too. I mean, there are some matchups you got to worry about a little bit, but you can build her like 20 different ways. She's so good. She's so good. But I still love Leona. Yeah. Can you use another content creator's download link for King Arthur? You could use whoever's download link you want. If you want to use mine, you can just look at one of my King Arthur videos and download it there. Use somebody else's. Everybody's got a sponsorship. They went after all of the Raid content creators. So the chat system, I don't worry about chat in game because I use Discord. So I don't really care, but you could be right. You could be right, Ron. I don't know. Godforge is the beta supposed to launch in Q1 of this year, and I think their projected live date is Q4, but of course that can always move. So it could be, 9 or 10 months from now, we could have Godforge. Did I like Arcana? I liked season 1. I haven't watched season 2 yet. I tried to get my wife to watch season 1, and she considered it and then bailed out. She's not really into that kind of. She's not a gamer. She doesn't have the attachment to it, and she doesn't really like. She likes Disney animated stuff. Like she loves the idea of Moana 2. She wants to go see that, which I got to be fair, I do too. I want to see Moana 2. But yeah, she's not really into animated series that much. So I haven't watched the second season yet. Hey, Mute. Sorry, it's not Mute. Is it Meve? I forget how you pronounce it. You told me once. I'm sorry, buddy. Tell me again how to pronounce it. I'll try to remember it for next time. Is it Meve? Me? I don't know. King Arthur actually went after me, and then they went radio silent, and by the time they got back to me, they weren't sponsoring anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, Bront. You're about to get Drexler Blood Twin on your main account, would be able to replace your Poison champions in favor of more HP burn synergy with Ninja. Ninja's fine on his own in terms of HP burn. Drexler's really good for a situation like Spider, where he could be the Spiderling tank and then light them on fire when they attack him. He's good in other places, and he does decent AoE damage. He's got an AoE provoke, which is really valuable, and he's tanky. There's a lot of value in Drexler, but I don't think of him as an HP burner first. I think of him as a tank first, and then he's got some HP burn utility. And if you want to improve that, you can book him, but a lot of people don't want to book Drexler because the value is, it's okay, but there's better value in other legendaries, and he does pretty well unbooked. So, would you pull a poisoner? I don't know. It's not a consistent HP burn, and poisons hit harder anyway. So, unless there's a situation where you don't want poisons for some reason, then yeah. Yeah, Adam Murray. That's why you need a Discord community. That's why Son and I started the community in the first place, because we're like the in-game. There's no in-game community tool at all. Even clan chat is awful. Never, maybe, never. I'm confused. Just type it out phonetically for me. Like the whole word, the whole name typed out phonetically for me. It auto-corrected to never. Ah, gotcha. Would you build Annex if you already had Fane built? No, I had Fane built when I pulled Annex, and I didn't build Annex for like 2 more years after that point. And when I did build him, I was like, oh, he's very good. But I use him in like faction crypts in a couple of Centranos locations. Like he's not an upgrade from Fane. They're basically the same. Some people think he hits a little bit harder, but I don't think so. And I think her debuff kit is better, and she's got the A1 decrease turn meter a little bit. So yeah, he's not a lot of value over replacement. Let's just put it that way. So you basically be doubling up on the same role. So I wouldn't probably build him, no. Yeah, Mikey, try being a content creator, man. I get random friend requests everywhere all the time, and I accept most of them. And then every once in a while, it's like an advertising bot or some kind of like, catfish scheme or something. I deal with it like every week. There's a catfish scheme. I'm like, oh geez, you know, it's a picture of some really cute like 20-year-old Asian woman who's like, you know, do you play this game? I'm like, no, I'm a content creator for Raid. That's what I do. She's like, oh, well, I'm looking for people to play with me. Do you want to play? It's like, no, block. It's like, go away. Like, you're not a real person. Like, and if you are a person, that's not who you are, right? You're getting paid to try to pull me into a game that I don't want to play. But they're always women. It's always women because they know, you know, like as a gamer, you know, 90% of gamers are men. And so they're just like, ooh, cute girl wants me to play a game with her? Yeah, I'll download it. Sure, I'll download it. It's like, no. No, it's not. It's not. Gotcha. Yeah. No, I have a wife that brings me pizza while I stream games on her birthday. I don't need you. Hey, Jason, Happy New Year. Yeah, honestly, I got married late in life. I started dating my wife. I was 42 years old. I think we got married. We started dating right before my 42nd birthday. We got married right after my 46th. What year was it? Yeah. We got married right after my 46th. I'm so happy to be married. I love being married. Like, I'm glad I waited because I found the right woman, you know, but I love being married because that part of my brain that was hyperactive when I was single about like trying to find someone, you know, like that was just like, even if I wasn't interested, even if I was focused on my work or I was, you know, like not in the place to like think about, like there's still part of my brain that was like like scanning all the time, you know. That part of my brain shut off. It turned off. I got married. I didn't even get married. I got engaged and it just shut off. And it's like, life's so much simpler now. It's so much better. Like, I have this awesome person who I live with who's fantastic and makes me pizza and lets me live stream on her birthday. And, you know, is an awesome mom to our son and wonderful. But simultaneously, like, the question's been answered. The box has been checked. Like, I've got my person. It's great. I don't need to, you know, so it's like, you know, that part of my brain, it's like, you can't sell me your game by trying to use a sexy gamer girl bot. Like, it doesn't hit a nerve. It doesn't strike me. Leaves no impact. It bounces off me like I'm made of, you know, I was going to say something, I don't know, titanium, but it's like, it just bing, 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 bing. I'm just like, go away. Go away. Whereas 20 years ago, I would have been like, what are the chances that this is a real person? It's like, maybe there's a 5% chance, which means if I do the math correctly, if I answer 20 of these, one of them is going to be real. You know, it's like, no. I got a baby at 49. Yeah, he was born right after my 49th birthday. Yeah. Your husband told me today, Jen, I'm so glad you're fun to be around. I couldn't imagine a stick in the mud. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you got, you know, everybody has a different idea of what fun is, but if you both have the same idea, then you're great, right? And like, oh, I got to turn this into a 4-star. Did I get more chickens? I don't know if I did. I just got a ring, which isn't going to be usable. I kind of want to just take these in order to take them, but I don't want to burn that energy because I'm not going to. Ooh, I'm in second place here. I'm in second place. Could go after that first place spot. All right. We've got some new champions. You know, one thing that's messing with me with King Arthur is that they're called heroes there, and they're champions here. I call them champions everywhere. I call it a champion collector, but it's a hero collector, right? And they just happen to call them champions here. I don't know. Champion. It's a hero. I got to switch back and forth and do videos on both of them. Okay, so yeah, I don't really. I mean, that could be a chicken. That's totally fine. Or I could turn that into a faction crypt. Yeah, let me go check the faction crypts. I didn't look at those before. So, oh right, it's not that all of them are open for a week. It's that your starter is open for a week. So I think the other one rotates, but your starter stays open for a week. I thought they were all open for a week for some reason. I said that earlier. It's not that they're all open. It's just your starter one is open. Right. Okay. I don't know. That was weird. Characters. Tunes. Yeah. I'd use the word tune a lot. People are like, tunes? What the hell's a tune? That's what we call them in MMOs. I mean, that's also where the term alt came from, but we use it here, right? And main. Just like, you know, people when they say, oh, my main in League of Legends, you know, it's like, well, your main. It makes sense for the game. I'm not saying it doesn't, but that's also a term that was used in other games prior to that. All right, so where's this thing? I got to look here. Okay, so what do I need? I need Athel's skills 3 times, and then level 12 artifacts. And what I can get 3 chickens, right? So this is what I need to do, really. I need to get those 3 chickens. So let's try to upgrade her skills, I guess. We'll do this twice. Those 2 books got me 2 more books. All right, and now I could upgrade it. Yeah, let's just go and upgrade her skills a couple more times. That gets me 20 more brews. And then what's this? Oh, I could ascend her. I can definitely do that. Oh, these are 4-star chickens. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, that's so irritating that they're 4-star chickens. That's okay. That's all right. That's okay. You're going to level them anyway. Yeah, okay. So we're going to go farm a little campaign. You know the word pain is in campaign, right? So let's max this out. Let's max this out. We'll get into a hard campaign. And I've got 2 I do have 2 chickens. We also have champion training, which means I could use the chicken point. Yeah. All right, let's just do this, and let's start leveling up. Let's start doing that. We should be fine. Well, it's 2 a.m. here. Got to go to sleep on chat and Cole. Best of luck in the grind. Thank you, Juan. Have a good night. All of them are tunes, yeah. Boss minions ads, yeah. I call them minions. I call them ads. I do it all the time. I even call damage dealers DPS. Like it happens in a lot of my videos where I'll just say you just need a good DPS and blah blah. It's like, who the heck calls them DPS? What does that even mean? I've had people just straight up ask me, like in Discord, what the hell is DPS? Sorry. Don't feed the monk Colt. No, I'm gonna level him up. Yeah, I always use DPS for damage. Honestly, I want to play an MMO. I really want to play an MMO. I've been looking for a great MMO to play for like 7 or 8 years. I've tried all the ones that are out there, and there are ones that I like that are out there, but there hasn't been a new title that's really grabbed me or upped the game in a long time. And every once in a while, I'll go back to the ones that I used to play. I played Lord of the Rings, I actually dragged Sun into it like 18 months ago or 2 years ago or something. And yeah, probably before we started the channel. So it was like 2 years ago. And it was fun. It was cool for a little while, you know, and it's like I really want to go back to it and finish it, but not having a community anymore, there's less glue. You know, you don't stick to it as much without the clan and the raiding and all that stuff, you know, and it's like and finding the hours that I used to find when I was in my, 20s is like so hard. Or even in my early 30s. Like when I was single and I had a lot of disposable income, you know, and a lot of time on my hands. It's like I remember back in the day I used to play with people who were parents, you know, they had kids and it like you know, we'd have a raid that had to go off at 9 and they show up at 9:15 be like, "Sorry, my kid, he wouldn't go to sleep," you know, and I'd be like, "You're making 11 people wait for you, man. Like if you can't put your kid to bed, then don't sign up for the raid." And now I'm like I get it now. Wildstar, yeah, man. Wildstar. Had a good oh, I'm gonna lose this one. What's going on? Do we have a revive is the question. We don't have a revive right now. And we don't have a heal. That sucked. All right, so let's go see about dungeons for a second. That's really who I should be leveling up. And we level him up. Do I like RTS games? I do. Before MMOs, RTS was my main genre. I would play RPGs, a few shooters. Shooters were always like a third or fourth genre for me. But it was turn-based strategy, RPGs, and then real-time strategy. Yeah. And I would say real-time strategies were my favorite of those. I mean, I always loved RPGs, but there are a lot of different RPG types, you know. So like the original Diablo and Diablo 2, I played those, but also like, you know, the Baldur's Gate and but like old school, I played like Bard's Tale, you know, Ultima not Ultima Online, just Ultima. And all the, you know, that kind of stuff. I like Guild Wars 2, and I played it several times. It's very deep and complex, and I feel unless I like sink my whole life into it, I'm never gonna quite wring out of it what I want out of it. Yeah, Sergeant, I let a couple of bad words slip tonight, but usually I try not to swear too much. It's the teacher in me. I just have the habit of like trying to keep it clean. But I'm also like I'm a coach and an athlete, you know, I've played a lot of sports in my life and I've coached a lot of sports in my life, and on the field you swear like a ton. So I actually kind of have a foul mouth at times, and at other times don't swear at all. It's weird. It's like an on-off thing. It's not that I want to. I don't judge, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't feel like swears are generally bad. You just never know who thinks they are or who has kids around and doesn't want you swearing. So it's like, and I just in my classroom I wouldn't swear, so or with my students I wouldn't swear. Oh, that's a nice piece. I like that. That's really nice. I might be able to get one more stage out of this. Hard to say. Any games other than Raid lately? Just King Arthur, Legends Rise. We played a little Pal World earlier this year. I bought a bunch of games this year that were, like on sale on Steam that I want to play. I want to play Hogwarts Legacy. I have Jedi Fallen Order. I have Football Manager 24. I have Total War 3 Kingdoms. I have all these games that I want to play, and I get no time to play because we were pregnant early in the year, then we had our baby, and then, it's like with Raid and all, I just don't have the hours that I used to have. And I have it's kind of the equivalent of like your eyes are bigger than your stomach. That's how I feel. Like my appetite for games is bigger than my ability to play games, like bigger than I can actually reasonably fit into my life. And that's gotten worse since I became a content creator because I have to spend hours upon hours a day playing this game to make content on, and then it takes hours to make the content, so it's like there's a lot going on here for me. I would love to play some of those games. I really want to. I want to make content on those games, and it's just like I'm not even close to being able to have a second game like other than King Arthur. And the only reason I can play King Arthur is because I can play it simultaneously with Raid. Like I play King Arthur on one screen and Raid on the other. And then I make content on both of them. So, okay. Yeah. So that's what I thought. Stage 5. Stage 5. Let's do some super raids. Let's do 5 of these. If we get one decent set of 4-star pinpoint gear for somebody like Wukong, that would be a huge upgrade. Yeah, we each have our own approach to cursing, Mikey. There's that old saying which is like something about I can't think right now. But something about how curse words are like the last resort of like a weak mind kind of thing, and it's like I don't feel that way at all. I think swearing is artistic and emotional, and it like there are very few words that feel as good to express as a properly tuned and timed curse. When you're just like, what could I say right now that would encapsulate what I feel? Oh, well, I know one word. It's like, yeah, you don't say it when you want to be polite, but it's like, yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. That's what language should do for you, but simultaneously we could be creative. We could let that emotion out in other ways. It doesn't have to be a curse word. My grandfather was great at like creating neologisms. He would just like make up funny sounding things because my grandmother didn't let him swear. she literally would not let him swear. And so he would just come up with weird, almost folksy things to say. I wish I could remember more of them, but there were, it was always, they always had weird, sounding double consonants and stuff, like I can't think of one right now. I'm just too tired. I've been streaming for 5 hours or whatever. You still need to play through Hogwarts Legacy, Jedi Survivor. Yeah, so Baldur's Gate, my niece wants me to play Baldur's Gate, which would be cool because she plays, and I've never played a game with her. Want to try out Valheim? It's a game with 5 devs, sold 12 million copies. Sounds good. I'd love to try out a whole bunch of games. I would love to be one of those gamers that played 40 games a year. but I play 4. That's just the way my life is. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Like we've been talking about expanding to a second. We tried a second channel earlier this year. It didn't quite stick. I couldn't quite make it work. It was a crazy year for us. My wife had a hard pregnancy. She had a hard postpartum stretch. She still hasn't gone back to work. She's going back to work next week or the week after. So she's been out of work for 9 months. You know, and it's been a tricky year. Been a tricky year and a half for us. But, you know, that being said, baby boy is awesome. He's so cool. He's like my favorite thing in the whole world. He's just silly and sweet and chill. He's a chill baby compared to a lot of babies that we know. It's funny because there are a whole lot of babies right around his age from, you know, my wife's friends and stuff. And he's easily the most chill of the whole group. But he's great. He's healthy. My wife's recovery has been slow, but she's getting healthier. And we're getting better at like being parents because we'd never done it before. So, you know, the chaos of it and the emotional turmoil of it, but we're settling in and it's getting better every week. And so hopefully maybe in the next, you know, 6 months, I might find the time, the energy, and the systems to put together a new account. New account, like a new YouTube, you know, channel. Crit rate on the crit damage there. That's not bad. I'm gonna do this a couple more times. Ugo just hit 40. I don't think I can do this without Ugo. You know what? Let me do a couple. Let me ascend her to 3. Let me ascend her to. No, I can't. I can ascend her to. I can ascend him at all. Let me ascend her to 3. Okay. Here's my speed gear. Let's collect that. Crit rate is good. How about speed boots? No. So not a single speed subset, but 3 accuracy and a crit rate. That's not bad. That's not awful. I've definitely had worse. Definitely had better. Me too, Slimo. Definitely. Pickle you kumquat. How old is my niece? She is 23, which is bonkers. This is bonkers. That's the word I use a lot. I say bonkers. 40 games a year now. Do I have cookies? I'm in a little bit of a pickle here. I don't really want to convert him. I don't want to convert him, which means I need to convert him or her, I think, and that means I need to level him up. But I kind of want to farm the event dungeon. Kind of want some better gear. Otherwise, I got to go to campaign. I guess I could 3-star campaign. But that's, you know, if I just use Athel, like I could just try this and see if I could do that fast. Might be able to, I'll probably get to like stage 5 or something. Not stage 5, chapter 5, chapter 6 maybe. Athel's not in lifesteal gear. At this level, it won't matter, but eventually. Okay, well, let's see where is my night doing well, or my night's doing okay. I'm my wife has been sick. So I was sick right after Christmas. I was sick for like 8 days, and I was isolating from the family. And then as I started to get over my cold, they all got a different cold. They didn't get it from me. They literally got a different virus. They all had different symptoms than me, but they had the same symptoms as each other. So then I still had to isolate from them because they were all sick, right? So my wife's been getting over this cold. So for the past few days, I've been getting up with my son. Now normally she does the morning shift. She does most of the parent, like the caregiving. Most, like, I would say 70%, 75%. Because I'm trying to work. So I put him to bed every night, and I try to have time with him. And we have 2 days a week where we have family day and stuff and hang out. A lot of times family day is like me with him, and then she gets to like do other stuff. She gets to do her own thing or do chores or get out of the house or whatever. And then she and I try to hang out. So, we're balancing it. We're trying to figure it out. But for the last 3 days, because she's been sick, I've been trying to let her sleep in because I've been feeling a bit better. So I've been taking the morning shift. My son woke up at 4:10 this morning. Yesterday he woke up at 6:50. The last 2 days he woke up about 6:10, 6:15. But today he woke up at 4:10. Now I work late. Like I work till like whenever. I just keep working till I close my eyes and go to bed. So I'm not naturally somebody who wakes up early. I don't wake up early for my job. I don't wake up early for my personality. I'm a night owl. And so generally I would get up at probably like anytime between say 10 a.m. on the early side and like 11:30 on the very late side. So normally like 10:30, about 10:30 is when I normally get up. And then I start work around 11:30, and then I'll work until 8 or 9, hang out with my wife, work until 1 a.m., and then go to bed at 3. Well, yeah, go to bed at 3. But I can't go to bed at 3 and wake up at 6, so I've been trying to go to bed a little bit earlier. So last night I went to bed at 1, and he woke up at 4. I'm like, oh. So right now I've been up for 20 hours in a row. Or I'm past the 20-hour mark. And that's after 3 nights in a row of about 3 to 4 hours of sleep. So I'm a little bit crazy. I'm a little bit nuts right now. Like I'm not my normal self. My word recall is completely gone. I can't like I've been trying to tell stories and I can't think of the words I'm trying to think of, and so it's a little bit rough. That being said, I'm having fun. I'm enjoying hanging out with y'all. Why did Uncle Dan just say, "I wish I were my uncle"? Why did that? Wish you were my uncle. I wish I were my uncle. What? Does Player and Play Launcher make it easy to go from account to account? It does. But if you want to play multiple accounts on Player and Play at the same time, the easiest way to do it is RSL Helper. And then you can just click on the little plus sign and you get a second instance. It like shuts down Player and Play, relaunches it, gives you a second instance, and then you can run 2 at the same time, or 3 or 4. I like King Arthur on the computer. I haven't had any issue with it. What is going on here? I went to a new, that's what happened. Okay. So this is weird. Let's get rid of this. So we didn't 3-star all of this because people kept dying, right? Because he dies. So there's no point if I'm doing that and people are dying. So let's see. Can we get, this is just 1 to 3-star. I don't really want 3-star. Just never run more than 5 at a time. Plarium will ban every account. I didn't know that. Yeah, Mikey, it's tough. Honestly, if I had to count up the hours that I've slept like this year and averaged it out, I think probably for the year I'm averaging somewhere around 5 hours a night if I'm lucky. It's probably closer to 4. It's probably between 4 and 5. There was a stretch of like 4 months consecutively, like where I think I got more than 5 hours sleep like 3 times. Like I was just sleeping 4 hours a night. That's all I was getting. And it was entirely because of the baby, you know, and like the baby needs you. The baby needs you. You just get up. And it's weird because it's hard to get up when you're that tired, but simultaneously because you know you need to, you just do. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's not even a question, you just do. So it's kind of an interesting experience because there's rare, you know, it's rare that happens where you're like, "Oh yeah, I'm getting up." Not like, "Oh, come on. Why?" No, you're just like, "Oh, baby, yeah, I'm up. I'm up." Wide eyes. Wide eyes. Open them up. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. But I think one of the things that, you know, this year has been about for us is like, you know, trying to help my wife. Just trying to help her. You know, because she's had such a struggle with the recovery. So a lot of times it's like if one of us was getting up in the middle of the night, it was me. You know. Um and then after a while, when she was feeling better, it became her more early in the morning. So we were not seeing each other much because I would take shifts until 4 or 5 a.m. because I would naturally go to bed at 3 anyway, so I would just stay up a couple of extra hours. And I'd be on baby duty until 5 a.m. And then she would get up and she would be with the baby. And then I would wake up at, you know, 10 or 11 or 9. Sometimes I'd go to bed at 5:30 and wake up at 9. It was just like none of this is really good. Let's find a place to farm. Where should we farm? Let's just farm. Let's farm a place where we can get a rare champion that would help us. We could farm. Yeah, let's farm this. Because if we get some shield guard will help us. And then we can also get a war maiden. We don't need a drop defense champion, though. The only other one would probably be Spirit Host, but Spirit Host is way back here. He's in Durham Forest, right? So he doesn't help. Eris isn't bad. I think this is not this one. 9. This is probably the best place to farm. The problem is Wukong is weak affinity into most of those champions. So let's do this stage. If you were to do the challenge, you would go Kale, Monkey, and Taragi. Lots of poisons for Clan Boss. Ally Protect Ugo is good, but Monkey gives you a strip and block buffs. Decreased defense, War Maiden will do. If you I like Monkey. I like Wukong. I think he's great. But honestly, if you have Ugo, you don't need Monkey. Right? Like there's too much, like she already gives you a block buffs. So does he. He gives you the buff strip and the block buffs. She gives you a block buffs and a decreased defense, which is arguably more useful. He gives you nukes, he gives you his all his stuff, but it's like you've already got that covered with Alice. Like you got Alice and Athel or Alice and Kale or whatever. We're not gonna have problems with damage. So I think Monkey's a bit of a waste, honestly. I think you'd be better off going for somebody who gives you something that you don't have out of the 4 champions that you know you're getting. You're getting your starter, you're getting Ugo, you're getting Tagore, and you're getting Alice. You know you're getting those 4 champions. So what you need in there is like turn meter filler. You know, increased speed champion would be good. Crowd control. Right? You don't have crowd control. But you have heals, you have revive, you have a cleanse or mini cleanse. You know, you've got maybe like a decrease attack champion would be good. I get to Gore at level 15 because of the link code that we used. I don't do energy drinks anymore. I used to, but I don't anymore. I was never huge into them, but there was a period of time where like I was getting into my 40s and I was like, "Oh, I need some help for these gaming sessions before I was married." And I was like, "Oh man, I started doing energy drinks and not a good scene." If you've been doing caffeine your whole life, that's one thing, but I was never really a caffeine drinker, so it just made me feel crappy, made me feel bad, got me jittery. I got away from that. Yeah, I was thinking about speed boots and 6.6, but the problem is it's just 3-star. I don't care. I want to replace them anyway. I want to get to 4-star. I'd rather do 4-star pinpoint or 3-star pinpoint. Sorry, Steve. I do sound tired. I'm sorry. My goal was to go to 1 a.m. Your body will reset. If you get off of caffeine will begin to have more of an impact. If you stop using caffeine for 6 months or 3 months, and then you start using it again, you'll be able to use a lot lower amount and have a more powerful effect. Yeah, I've gotten off of caffeine like 8 times in my life and then gone back on it. And every time I'm like, why? Why did I do this to myself? I really need to not be a caffeine drinker. I don't mind if I have a cola or something. Like I like Coke with or Pepsi with like a burger. I enjoy that or with a pizza. I don't drink a ton of cola, but I do like it. I do like colas with burgers and pizza. And so like that amount of caffeine doesn't bother me. I'm talking about like, get over like 100 milligrams. That starts to bother me quite a bit. Pulled Inith way a few months back. He's got me 2 gold for arena on my main account before 90 days. Yeah. Inith way is crazy good. Yeah, if you got ADHD, stimulants are problematic. Lord Champfort, yeah, nice. This is so different than my stream last year. My stream last year was fun, but it was 16 hours long. 16 hours long. I was gone. I was deep in the rabbit hole. I was deep in the rabbit hole. All right, we need a new poll. We need a new box in a box. Let's start talking. I'm kind of just let's okay. Just curious. Out of curiosity. Indulge me on this one. No, I don't use Thylacia anywhere. I don't really know her kit that well. So I think the appeal of Thylacia was the chickens, the extra chickens, not the champion. She has a buff spread or debuff spread ability, right? Like I think that's what she's used for. I've never built her. I think the most I've ever built one of them is to 50. So yeah, Loki is a pain. You're a half century old now. Need to stop the energy drinks. I'm gonna be 50 in a few months, buddy. So I'm right there with you, Scott. Literally, I am right there. I'm on the cusp. I'm like, what? 60 days away, maybe? Something like that. 60 days from 50. Oof, that's scary. She has a hex. Okay. Yeah, I drink Pepsi Zero. I like Pepsi Zero. Turned it into a meme on your channel, bro. Yeah. That almost looks like a Pepsi. Not really. But in the reverse. I just really like my hat. I just really like my hat. I'm like, yeah. I like that. I might have to wear this every day on my videos now. I'm going to start wearing my hat. Going to sell a bunch of these bad boys. Oh, Scott, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Kidney stone. That's rough. That's rough. I have a friend who has been fighting pancreatitis, which is similar. I mean, it's a little bit different. It's pancreas, not kidney, but it's similar level of pain. You know, it's rough. Okay, so let's upgrade this one. We'll do that. And this one, we'll do that. And this one, we'll do bada boom, bada bing. And then we'll take her and we'll go boom, boom. Yes, I don't care about. Do I care about you? Do I care about you? You're farmable. Do I really care about you? Where do you go? You going to Razin? Yeah, you're down here. You going to Razin? I don't care about that. Farmable rare. I want to get my mission done. Actually, let me check faction crypts. When do Ogrins open? 2 days. I got plenty of time. All right. Clear stage 2 or higher of ice golems peak. It's so hard to get to the point where you're negative energy. You know, like you're always over capped here. So what did it say? Stage 2 or higher? So we'll just do stage 3, I guess. You're gonna be 51 in 9 days. Okay, so you're just a year and a month older, roughly. A lot of 50-year-olds in the channel. Wow. 50 doesn't feel bad to me in itself. Do you know what I mean? Like, I love turning 30. When I went from 29 to 30, I didn't feel old. I felt like empowered. And when I went from 30 to 40, I felt like, okay, like middle age is here. You know, like I feel good. I don't feel old. I feel empowered. You know, like 40 is a legit adult. You know, like nobody's gonna say 40-year-old man's not a legitimate adult. You know, so it's like I was like, all right, that's cool. You know, but I was still single. I didn't have a kid or anything. So like all my 40-year-old friends had like 10-year-olds. You know, and then I think 50 feels like, oh, 50 is like a cool decade where you're like the master of your craft. Like, you know, master craftsmen are like they're in their 50s because you're still like physically capable of doing most of the stuff, you know, but your brain is just like full of wisdom, you know. But 60 feels like, oh, that doesn't feel so. Like I've been able to my whole life I've been able to look 2 decades ahead and be like, that'll be cool. Like when I was 30, I could look at 50 and be like, yeah, that's not a bad, that's not, you know. But now you hit 50 and you're like, well, the next two are 60 and 70. Like those aren't awful, but those are a lot different than 40 and 50, you know. And then after that, 80 and like my dad's in his 80s now. Oh, 80s were a lot rougher than the 70s, which were a lot rougher than the 60s. Patrick, all right. You want one, buddy? They're in the shop. They're in the shop. They are right there. You can go and get yourself one. One size fits all. It's very nice. Yeah. I want to sell 1,000 of these hats. I make like $5 a hat. It's like honestly, I don't make a lot of money. But I just like the fact that people dig the logo. I really like the Cole Red Plays logo. I actually think I've got one of the cooler logos in the content creator space. A lot of people, you know, you farm out your logo. You know, you get an artist to do it. I made this logo, and yeah, it was, you know, it was sort of a cross between an intentional pursuit of a logo and a happy accident. And that I was planning something slightly different, and sort of in the process to a place, one of the intermediate stages looked similar to this, and then it sidetracked me, and I was like, oh, let me try that instead. And then I really liked the way it came out. So it's just like, yeah, that's my logo. Cole Red Plays, CP. Simple, sweet, clean, minimalist. Love it. I love the logo. I really do. And I love seeing like when you all you members, you know, in the chat, when I see the logo next to your names, I love it. I even love the little ones, you know, it's just like, oh, that's awesome. Leslie B's got the fire CP right next to her name. I love it. Or his name. I'm sorry, I don't know Leslie. That's a unisex name. You think an average or below average epic or even rare can drastically change with a 5 or 6 star soul? Yes. Yes, I do. I think that there are champions that are not considered good because there are a lot of better replacements for that champion. Like they do a job, but they don't do it as well as some other champion. But once you put a 5 or 6 star soul on that champ, then they're doing something in addition to what their kit is, right? Whatever best blessing is there, that could be brimstone, you know, for a bad Lego, or it could be, you know, something else that generates value. And now they've got, you know, they got value in maybe a dungeon, maybe in Centranos, maybe in Doom Tower, maybe in Faction Crypt. You know, if for no other reason that you have those nodes, those whatever they're called, awakened nodes that in Centranos, where you need like 20 stars to just on your team to get into the location. So yeah, there's value there. I don't think you can turn a awful champion into a great champion just with a 5 or 6 star blessing, but you can definitely create value where there wasn't as much before. Sure. Gotcha. Destania. Destania. D-E-S-E-A. Actually, it's D-E-S-T-A-N-I-A, Destania. I told you that story, didn't I? Gamers stay young in their minds. Everybody stays young in their minds, I think. Just turned 30 this past year and got engaged, so I'm definitely starting to feel like a real adult. That's good, Franco. Congratulations, by the way. You feel young in here. You're 27. You are young in the raid community. 27. In life, you're getting there. You know, you're starting to creep up on those ages where people like actually listen to what you have to say, even if you don't know what you're talking about. Right? That's the best thing about like being in your 30s. You can just talk to people in their 20s and they'd like nod and they're like, "Oh, you know things." You know, it's like, "No, I don't." But you don't know better, so I'm good. You know, like at 27, if you talk to a 20-year-old, he'll think you're wise. It's great. It's great. When you're 47 and you talk to a 20-year-old, they think you're full of shit. It's different, right? You learn to appreciate naps after turning 40. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I always kind of appreciated naps, but I rarely felt the need for them. Now I feel a need for them and I rarely get them, so I appreciate the heck out of them. Oh my gosh. My wife, like once a week, my wife and I, at least once a week, try to give each other a nap. So it'll just be like, all right, I know this wasn't in the plan, but I'm going to take the kid for 2 hours. You just go to sleep. And the look of gratitude on the other parent's face when you do that. If I just go to my wife and I'm like, sweetie, I know you're hurting today. You know, I'm going to take him. We're going to go, like, I'll take him for a drive. We'll go walk the dog. Like, don't worry. I got him for 2 hours. She's just like, oh, you're a saint. You know, she's like, oh, thank you. You know, and I'm like, so many husband points. Just all I got to do is take the kid for a couple hours when she wasn't expecting it. And it's like, yeah, yeah. And vice versa. You know, if I'm like, I'm just dragging and she's like, sweetie, like, don't even worry about it. You know, I got him all day. I'm going to go to my parents. Like, you know, we'll hang out over at Nana and Papa's. I'm like, oh, sweet. Like, I don't even have to hear the crying baby, right? I don't even have to put the earplugs in. Okay. Yeah, 6 star crushing rend is amazing. Why Athel for starter? I like Athel. I think so. There are a lot of things that go on there when I pick Athel. From a tactical standpoint, she is the best of the starter champions into Fire Knight because she has the triple hit A1. She has a 100% big weaken on her A1. There's no other rare or epic in the game that can say the same. She's literally the best A1 weekend champion. Like, she's better than some legendaries as a weekend champion. So for bosses, you get that guaranteed weekend. Granted, she can weak hit, you know, into and force affinity bosses, but otherwise, you've got it covered. And she's in the Sacred Order faction, which pairs well really with like a lot of other champions that you get, including War Priest here, which is going to help me in faction crypts. And the Monk actually going to help me in faction crypts as well. And then yeah, and that's basically it, I guess. Good into Fire Knight, good into all the bosses, good into Clan Boss. Like she's more well-rounded than Elhain. She's not as good in arena as Elhain. Everybody's better than Gallic. And Kale is primarily a clan boss or like dragon killing champion. Athel works everywhere. She's better in Doom Tower. You can take her into almost every Doom Tower boss. Yeah, I just think she's the most versatile of the starter champions. In addition to that, I think Kale looks stupid. I think his character model is the ugliest of the 4 starter champions. I think Gaelic looks the coolest. And then I think Athel looks the second coolest. And then I think Elhain and Kale are dumb looking. Like their character models are so much weaker. Even their portraits are weaker. Like their portraits are better than their character models, but their portraits are weaker. So I actually think Athel just looks badass compared to like if you look at Athel, right? Let's look at Athel. Like she's a little, she's a little Barbie dollish or Ken dollish, like she's a little plasticky. Like there's no texture to her skin there. It looks like doll plastic, right? With the hair that looks like it's made of plastic too. But otherwise, cool armor, big ass spear, she's got the shield, she's got some attitude. Like she's cool looking. And then you look at Kale. His face is just weird. His hair is weird. Like he looks like he's wearing an outfit that's too big for him. He just doesn't look good. He's not a good looking champ. I think there are a couple of little details that are kind of cool. I kind of like the masks down here on his belt. Like those are kind of cool. And the daggers on his back are like they would be cool if he ever used dagger. Like, but he's a poisoner and he's a mage. I don't know why he has these dagger belts over his whatever. But same thing with Elhain. And Elhain was my first ever starter champion. So I've kind of got a soft spot for her in my heart, but this is a bad character model. Like the textures are just bad. Like it's not that her outfits are stupid or anything. She just doesn't look like, you look at her and then you look at a champion that's been made in the last year or two, or like just even look at Supreme Elhain. And like they still tried to honor her bad original character model a little bit too much here, But let's see, is there a high elf that, like that's cool. That's so cool. That's such a cool character model. Based on the same skin too, based on the same, but whatever. So, but actually, I think the coolest looking is Gaelic. Whereas, I think it looks like a bat. I love the mohawk. I love the look on its face, the beard with the like claws sticking down, whatever they are. Yeah. Like he looks dangerous. Like you look at him, and like I get it. We all understand what a rare looks like, but he looks dangerous for a rare, But so there's that too. I prefer a cool looking champ if I got to play it all the time. Okay, so what am I doing here? Missions. Okay, I got to do stages of a race. This is probably stage 6 now, right? Looks like pink. A little bit. Yeah, I can see that. I don't mind Butch. Dude. She's like a Knights Templar. She's not wearing a dress. Of course she's going to look Butch. I got a problem with that. Did you make an alliance for King Arthur? I don't. We have one clan or guild or whatever it's called. We don't have more than one. Upgrade 2 or more artifacts to level 12. Okay, so I got to upgrade 2 artifacts. So I did pick up some decent artifacts, right? I picked up some decent speed ones. I have those. Where's my divine life? First of all, these 2 are not bad. Divine offense were not bad, but the divine life I want to look at. Okay, so this does have speed on it. And then there's this one. This is probably the best piece right now on my account. It just rolls resistance. Might go on Ugo. That's probably going on Ugo. All right, let's see. This piece is not bad either. That might also go on a go. Another resistance roll. Gonna double HP again. Oh, there we go. Speed. Okay. Okay. You like Hale's hair? I don't like Hale's hair. He has daggers because someone let the artist do features creep. Yeah. Yes. That's also part of it, is the Alice synergy, right? Right. Yeah, if they tweaked Gaelic just a little bit, he would be very good. They could bring him in line with the other champions really easily. But, you know, they're like, we made a mistake 6 years ago, but we're never going to change. Not gonna lie, you thought Athel was a dude for a while? Just like a kind of a pretty dude. She's either a butch woman or a pretty dude, right? That's cool. I don't care. I think she's badass either way. Fox mode is back. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. It's tough sitting for a long stretch. I should have brought the dog out like an hour ago. I forgot about that. I was supposed to do that. But I'm gonna be done with the live stream here probably in the next 10 minutes. What would she look like with longer hair? Yeah, it'd be interesting if they did a skin for her. I mean, she looked a bit different in the animated series, right? Like, I mean, partially because she was younger and then she wasn't wearing the full armor getup, which was interesting to see. 10 medals from Classic Arena. Okay, I could do that. Um, hmm. Son, I play the hit smash game Raid Shadow Legends with over 800 playable characters. Couldn't possibly play another game. Pavel's in the house. Dude, what's up, man? I agree, Bront. I've been asking for that for years, actually. I've been saying, like, just do that. Just, you're doing skins anyway. Go back and rework some of the base skins on the older champions that don't look like they're in keeping with the rest of the game. You could do that so easily. Let's just go ahead and I think we can nuke everybody out. Is it possible to get Mad Hatter in the challenge? From a shard, you're not going to do the fusion. I don't think it's possible to do the fusion because you would have to complete. I don't even know if you have access to all of the events and tournaments yet. And you would have to complete what's currently on the slate right now, and some of them are ending in a few hours. So I don't think it's possible. You got the substats for it. I forgot about that meme. I forgot about that meme. That was a good one. You don't need maximum efficiency when you're farming pinpoint. You want the best gear. Now, if you're doing the fusion and you're worried about running out of energy, then you'd want to be as efficient as possible in addition to getting good gear. But, you know, you got to judge that as you go. I don't mind overspending on energy during a fusion on my main account because I've got all the gems I need, and all the energy I need to complete it anyway. So I would rather just go for the best pinpoint gear I can get. And you know, it's crazy. I've already gotten a lot of decent pinpoint gear. I haven't even run it that many times. I've probably run it like maybe like 120, 130 times, something like that. And I've probably gotten 15 pieces of upgrade. So yeah, it's been fun getting into the new dungeon. Maneater could use an upgrade for sure, yeah. At what point should you start farming Shogun and Sand Devil? As soon as you can, really. I don't know if there's a perfect entry point. Like, I can't think of a time where you're like, you shouldn't be doing it here, but you should be doing it here. It's more of a matter of feel and what else you're trying to accomplish at the same time. I would say until you have at least a few champions that are built the way you want them to be built in 5-star gear, you don't really need to start ascending gear. But once you've got 5-star gear where it feels like, oh, this guy's built pretty optimally with my 5-star gear, so really I need to start thinking about, like, how do I upgrade from here? Then all of a sudden it starts to make sense to get into Sand Devil. And then after that, you know, then you start thinking about Phantom Shogun. Phantom Shogun's actually the easier dungeon, so you could potentially get in there earlier. But yeah, I think until you have, you know, say 4 or 5 champions that are built in 5-star gear and you don't think you're likely going to upgrade them like very quickly, you know, but you want to keep progressing your account and getting them faster and getting them stronger, that's where gear ascension comes in. So you don't have to be at 6-star gear. Obviously 6-star gear can improve over your 5-star gear, and then you can just move that 5-star gear to somebody else. But I wouldn't do it at 4-star. Like, if you're still rocking a bunch of 4-star gear, then no. Then I wouldn't do that. Upgrade 2 more level 12 artifacts, because you guys are jerks. That's not a bad piece. 3-star. Here's my relentless. All right, speed. Speed. That's pretty bad. Relentless. Got one decent piece. Oh, 3-star. This is... Nope. Not bad, though. Do this one thing. Triple HP, flat HP. There's stage 1 of Fire Knight's Castle. Guess who's going to help me here? All right. Honestly, I could probably do this. I don't need a super. I don't need a super raid level 1. Thank you. Yeah, I need accuracy banners from Pinpoint. I need them like crazy. I got so few last time around. I also need crit damage amulets. I need a lot of crit damage amulets. That's really what I'm hoping for. But honestly, I just need regular good 6-star pieces. Like, even if they're rare, 6-star rare pieces. Hey, Franco. Embrace the shadow. That's what we decided we were gonna call it. So when the when people join the barbarians, it's the horde grows. But we voted during the last live stream to now, when people join the Shadowkin, we say embrace the shadow. So welcome, Franco. Thanks for supporting the channel, man. I appreciate it. All right. Yeah, and that's also true. The prism shards, Adam Murray. Good call. Yeah, I think 4-star gear is like, it's usable for probably longer than we like to think of it. Like, once you get access to 5-star gear, you're like, oh, I want to get rid of this 4-star gear. But honestly, sometimes when you get really good substats on 4-star gear, it's hard to get rid of it for a long time. I remember during the noob versus pro competition, I had some good 4-star lifesteal gear on my starter champion that I never got rid of. I never got rid of. I mean, we played for like 5 months and I was still in 4-star gear because they were literally the perfect substats. And I kept trying to farm better lifesteal gear to get her out of the lifesteal, and I mean out of the 4-star gear, and I couldn't. I just couldn't, you know. So sometimes 4-star gear is good. I mean, substats, the numbers that you get are sometimes lower, but sometimes the combo is just so important. You get a double roll into crit rate, and all of a sudden you got 12% crit rate, and you can't get rid of it, and it's like, what do? You know, you end up with a 4-star chest piece for 4 months. Like, okay. I definitely think 4-star perception, 4-star lifesteal, and probably like 4-star speed pieces are the hardest to get away from. That's my shield set. Win 10 classic arena battle. Okay, so the question is, where do I draw the line? Where do I stop? Where do I stop? Always embracing the shadow. Level 3 of Ascension, upgrading Affinity bonus. Get 3 stars in 1 day for clan activity. Am I in a clan? I am. All right, I forget how we get 3 stars. Do I have to? I think I have to fight the clan boss. So I'm not going to get past that today. I should probably look here. Oh, hey, look at that. Adam Murray, welcome to the Banner Lord. Dude, Banner Lords, that's awesome. You know what's so funny is we get that so infrequently. I don't know what to say. I don't have a thing. Welcome to, you know, like the horde grows, embrace the shadow. How about fly your freak flag, play? I'm like, Banner Lords, banners, it's a flag, right? Sorry. I don't know what to do there, Adam Murray, but thank you, buddy. That's awesome. Thank you for supporting the channel. Love to have a new Banner Lord. That's great. That's great. All right. I don't know what to do here. We're gonna need a Banner Lord saying. I don't think fly your freak flag play is gonna go over so well. Yeah, I should go to the basics. Get 2 items from the bazaar. Well, I'm not likely to do that. 5 simultaneous debuffs on the ice golem. Probably require poisons. I got a weaken. I got a decreased defense. I got a block debuffs. I get somebody with a couple of poisons. We could probably do that. Might be able to do that. Survive 19 turns against the Demon Lord on easy. We're going to have an Ugo and a Tagore. We can do that. Plays 20 decreased defense debuffs in classic arena offense battles. We can easily do that. In fact, it makes me want to look up here. Get the first turn in classic arena battles 30 times. We can do that. We'll take that one. Hey, Don. Good to see you. You love Flyer Freak Flag? Freak Flag, not Fleek Frag. Freak Flag. A new lord is among us. That's dramatic. That is dramatic. Fly your freak flag. I'm loving new free to play. I'm loving the new free to play. It's one of my favorite. Oh, I'm in first place. Let's see how we're doing. Yeah, we're doing all right. We just skipped up into first place. Let's get some of these rewards. Let's see there's 6 hours left on this, so we got to do this for a little while. What is this? Artifact enhancement. Yeah, we might have to push up on that a little bit. I think we can actually get Dawncaller Sabbatha from this if we decided to go for it. We got 4 million silver. Dungeon Divers event, we're doing well on. We've got another day on that. We will max this one out. I think we'll get the whole thing. Champion training, how we doing here? We've still got a day and 6 hours. We got a chance to max this one out as well. I think we'll definitely get the shard. Whether or not we'll get the epic skill tome, that's a little bit tricky. But we should get Dawncaller Sabbatha. So I think if we get this one, we're 3/4 of the way there if we get this one. I'd love to get, if I'm going to go for this one, honestly, if I'm going to go for this one, I feel like I need to go for the Ancient Shard. But Dungeon Divers is just going to naturally happen. This one's going to be the easiest one. And we're going to get that 4-star chicken too. I think we're going to get this whole thing. So that's another Ancient Shard and another 4-star chicken. Here we've got an Ancient Star and a 3-star chicken and a skill tome. Some gems. Don't know what you get out of this silver chest. You get a lot of different things here. So maybe we'll get a chicken. That would probably be the luckiest. Although I'd take a shard, energy, or a tome. All of those would be good. And gems are always good. Get you to those first set of masteries faster. And then this tournament, we're crushing the tournament right now. We've already maxed out this. And we're in first place. We could potentially get a shard there as well. So what will we be sitting on at that point? We'd be sitting on 7 shards or 6? 6 shards, I think, right? 6 ancients. We are probably let's see. We might be 4 weeks out from a 2 times ancient shard event. That's about right. I think that's how it happened last year too. But so we could be sitting on like 25 or 30 shards at the 2 times ancients, maybe even more. 4 weeks from now. Yeah, we'd be more than that. We might be closer to 40. So, all right, I'm going to keep going for a little bit. Let's win these arena battles. And then let's so this is when defense. This is always tricky because that's not up to you, right? You just got to win that classic arena defense battle. Upgrade any affinity bonus at the Great Hall. I got to figure that out. I'm probably going to do that based around Alice or Wukong. So Alice is magic affinity, I think, right? Yeah. And Athel's magic affinity. And Ugo's magic affinity. Is Tagore magic affinity? I think he is, isn't he? Is Tagore magic affinity? So, but he doesn't. It's not a decreased defense. I keep thinking it's decreased defense, but it's not. So he doesn't matter in terms of accuracy. So the accuracy is really going to be the most important one. It's for is either Wukong or Ugo. But then also Athel and Alice. So yeah, I'm going magic affinity. So that's easy. We'll do that one first. So we got to get to 50. All right, why not? Let's push. Push. Push the stream, push the account, push everything. Go get it. 10 classic arena battles. All right, let's go there. We'll go there first. Yeah, and this should be fine. This is where Wukong is, in fact, hugely beneficial. Joshua Lynch, you started 40 days ago. First sacred was Wixwell, then Anchorite. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's some good luck. That's some good luck. But you know what? You also had to figure out how to build it and invest in it. So there's skill there too. Ouch, Andrew. Sometimes though, you're right. Some of those missions do suck. Yeah, an option is to blast campaign and get the sacred to pull on the 2 times event. That's true. It's not a bad option. I'm not worried about it. Even on a 2 times event, you probably pull an epic if I did pull a legendary, I'm gonna have two. I'm gonna have two legendaries. You know how I'm probably going to book them. If I book them both, it'll be by the at the end of 90 days. It's so hard to book two legendaries at the beginning of the game. You know, I want to book Alice. I'm not worried about Wukong. We'll see. I'm not fussed about champions at all. Like, we have so many good champions this year. We're starting with Ugo and Tagore. That's stupidly good. Like, the combo is stupidly good. We're going to be so tanky. And we get Alice for free, you know? And some people start with Taragi the Frog, which is a great combo when you think about it. Tagore, Ugo, Taragi. You know, and then all you have to do is mix in your starter champion and Alice, and you've got a great clan boss team right there. That's it. You're fine. You know, you just, no problem. You've got a cleanse for the stun. You got plenty of heals. You got a ton of heals, right? You got a little increased defense help out. You know, you got that ally protect, keeping everybody nice and safe. Oh, that's a 5-star. A 5-star there. Oh, let's do that. See, now I'm running into the Wukongs. You got the decreased attack and the poisons. You know, if you have Athel, you have a weaken. If you have Kel, you've got more poisons. Yeah, it's beautiful. You know, I guess you could have gotten Mordecai. That would have been fine. You could do done that instead of Taragi the Frog, and then you're crushing Spider. You know, you got the increased attack. You got the turn meter fill and decrease. You got that HP burn. HP burn is significant. Oh, I didn't check the poll. Let's check the poll. We have 163 votes. What's your caffeine source of choice? Energy drink is 20%. Soda cola pop is 27%. Classic coffee is 45%. That shows you the age of our viewers. We were having that age discussion before. It's like, yeah, we got a bunch of 50-year-olds here. What do they drink? What do you think they drink? They drink classic coffee. I personally, I drink black tea. Like, if I want caffeine, I go for tea. I do drink cola, but I don't drink cola for caffeine. I just drink it because I like it, you know, especially with, like I said, pizza or burgers. But typically, if I want caffeine, I drink black tea. You just pulled Taragi. Nice. Started with Fox Hunter, Wukong, and Kale. There you go. I'm going to lose this battle. Darn it. That's disappointing. Was it this team right here I lost? That's really disappointing. All right. I guess we'll just see. There we go. Signy. She's okay. Not bad. I mean, it's a sacred. You didn't want to get her. Giz card. Okay. But I think of the Instinct set. It's the only set I can forge at 5 stars. Instinct is the 12%, 20% ignore defense. Is that Instinct? There's Impulse, Instinct, and another I one. What is it? I can't even look. There's Instinct and Impulse. Impulse is the cooldown reduction one. Instinct, I think, is the speed and ignore defense. I think it's a great set, if it's the one I'm thinking of. I think it's one of the best sets of the game, honestly. What is Burn Gary used for? Primarily, he's used as a solo champion for Baumel. He's actually very good. But he also has an AoE stun, I think, and a provoke. And he's got a lot of built-in survivability. He's a cool champion. You can use him as a kind of a backbone champion. He's not really a tank. He's kind of a tank. He's got a provoke. Got a stun, I guess. You can use him as a tank. Ugo, Elinarl, Athel, Sigmund. Yeah, sure. I'm Roadblock. I think he got into the free play challenge. I was talking to him earlier. I'm pretty sure he did. Speed and ignore defense is instinct, right? Yeah. Yeah. You drink a fifth. I forgot about that, the existence of that. I think Hansel is good. I don't know how good, though. I mean, I don't think he's S tier, but he might be A tier, which is good. I would like Alice to be my first 6-star. I would actually like that, but you don't get her until day 7. And you need to have a 6-star champion before day 7. You need a 6-star champion by like day 4 or 5. Some people will get her their first 6-star on day 1 or day 2. I don't think you have to push that hard, but day 7 is slow. So it's not super slow. It's not like ridiculously slow. I think 10 days would be ridiculously slow. But if you got it on day 7, fine. So if you farmed up all of your 5-star chickens, got her, maxed her out to 50 as fast as humanly possible, and dropped all of your 5-star chickens on her and turned her into your first 6-star, you could do that. On day 7, you could do that. It's actually not unappealing. You could kind of slow roll the first 7 days and do that. Thoughts on Cheshire Cat? The skin is really cool looking. I think he's going to be highly irritating in arena because he has that passive that is basically, it's similar to a Leorius passive, except it leaves him with more HP. And yeah, I think he's going to hit hard, and I think he's going to be hard to get off the board. And as a result, he's going to be annoying. It's a relatively simple kit, really straightforward damage dealer. There's that little speed wrinkle that I don't actually think is going to play very much. It might play in specific cases. I could see people theory crafting uses for it, but it's not usable in boss fights, so, But yeah, I think he's going to be a fun champion, and he's got a cool skin. Your starter, Elhain, then Stagnite, then probably Alice next. If you generate a lot of 6 stars, that's a decent way to go. You went with Stagnite in the promo code. If you went with I thought about Stagnite. Stagnite's a great champion. Obviously overlap with Ugo on the drop defense. Still a great champion though. And he's a different affinity than she is, so you don't have to worry about that overlap as much. Stagnite's definitely worth. I think I listed 6 epics that I think out of all the promo codes are worth considering. It was like Allure, Stagnite, Rector Drath, Taragi the Frog. Forget who the others were. I can't remember right now. But I think Stagnite's one of them that's worth considering. Nice. You're cruising, man. You are cruising. I'm not trying. I'm not trying that hard. There was a code for Stag, yeah. No, there's a promo code for Stagnite. I don't think there's a promo code for Tayrel. He might be part of a link code. I guess that's a kind of promo code. I don't, whatever you call it. But like the new player code there, I don't think there's a new player code for Tayrel. I think he's part of a link code. Patent teacher, how you doing? Yeah, that's legitimate. Second accounts are tough. Third accounts are even worse. All right, we got to go with another poll, though. We got to go with another poll. Oh, I have to close end poll. There we go. I got to end the other poll. Yeah, but level 30 comes relatively fast if you're grinding hard. I think I'm trying to remember. You might get him around the same time as Alice. Like level 30 might happen within the first week. It might be a little bit longer than that. But you can get to level 50 in 35 days. And I think from 40 to 50 takes you like 2 weeks. So I think in the first 20 days, you get to level 40. So maybe 10 days to level 30. I don't know. Can you hit it in a day? Yeah, so, okay. So maybe I'm just misremembering. But I feel like level 30 comes fast. What do you do with 2 Arbiters? Well, you have some choices. It's not bad to have 2 built Arbiters. It's really not. You can use them in 3v3 arena. If you're not in Gold Live Arena, you can put 2 Arbiters on the same team. They can, ban one out, you got the other one, or you can use them back to back as 30% turn meter fillers. You could empower her, but you're not going to get additional speed until, multiple empowerments. So, I'm pretty sure I got the weapon. I don't know if I got the helmet. I was trying to pay attention as I was going, but I'm so tired right now. You could also do a PvP and a PvE Arbiter. You could run a slower Arbiter with higher accuracy that you use as a A1 weaken and buff removal champion. Still gives you turn meter fill, but you run her at 50 or 80 speed slower than the other one. There we go. I like them rares. Rare drops are useful. 3-star chickens, baby. Or in this case, he's also Sacred Order. That's going to help me in my faction crypts. I'm going to have good faction crypt for Sacred Order. I've got Athel, Monk, War Priest, and then this Templar, and then the uncommon. Oh, I got the Drill Master if I want him. What's the guy? The other. He looks like the Templar. He's the same look. Good morning, Nico. Good to see you. Oh wow. The new player promo code dies at 30. Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah, that's a good thing. That's what I did. I have a second Arbiter at 50. That was the helmet. Send a champion to level 3 of Ascension, which I, of course, already did with both of my rares. But I could probably run this guy up. Upgrading an affinity bonus. That's this one, but we don't quite have enough. We need 4 more metals. 4 metals. This dude surprisingly tanky. Is that enough? No, I need 2 more metals after that. I wonder how many teams down here are at bots. How many teams down here are at bots? How many teams down here are bots? That's what I wonder. I don't know what the hell's going on with me right now. Yeah. A little bit loopy. Shamil worth books? Sure, he's good. I want to do more damage. You don't have to book him though. So his books go into a debuff chance here, but mostly damage. This is all damage. So if you want him to hit hard, you book him. But his passive, if you're using him for his passive, it just works. You don't need books. It's entirely up to you. Crusader, that's yeah. Okay. Clan activities. What was this? All right, clan activities. What do I need to do for clan activities? Second star, I need to battle the Demon Lord 2 times. That feels like I shouldn't do that now. Wasn't I supposed to get to Gore at level 15? Wasn't I supposed to get to Gore at level 15? 25. Okay. Okay, so I could get to Gore and then go do Clan Boss. Level him up. Clear stage 4, Benator along another champion mastery. Deadlands, artifacts. That's easy. 6 tier. Defeat 35 champions in arena. And deal 500,000 damage to the Demon Lord. What did I say about getting into negative energy? Let's see if I can just burn through energy here and get some decent gear. What set can you use on Loki? Now I use Curse. Curse is good on Loki. He's got that A1 AoE. You can certainly put him in Perception for his block debuffs, buff and buff spread, debuff spread. If you, I don't know, you could put him in Stone Skin. he's already got kind of a stone skin, like a natural stone skin. I don't know that that's necessary. I don't know. I don't use Loki. He's kind of an annoying champion. I've been trying to figure out where to put him. I come up against him in arena and he's annoying, but he doesn't help. Like, it doesn't matter that he's annoying. I beat him anyway. Like, I think I've lost one battle to a Loki in like 200 or 300 tries. You don't lose to Loki. If a team has Loki on it, it doesn't have good champ. Like, it doesn't have enough. It doesn't have enough. I'm sure he's usable in some places, but I don't have him on an account where he's meaningful. So I haven't really experimented with him. But you could ask in the Discord. I'm sure some people are using him to good effect. You try to craft the legendary artifact and got the purple event one. Yeah, the legendary is so much better than the epic. You're level 78 and 256 days in. So in terms of accuracy, what you want to do is you want to think about the content that you're going into. So stage 20 through 25 dungeons, like classic dungeons, take 225 accuracy roughly. You could use a little more, like 240 or whatever, but 225 is where you want to be. If you're going into hard mode dungeons, those cap out at 425, I think. So you're in between 225 and 425. So if you need a debuffer for hard mode dungeons, you want to shoot for 425 eventually. If you're talking about PvP content, like live arena, 600 accuracy, 700 accuracy, like 1,000 accuracy, it's however much you can squeeze on, because, the enemy is going to have more and more resistance. But there is sort of like another train of thought, which is that most PvP champions don't have enough resistance to resist, say, 400 accuracy. So, like, if you just built them to the 425 that you're building for hard mode dungeons, that 425 accuracy is going to be enough for everybody who's not specifically building crazy resistance numbers. So, there are going to be some champions who resist, but they're going to be your Sifis and your Mithralas and, those kinds of champions. And maybe you don't need to debuff them. Maybe you just kill everybody else and who cares? So for Centranos, I think it goes up to like 550 for hard mode Centranos. You just got to figure out where you are and what accuracy you need. But, for level 78, 258 days in, if I were on a free-to-play account and it was me, at, 78, I would be doing probably Brutal Hydra. I'd probably have all my hard modes to like 4 to 6, somewhere in there. You might have 1 at 10, you might have Dragon at 10, but probably not. But so I'd be pushing hard mode dungeons, and I'd be in Sand Devils and Phantom Shogun and Iron Twins and all that. And so I would say, 350 plus on all your debuffers or anybody who places a negative effect. But I'd be shooting for the 425. Why would you grind anything higher than level 20 dungeons? I don't. You want to grind 10 hard mode if you can. It's the best drops in the game. $24 is a good place to still be efficient but get better gear than 20. So a lot of people like 24. I personally like hard mode 6. It's a really nice place to farm if you can do it. Is it worth pushing to level the new Void Epic with a single revive? It's a really good single revive. She's also a healer. She's got a decreased attack if you need it. No, I'm sorry, it's an increased attack, isn't it? It's increased attack and increased defense. It's not awful. That's a weird skill. Her A2 is weird. I wish it was like a 15% turn meter fill in that, or I don't know, an attack in that, something, anything. But just those two buffs on it, that's just weird. Usually go mastery for decreased turn meter on look what? Oh, you're talking about Evil Eye or whatever. Yeah, that's true. That can be a sticking point. Like you have a bombal solution, but you've taken that mastery and it screws you. That's happened to me before, both with my Arbiter and my Athel. Like having that on, and in my Deacon, it's just like, damn it, I can't take in anybody who's good. It's like I gotta beat the freaking bommel with trash champions. The 4-star piece. The new epic and clan boss for your first team and see from there. Heals are good. Increase attack and increase defense is good. Or 5 is not bad early in the game because sometimes you have one squishy champion, and if you can come back with 100% turn meter, that's a good revive. It's not going to get you a lot more turns, but it might get you more damage out of the turns that you get. Oh, that's nice. Sacred Order, look at that. That is beautiful for Athel. That's going on. Athel. That's disappointing. Speed boots with crit rate. Yes. 3 stars. I know. 3 stars. Attack with accuracy is actually not that bad for an amulet. Sylvan, no. Sylvan Watchers. Demon Spawn Banner. Crit damage. Probably not, though. Knight's Revenant. We did have one nice piece of pinpoint before, though, right? It was a shield, I think. So potentially we can get to the 3 stars. We can get to the 3 stars, I think. Let's look at this. Ooh, that's not bad. Speed. And about this one. HP percentage. Crit rate, not bad. Okay, so what are we thinking about? We're thinking about that guy's maxed out. I've not been super efficient tonight. So let's look at Athel again. So let's look at the lifesteal that we had her running in before. So this could be good. We did try that one on. This was the crit rate. This was the crit damage with crit rate. I think we were running that, right? And then the pinpoint would be this one. And that was a nice piece, but it didn't have crit rate. And then where was the other piece? It was the crit damage. I think we were thinking about this. That's not good. That's not going to work either. This is the better piece, unfortunately. So Maybe just go there. And then we do that. Look how much attack we lose if we do this. Are we coming at it? Yeah, I think we're coming at it. Okay. Well, let's go level this up to 8. And level this up. Let's do this one at a time. Come on, crit rate. Yeah, of course. We're going to get a double attack. Yeah, you see that coming from a mile away. You know, you're like, just, oof. I'll take the HP, please. Speed, crit rate, attack. Crit rate or crit rate. Speed or crit rate. Okay. Let's go try Spider's Den. Now that we've got Bloodthirst. Don't need to super rate it though. All right. You got a nice accuracy banner on the free to play. Nice. Bad news. I don't know when I'll be able to use an accuracy banner in Demon Spawn on that account. Yeah. How bad is Crypt Witch? Pretty bad. You're one of the last streamers standing out of the free to play challenge. Yeah, well, I started a few hours later than everybody else. And also all the Europeans went to bed, right? So it's just the the North Americans probably. Maybe some South Americans. I don't have to worry about Boozer. He's not in the challenge. Do I think it's a good idea to upgrade my resistance area bonus for Iron Twin so I can cheat out a stage or two or get more soul stones quicker? Probably not. The value of accuracy is so high that I don't think you want to max out anything except accuracy first. So I mean, if you're talking about in the free to play challenge, I would just go accuracy. I would not go resistance. If you're talking about Iron Twins though, you might be on a different account. In which case, I don't know. Depends on where you stand. You know, Saf was awake 50 minutes ago. Well, he might have woken up, or maybe he never went to bed. You're an alien? Yeah. Wukong is so good for Spider. So good. He's perfect. He's the perfect Spiderling tank, right? Like you could just let him die and he just comes back and they do it all over again because he comes back with 100% health. Now we're in trouble. All right. So I think one of the things that we need to do is we need to get into potion keeps. I'm thinking I should maybe go get a shield guard. I might need a shield guard. Saf stream for 7 hours. Yeah. Pulled Sissia early. Nice. You sacrifice Wukong for Kale. Ouch. Boozer would be insane in the challenge. Dude can manage resources like a wizard. He is extremely disciplined and very smart. Yeah. I think he would do well in the challenge. One of the things I don't know about Boozer, I mean, I've talked to him a few times, but I haven't talked to him about this topic, is I don't know how often he rolls up new accounts, how many new accounts he's actually run. It may have been a very long time since he's done it before. Doesn't mean he couldn't get back into it, but he may be rusty at the early game. I'm a little bit rusty at the early game because the last time I did it was the last free-to-play challenge. And in 2023, I ran something like, I don't know, somewhere between like 8 and 13 accounts. I forget how many. But I ran a lot of accounts. You know, I started a lot of new accounts in 2023. In 2022, I started even more. So in 2021, I started my first alt. In 2022, I started a lot. Now that I'm thinking about it, like this, this is probably somewhere in the mid 20s for me in terms of accounts. I'm guessing it could be higher though. It could be like low 30s. Yeah, it's hard to put a number on it because some accounts were just referral accounts that got away from me because that happened a lot. I probably run a dozen referral accounts that like I just ended up playing because I can't not play the game. You know, and so you can quote the Arbiter. Yeah. We're not allowed to go for Jamarsa this year, no. We're not allowed to do that, unfortunately. I think Jamarsa is very good. I was impressed with her last year. I think she feels a little underwhelming because it's almost like you expect her to do more, but she does so much anyway. She's a very good reviver, you know, but you don't want to really rely on revives. That's probably her best skill. She's a decent healer. And you can build her pretty tanky. So I did not get Chronom last year. You just don't understand how he can save so many shards and books and still do all the fusions he wants to go for. I thought I was good. He saves void shards. You know, his other shards are just a reasonable amount for an endgame free-to-play player. But he hoards void shards beyond what I think is like you know, it's crazy how many void shards he hoards. But I can do every fusion. I can do every fusion on my main and still grow my shard count if that's all I do. You know, unless I'm deliberately pulling during 2x events or guaranteed champions or 1+1s or something. If I was only doing fusions, my sacred shards would just keep growing. And if I skip a fusion, like I have so many sacred shards, I burn them just to burn them. I also burn them to get legendary tomes. I burn sacred shards to get legendary tomes because legendary tomes are harder for me to get than sacred shards. So yeah. Boozer gets CC perks, so he gets books, which is what I honestly want. That's the gems, the books, and the test server. Those are the three things I want. The books would help me book out more champions, and then I could do more content on more champions and more cool combos because I have like 40 legendaries that I haven't built. And then gems would allow me to get masteries on those champions because there's no way for me to reasonably get masteries. I don't mind extra energy. Extra energy and extra silver is nice to make videos, used to make videos, but I don't really need it for, like, I can still do okay content with what I've got. What am I looking for? It's this, right? 3 stars. So the idea is to get to 25. All right, let's go back in campaign. What's a good campaign level to do for? We were doing 10, I think. And no, we were doing 9. Oops. That was weird. Doing 9, and I wanted to do something that Wukong could solo. Let's see if he can solo this. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to get some champs. All right, do a 10 pull here. Let's see if he can do this. I don't even know if he can. Might be able to. Almost 300 viewers. That's a good live stream for me. The biggest live stream I ever had was last year on the first day of the challenge because HellHades rated my stream. So he had like 1,500 viewers and dropped them all on me at the end of his live stream. And I'm going to lose. Okay. Let me look at Wukong here. We need to get him out of some of this stuff. What can we get him into that's good? Well, that would be better. That would be better. That's better. Let's do that. Do that. I don't need it. Whatever, I guess. I probably should have looked at those first. Probably should have looked at those first. All right, let's look at boots. Let's see if we have a boot that's worth considering. No. Try again. Took you 79 days to get an apothecary on your main, but then I had Morgaine and Haikatun. Yeah, apothecary is a good champion. And don't get me wrong, a lot of people say he's the second best rare in the game. I don't think that's true any longer. I think the reason he's valuable is because honestly, you can use him for a long time in particular. That sucked, didn't it? That sucked. I was looking at that. I was like trying to tell my apothecary story. Damn it. Filter. Not that. This. Filter. All right. So anyway, Apothecary's good, good champion. Apothecary's a good champion. But I still don't think it's enough. I'm probably gonna die again. But yeah, I mean, everybody gets high Katoon at 30 days, and so that puts a ding in him, you know. And then he is better than her in certain cases, and he's usable in a lot of places. Like, you know, if you need specifically a rare, Secret Rooms, Doom Tower, or stuff like that. But I've never really had an account where he was incredibly influential past like the 45-day mark. You know, like it's usually it's like the first 20 days where he's really, really influential. Maybe the first 40, 45 days, and then he falls off. You can find uses for him. I mean, there are clan boss builds that use like a high Katoon and an apothecary to create a 2-to-1 speed team, and you know, it's not an unkillable, it's just a fast team that gets a lot of damage out. So it's like, you know, there are uses for him. You can certainly use him in places like Fire Knight and Scarab Boss and Doom Tower. You know, and you can find really good teams for him in those places. Good morning, John Hodgson. Good to see you. You made it back to Gold Classic Arena. Congrats. Good for you. So worth pulling early ancient shards if I'm not getting enough mystery shards. You're talking about for the free-to-play challenge? That's entirely up to you. That's, you know, the question is hard to answer in that theoretical without context. I am not going to be pulling my ancient shards. Like, not for a while. If there's a reason for it, I'll pull. Otherwise, you know, so like if I get close to the champion chase and I'm like, I just need, you know, a few more points, and well, then maybe I would, you know, because it's a double dip and gives me potentially good champions. It's going to give me at least a rare, you know. But in a lot of cases, it's just going to be like, no, I'm just going to hold them until I get 2 times. Or I get a fusion. Yeah, I've never fed a single. No, that's not true. I've fed epics. I've never fed an epic that was the only copy of that epic. I have a copy of every epic I've ever pulled, except like 1 or 2 fusion, I think. Progressive chance is huge bait. Yes, it is. Son, I agree with you. So we have what do we have? High elves and sacred order right now. Who are my high elves? Do I have any high elves? I have no high elves. Feel bad. My dog usually goes to bed at like 11:30. It's 2 a.m. I thought this chair was going to be streaming, but I'm still going. At 25, we get to Gore. I'm trying to get to Gore. I'm like trying to desperately to get to Gore. Hmm. All right, let's do that. Yeah, it should track their mercy. Do I play League of Legends? I sort of. I used to play a lot of League of Legends. I still play on occasion. Usually, Son and I will play a little bit of ARAM. Sometimes we play some TFT. I don't play ranked. I haven't played ranked in 2 seasons. I think this is the second season I haven't played ranked. I played ranked for like the first 12 seasons or something. And then I finally stopped playing. The last few seasons I played ranked, I would not play for the entirety of the year, and then it would get to the end of the season in like, November or whatever. So in like October I'd start playing, and I'd try to do a crazy like platinum push if I could. I'd usually get to gold and I'd be stuck there. And so I, for the first like 4 seasons, or for the first season I was silver. I think the second through like 4th seasons or something I was gold, and then I was platinum for like 6 or 7 seasons, and I never quite made diamond. I came close a few times. Okay, so stage 6 we took down. I don't know, that's better in terms of energy. That's still only 10 energy. Okay. And then the last few seasons I couldn't get back to platinum. I just was stuck in silver. And it usually was because I wasn't giving myself enough time, Like in a normal season, if I started at the beginning of the season, I usually make plat in about maybe like 2 to 3 months. And then I'd be in plat for the next, 8 months or whatever. Because there's an off season. But lifesteal. Ugo. Just using her ability. She just uses that revive. Just uses it. Whatever. This is like one of my least efficient energy starts ever. It's weird to start with like a legendary and an epic, knowing an epic and another legendary are both coming. Like you just have so many. Like it used to be that when you started, you'd be lucky to get one epic. And then at 7 days you get another. Sacred Order, nice. I guess I could throw that on War Priest. And as a result, like the pace at which you collected resources and the pace at which you found champions you wanted to level were relatively close. But now your roster outpaces your resources. That was true last year too, especially with a 7-day login champion. But it's like last year I had, you know, Deacon and Mordecai and Rathalos and Athel, and it's like all by day 7. You know, what, you know, how can I can't book Deacon and book um Mordecai. You know, like you can't do it. Um and then you're in a situation where it's like you can't, you know, you can book Rathalos and then literally that you don't get another. You know, what if you get Armand? Now, do you have books for Armands? No, because you booked Rathalos. Or you book Rathalos halfway and then you have to switch to Armands and then Rathalos never really gets maxed out. Razor came out of a shard. Wow. Yeah, absolutely, Kim. I agree 100%. All right, let's look at the artifact enhancement here. How far along am I? The 3-star chicken. All right, so I want to get these frag. I want to try to get this shard. But do I really have any gear worth leveling? Crit damage is not bad. He's now got 73 crit rate. Hmm. All right, I'm going to level up some gear and then see what I can do on that artifact enhancement. I don't know if I can max that out. I know we get another 2 million silver tomorrow or whatever, but I'm still kind of far away from that. Guess I should check out my shield gear, though. Probably should have done that already. That 3-star shield gear can come in really handy. That's disappointing. Where's my shield set? Yeah, no good gear in the market. I have not been rolling on the gear very well. Only like my 2nd or 3rd speed. Yeah, now we get it, right? That rolled well. That piece rolled well. This is a nice piece here. I wouldn't mind 1 in each. That would be fine with me. Good. This chess piece is a little bit disappointing with the flat attack, but I don't mind the speed rolls. Let's see. All right, so we're definitely going to get the Dawncaller Sabbatha. Feels like we can do it with the 1 million that we have left, but let's see. What do we get out of this bronze chest? Silver? Interesting. Core hammers. Dungeon Diver has a day left. We will max that out. That's fine. It's easy. There's really just this. Let's see what this silver chest gives us. 30 gems. That's nice. I'll take that. All right. And this is just that. We want to let go into the, we want that to go into our mailbox, and then we'll hold on to that for 6 days if we can. Same thing with all these. You want those, you know, you want to use those at the last possible second because your max energy is going to keep increasing as you level up. Yeah, I'm going to spend the gems to get the first masteries. I will do that. Probably the second Champions Masteries as well. And then what I'll probably do is do the Mine and then the Guardian Ring. And I know the Mine doesn't pay out in 90 days, but if you didn't hear, I'm not competing in the challenge that way. What I'm trying to do is play this account as well as I can as a free-to-play player, as if the challenge didn't exist. And then we're going to see how I do in the challenge anyway. So imagine that you're just like trying to play this account, you know, like a free-to-play player would. That's what I'm going to be doing. Hey, Sven. All right, so yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing here is I'm trying to do this artifact enhancement because I want to go for those fragments, but I don't really have good gear that's worth rolling up, and as a result, I'm just kind of taking up kind of mediocre gear to 12. That's nice. Don't give me speed. The gem mine is definitely the better investment. Okay, so if you go back like a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, MTG Jedi did an analysis of the pit, and he determined that the pit was more optimal than the gem mine in terms of gems, right? And the reality is, like, I watched that and I was like, I don't know if I believe that. And so then I did my own analysis, and I realized something. If you run the sparring pit at 100% efficiency, it is significantly a better investment than, and this is no knock on MTG Jedi. I'm just saying that it depends on how you look at it. So if you unlock all of this and then you calculate the energy it would require to get the same amount of XP, and then you convert that energy into gems, and then you compare it against the gems you spent. Like, how long would it take you to get the same progress from here as you would for just buying the energy and using it in campaign? That's the comparison, right? And so for this, we know it's 100 days for every level. It's 100 days for every level. Now, if you are perfectly efficient here, if you are perfectly efficient and you don't waste any time, meaning as soon as something's leveled, you take it out within like 2 seconds, and you just put new ones in within 2 seconds, and you're just perfectly efficient and you never let anything lapse, this is like 30% more efficient. Maybe a little bit more than that. Might be like 40% more efficient than the mine. But what that means is you need to run this at like over 65% efficiency in order to match the mine. So if a third of the time these guys are sitting, then it's about even. Now, I don't know about you, but I've tried to be really efficient with this, and you just I'm if I'm 50% efficient, I'm having a good day. Because it could be as simple as like, all right, I'm going to go run 20 dragon runs because there's a tournament, and then I get out of that, and that took 40 minutes to run, and then I realize all of my guys were sitting for 20 minutes. You know, and then I swap them out, and it's like, oh, well, I just lost 100 minutes. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just lost 5 champions, 20 minutes a champion. It's 100 minutes I just lost. And what happens overnight? Well, it's like I've got 3 hours on these guys, but I've got to go to bed now. So do I take them out and swap something in that's going to take 8 hours to level up? But there are only so many of those. And then I got to remember to come back in the morning and swap them out and then put the guys with 3 hours back in. And then I got to make sure that in 3 hours I'm here and take those 3 hour guy, 3 hour guys out or whatever, or like click them. And in a lot of cases, I'll just go to bed. I won't check this before I go to bed. And then I'll wake up and those guys have been sitting for 5 hours each. And now I've lost 30 hours worth of, or whatever it is, 25 hours worth of time. So I'm like running at 65% or 70% efficiency in the Guardian Ring is so freaking hard to do. It's still a really good investment. But the thing about the mine is all you have to do is log in once every 24 hours and it's 100% efficient. The only time it's inefficient is if you don't log in and click it in 24 hours. You can see it takes a day and 2 minutes. It's like, okay, so it's going to max out once a day. Once every 24 hours, it maxes out. So 100% efficiency on the mine is piece of cake. 60%, 70% efficiency in the Guardian Ring is incredibly difficult. So is it the better, mathematically, is it the better investment? Yeah, if you can run it close to 100% efficiency. But I think practically speaking, nobody gets the value out of the Guardian Ring that they get out of the mine. But I could be wrong. Yeah, there is that as well. Like the gems don't have to be spent on energy. You can spend gems on, refreshes or arena tokens, or you could buy gem shard packs or whatever. There's that flexibility as well. And I agree, that's important. All right, so we got the Dawncaller Sabbatha fragments. Let's keep going. Let's see if we can get that blue shard. Let's see if we can do it with gear that's not totally trash. Ouch, ouch. All my silver. And I'm still short. So, I care, do I care, do I care, do I care? You know what I'm actually thinking? Maybe I'll come here. Maybe let's just farm a few of these, but simultaneously, let's just get these out. Let's get, let's see if we can get some high elves. If we can get some champion drops, then that'll help us with the high elf faction crypt. So we can potentially get some speed boots and get some high elves at the same time. Yeah, I know that's coming. That's all right. I thought about that when I was selling it. I'm just like, I just don't care right now. I just need silver and I'm tired and You know, I was like, I wasn't gonna run more campaign, but I think I have to. Who would you pick up to 60, Alice or Corvus? I love Corvus. I think he's awesome, and if you got him early in an account, he's going to be god tier. He is great for clan boss. He's great for any boss fight, except for maybe like Spider. Like he might be okay for Spider, but I don't know. That's not really the kind of champion you take into Spider. He provides survivability because he's got that passive that decreases incoming damage by up to 25% based on the poisons out there. So he makes you tanky. He's got the, he's decent into waves, which not all poisoners are, but he's decent into waves, and he's really good into bosses. Plus, he's got the buff extension. So yeah, he's and he increases the duration of debuffs, which is nice too, especially on a poisoner. So yeah, just an all around really good champion. Alice is going to be good in a lot of places as well. She's going to be good in a lot of places, but I don't think she's going to be as good into clan boss. She's going to be better in arena for sure. So I guess it kind of depends. Do you want to lean into arena? If just from the clan boss standpoint, because of the value of clan boss, I think Corvus is better. I think Corvus is probably the better choice. He gives you something that's probably going to be more valuable in more places in the early game than she does. That would be my feeling. She's not bad. I think she's going to be very good, but I would probably level him up first, and I'd probably book him out first too. For clan boss, do you build Doom Priest with accuracy banner or resistance? You don't need either. For Doom Priest, you probably go for an HP banner. That's what I would probably do. You could go defensive banner, defense banner, but I would probably go HP banner. If you were going to pick accuracy or resistance, you want to take resistance because she gets no value out of accuracy. MTG, I was just talking about you, buddy. You were here. Did you hear your name? I was saying how you did in a video a few years ago about the efficiency of sparring pit and how you determined that it was more efficient than the gem mine, and how I disagree with you. Yeah. I didn't know you were in the stream. I wasn't paying attention. I hope I didn't say anything, man. I don't think I said anything mean. I just remember watching that video and being like, I don't know. I used to watch MTG all the time. When I say used to, before I was a content creator, I watched a lot more videos. I watch MTG all the time. I love your channel, man. I like your live streams too. Your live streams are fun. But I remember seeing that one and being like, MTG's a smart guy, so maybe I've got it wrong. Let me go do an analysis. And I was like, questionable. It's interesting because I did think about like the game designers, like they specifically picked that point, that balance point. Like how efficient do you have to be to make sparring pit more efficient than the gem mine and vice versa? And they put it right at sort of the breaking point where if you're really obsessive, you could probably make the sparring pit more efficient. And if you're not obsessive or you're kind of a minimalist, the gem mine is going to be much more efficient. But both are great investments. Yeah, I agree. But I guess the question comes down to which one do you level up first? Like, do you actually invest in the sparring pit before the gem mine or vice versa? I would say for the challenge, the sparring pit's way better. right? If you just want to max out on the challenge, you want to do Sparring Pit because that's going to help you get more 6 stars, right? During the first 90 days. The gem mine doesn't pay you back for 100 days. It takes 100 days. But if you're going to play for 3 years, the gem mine's going to be much more valuable for you, I think. And the other thing, so this is another thing, this is just for me from my experience. Like, I rarely need more 6-star champions. I don't have the books for them. I don't have the gear for them. You know, like at end game, what I need is better gear and more like legendary tomes. So it's like I get chickens. The only time I level up champions is for champion training events and PRCVC. That's it. Outside of that, I try not to level people. I like literally try not to level people because I'm running out of champions to 5-star. I'm running out of champions to 6-star, you know, that are like worth it. The only thing I need to do it now for is Cintranos. That's funny. I was just talking about MTG, and then he shows up. He's like, all right, I'm leaving. I got to go stream. Sorry, man. I hope I didn't take a shot. I don't think I took a shot. I can't imagine that I would ever say anything bad about MTG Jedi. I was going to say, I rarely say anything bad about content creators, but the fact is I never say anything bad about content creators because it's a freaking hard job. And every content creator I've met has been awesome. So. What was I doing? Oh, I was here, right? Yeah. Good. I'm glad. Sorry. I will say that though that's one of the things that it doesn't bother me. I don't mind when people disagree with me. You know, some people say like, "Oh, this is that," or Boozer said this thing and you said this other thing. And be like, "Okay." I don't have a problem with it. I don't think I'm right all the time. I also think that when I'm right, I'm probably right. You know, like if I think I'm right, sometimes I'm just like, well, this is just how it feels to me. This is what I think works. Like I know that it works. Does it mean it's the best? Nah, do whatever you want. I'm not going to stress. There are a few videos from content creators that I like made huge impressions on me and I really remember them, you know, and every once in a while like I've found out that they were wrong and it's bothered me and I realize I'm in this the situation is now reversed. Like I'm the content creator and sometimes I get things wrong. I will go like I'll post a video. I'll work really hard on a video. I'll do a lot of fact checking, a lot of practicing. I think I've covered all my bases. I think I've factored in everything. I'll post it and then 10 people will be like, "You missed X, Y, and Z." And I'll be like, "Oh, it hurts so bad because they're right because I missed it. You know, not because they think I missed it, but because I literally did miss it." And it's like, well, I'm in the comments. I say, "Yeah, that's a good call. You know, like you got me. Like, I'm sorry I missed that, or you know, that's a good shout out." Like, I'll give props, and then like, what else can I do? I'm not going to take the video down. You know what I mean? 97% of it's right, and it's going to be helpful to a lot of people, and I worked really hard on it. It's not coming down. Simultaneously, I missed 2 little things that are like relevant, but they're in the comments. If people want to read the comments, I'm just like, you know. But then every once in a while, I'll get into, you know, like I'll think about like there are people who probably are like, Colruyt doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. You know, there are people out there who like, dude, Colruyt doesn't know what he's doing. Like he's okay for early game, but he doesn't really know what he's doing. You know, and these are people who played like a year and a half, and I've played almost 4 years, and they'll be like, yeah, because I make mistakes every once in a while. And it's not because I don't understand the game or I didn't know it. It's just making videos is hard. And sometimes, like, when you're trying to remember 50 different things, you forget 2 of them, you know? And it's like, but I remember being a viewer and watching, I'd watch a Deadwood Jedi video and, I'd be like, oh, that's really cool. And then I'd go try it and it wouldn't work. And then I'd be like, what's going on? Did he miss something? And did I miss something? What's going on? And then it'd be like pain, and then I'd finally figure it out and I'd be like, oh, he said this and not this, but he must have meant the other thing. Or I'm like, oh, Deadwood, and like, but the video's awesome. And it totally got me where I needed to go. But it just hurt that, like, there was a little bit of extra pain point because he said one thing and not the other thing. Like he said, I don't know, like increased defense when he meant decreased defense or something, and Deadwood's awesome. And then I go and do a collab with Deadwood, and like I reached out to Deadwood Jedi a few weeks ago. He hadn't done a video in months. Like 6 months he hadn't done a video. And I just reached out to say, hey, but also I was working on a speed tune for a takeover client. Somebody had hired me to do a clan boss takeover. And it was really tricky. And I spent like 4 or 5 hours on it. And I thought I had considered everything. And I reached out to Deadwood and I was like, hey, there's this thing I can't figure out. And I think I've done my due diligence. I tried really, really hard. I know all the things. And he's like, well, did you check this? I'm like, yes. Did you check this? I'm like, yes. I checked all the things. Doesn't mean I didn't make a mistake, but I checked all the things many, many times. And he's like, all right, well, let's walk through it again. And I walked through it with him. And he was like, yeah, you're right. It looks good. I can't figure it out. Like, he didn't see it. And I didn't see it. And then we were like, okay, so let's check it again. And then we did it again. And we like walked through it a few times. And we couldn't figure it out. And then we're like, well, let's do it one more time. And so we walked through it again. And then we were both kind of looking at how the speed tune was breaking. And we were like, that really, like, it's breaking in a way that seems like it's a mastery problem. And we both said it sort of at the same time. And then we looked at the masteries and the masteries were wrong. And I had looked at the masteries like 7 or 8 times. And he had looked at the masteries like 3 times. And we didn't see the mistake. And the client, the guy who hired me, had checked it like 20 times and he didn't see the mistake. And after we saw it, Deadwood and I just laughed at each other. We're like, how did we miss it? And he's like, I don't know. But what I know is that the calculator works. And so when the calculator tells me that the speed tune works and it's not working, it's not the calculator. Like, there's so much work that's gone into the calculator. It's not the calculator. He's like, the calculator is perfect, but I'm not. He's like, so if the calculator says it works and I'm seeing that it's not working, I'm doing something wrong. And so he just works from that premise. And eventually we figured it out. But it was just so funny because, like, he's right. Like, even content creators, like, we're imperfect. We mess up sometimes, like in our videos, in our analysis, in whatever we do. Like, I can't tell you how many clan boss teams I've built. And I have found the exact mistake I couldn't find at this time. For whatever reason, my eyes were just sliding past it. And my brain was telling me that the mastery was a different mastery. And I was like, how did that happen? And the crazy thing is, it didn't just happen to me. It happened to my client and it happened to Deadwood collectively, simultaneously, for like many, many hours. We were just like, it's just it was a weird experience. So I guess my point of that is Deadwood's an awesome guy. He's really, really smart, and yet even with all the experience, like, every once in a while we just make mistakes. And, it's painful to be on the other side of it. I put out a video and somebody's like, I can't make this work. What is wrong with this speed tune? And then somebody else in the comments is like, oh, it's, 216, not 213. And then it's like, oh. But I said 213 or something. Yeah, people will let you know. People will let you know when you make a mistake. Adam Murray says, I pointed out some nitpicky stuff in your comments once, and then you replied, and I felt so bad I didn't think you would read it. I try to read For the first 24 hours, I try to read all of the comments. I can't always do it, but I try to read and respond to as many of the comments in the first 24 hours as I can. As a free-to-play player, would it make sense to open shards for the Void Epic Fusion and Champion Chase rewards? I think you can get the Epic without using shards. If you want to get the Epic faster, you could try. Or if you think you could complete the whole fusion, you could try. But honestly, like, I'm gonna end up with 75 fragments already without, like, and there's still 2 weeks, 2 weeks or 10 days left of this fusion. Oh, I just realized something. I have not finished these events on my main account. I got to get back onto my main account before I go to. I got to do it on my phone right now. I got to do it on my phone. I totally forgot about my main account. I haven't logged into my main account in like 8 hours, which is crazy. I never do that. I always log. The only time I don't log in for 8 hours is if I get a really, really good night's sleep. Let's see. Let's see. Oof. Speaking of sparring pit inefficiency. Speaking of sparring pit inefficiency. All my guys were maxed out for hours, I'm sure. They're on 2.5 hour timers right now, so they were just sitting for 8 hours. What do I need to do? I need to do, the only thing that's shutting down right now is artifact enhancement, right? Is anything else shutting down? Fire Knight tournament. Ooh, I got to finish the Fire Knight tournament. Okay. I'm one run away. I'm one run away from finishing the Fire Knight tournament. Holy cow, that would have been awful. I'm literally 17 points short on the Fire Knight tournament. Okay, so I'm just going to run that once. I don't care about the chicken. That's too funny. That's too funny. That would have sucked. And then I got to do the artifact enhancement. Yeah, so much different stuff to do. That's true. Why does player make me slaughter the skinwalkers? They're all going to be dead before I get these 3-star artifacts. Yeah, those and the lizardmen. They love to crush the lizardmen. You know what I want to do? I want to check. Some people were buying my hats tonight. I'm going to go check out my store. I'm going to go see if people bought hats. It felt like people were buying hats. Oh, do I have to go to a different thing? I gotta go to a different thing. Oh man, I don't know where that is. I think people were buying. I think I sold like 2 hats tonight. I'm excited. I did. I sold 2 hats. Woohoo! Get your hat. Get your hat. That is too funny. That's very funny. Those are my first sales. The store's been up for a year. Those are literally the first things that have sold. That is just. I made $9.17 on 2 hats. I don't even think I get paid until I make $100. Like, if you don't get $100, $100 in profit, they don't send it to you. It'll literally sit there for another year. That is awesome. I sold 2 hats. I sold 2 hats. That's like my new cheer. I sold 2 hats. That just you have no idea how much joy that gives me. The fact that I sold 2 hats. only $90.83 to go. Yeah, I gotta wear them in my videos. I gotta start pushing the hats. Big hat money. Yeah, that means to gore. I knew before the server reset that I was gonna have to log back into my main account to finish some stuff tonight. Like I knew it, but honestly, what I thought I would do is I thought I would stream, get my RSL helper going, get 2 instances up, and just play them side by side. And I've just been enjoying the stream so much and talking to people, but that I haven't even thought about. Like it didn't even occur to me until I was thinking about going to sleep. And what do I normally do when I go to sleep? Well, I make sure, like I always check my raid account before I go to sleep. Make sure everything is copacetic, and then walk, then brush my teeth, and the dog's usually in bed already, but then do that stuff. It's a good hat, even if you didn't know it's a Colred hat. Well, nobody's going to know it's a Colred hat because nobody knows who I am, right? I have 13,000 subscribers on YouTube, which has 2 billion viewers a day. So we're a tiny corner of a tiny corner. You clearly know who I am. You're in my live stream. You're hanging out with me. So you'll know it's Colred's hat, but nobody else will. But I bet if you wear that hat, there might be some people who have no idea who it is, who still think, hey, that's a cool hat. That was when I was designing the hat. I was like, oh, well, that's what I want it to be. I want it just to be a cool hat. I don't, the people who buy it are going to buy it for me, but they have to wear it around people who don't know who I am. When I say buy it for me, I don't mean buy it for me, but got to go to my store. You got to at least know who I am. You're going to get a hat. If someone knows who it is. Yeah, exactly. Buy a lottery ticket. Who is this streamer? Boom, skillet. Can you enter the competition even now, Peckham Halder? You can, anytime. You just couldn't enter before 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time yesterday. But it's after yesterday, so you're good. My glass has been empty for like the last 4 hours. I've been so thirsty. Ever since I finished my pizza. That was like 9:30. Yeah, it's been 5 hours since I've had a drink. I've been just talking for 5 hours without a drink. That's not healthy. All right, so the Fire Night tournament's done. I do like the new shop, the new market. It's not bad. You get an opportunity to get some gear out of there too every once in a while. I haven't bought anything yet, but it's looking promising. All right, this artifact enhancement event. Are we good? Ooh, I got to spend a lot of money. The good news is on my main account, I have a lot of gear I could roll up. We're definitely getting some elves here. Let's go get to Gore. There's my Tagore. Oh, I can't grab these guys yet. I got no space. I'm not spending 120,000. I need to spend that money on gear. I need to roll up gear. So let me go here. What did I need? Masteries. What about this? Okay. Do we have the champion trainings right here, right? Okay. I don't think this will be a problem. I don't think I need to put bruise in. I think I want to hold on to my bruise for a fusion. I'm just going to go ahead and okay. This is not really super efficient. I think I'm just going to go back over to stage 9. Do that. And let's get her in there because she's still leveling up. And then I think I'll do one more level 1 guy. Okay. Good night, Brunt. Have a good one. I have been streaming so long, the batteries on my earbuds are dying. So I got to recharge those. Thing is, there are times when I have those in where I literally don't use them at all. Like I was watching the HellHades stream, and that's why I had them in. HellHades stream ended 6 hours ago. Hey, Rapid Rhymer. All right. The horde grows. We got the horde growing a couple of times. We got people embracing the shadow. And then we got one guy flying his freak flag. One banner lord. One banner lord. Which was excellent, by the way. That's always exciting. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to go in here and grab this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy. Oh, I can't grab him yet? Okay. And then we'll go back here. I'll start leveling those up. So, nope, not where I wanted to be. Redlands, we wanted to be here. Let's pull that one. Let's pull that one. Actually, let's do the gore. One of the elves. HH was buzzing. Don't raid and drink people. For the horde. Yeah. For the horde. That's very World of Warcraft of you. Drunk raid is fun though. I don't know. I don't drink much. I don't drink at all. I don't think I've had a drink in like maybe since my wedding. I don't think I've had a drink in at least 3 years. But if I were gonna drink and play a video game, I don't think it would be Raid. Raid is so grindy and slow, and like you need to do something else while you're playing Raid. Like unless you're theory crafting a team or something, you need to do something in addition to Raid, right? And like multitasking when you're buzzing is hard. I don't know that I'd be good at that. 15 years without a drink. Congrats. Are 4 keys on Demon Lord Ultra Nightmare better than 2 key Nightmare, 1 key Brutal, 1 keyed Hard? Arguably, yes, because you get a chance at like more legendary books that way. I would say if your clan is clearing the top, Ultra Nightmare, so you're getting a double chest, then I would say probably. If it's not, but the clan is clearing Nightmare, so you're getting a double Nightmare chest, then I would probably go for the Nightmare Brutal Hard. But yeah, arguably the 4 key is better. It's an annoying place to be. The 4 key is an annoying place to be. You really want to get to that 3 key. Yeah. You can look at the chest names because the same names are the same chest. So at the different difficulties, like you can just see what chest you're getting, and then you can see also the drop rates and the drops from those. There's also like a simulator on HH's website, which is kind of fun to just mess around with and kind of see a little bit, what it actually feels like over a long period of time. But yeah. Yeah, I started playing WoW. I played vanilla WoW. I don't know what year that was, but maybe 2000. When I might go back to like 99 even. Is it that old? It can't be that. It's definitely pre 2005. I'm just trying to remember where I was living, where I was playing. I remember the guys I was playing with, and I remember where they lived, but I don't remember where I lived at the time. Beta was 99. I didn't play the beta. When the game launched, before the game launched, I was madly interested in it because I was a Warcraft player. I played Warcraft 1, 2, and 3, and I thought it looked really cool. Like the idea of an MMO. I'd already played Star Wars Galaxies. And was EverQuest already out? I think I did a demo of EverQuest. And I did want to play an MMO. And then I remember thinking to myself, if I play this game, I will lose my whole life to this game. I will just play this game. That's all I will do. That's how cool this looks to me. And so it launched, and I was in the GameStop or wherever, and I was looking at it, and I was like debating. And I had the money. It wasn't the money, I was just like, do I want to sink 70 hours a week into a game? Because that's what's going to happen. And I said no, and I put it up back on the shelf, and I walked away, and I didn't play. And like 4 months later, this group of guys that I played poker with, we were playing poker, and they started talking about it, and I didn't realize that they had been playing for like the last few months. We played poker like infrequently. It was like once a month or something. But so for like the last 3 months, they had been playing. They were all raiding and stuff, and they were like, "Oh, you're interested? You got to play with us. You got to join our guild, and you got to play." And I was like, "Oh shoot!" So I started playing probably within 6 months of launch, but I don't remember exactly when. It was probably between like 4 and 5 months after launch. And I was right. I lost my entire life to it. I just started playing it like 70, 80 hours. And I was working a 40-hour job plus commuting. I had a girlfriend at the time. Luckily, she was a gamer. And we didn't live in the same town, so I only saw her on the weekend. Didn't live in the same state, But it was just like, oh man, that game first came out. Yeah, totally drowned my life. And then I only played it for like 6 to, I don't know, maybe like 9 months, and then I stopped playing. And then Burning Crusade came out, I went back for like 6 months, and then I stopped playing. And then Pandora or whatever, Pandera or whatever, it came out, and I went back for like 6 months, and then I stopped playing. And then, another expansion, I went back. I must have gone back 5 times. Must have gone back 5 times. But I think all told, I've only played maybe like 3 years in game. Maybe 4 years. It was less than a year each time. I don't think I ever played consecutively for more than a year. Your second divorce was WoW related, yeah. Yeah. That the guy I played with got divorced over it. His so his wife was his fiance when they started playing WoW. They played together. And they got married like less than a year after WoW launched. And they played it for like 3 years. And then she was like, I don't want to do this anymore. This is too much, or this is our whole life. Like we want to have kids, like you do your job in this, and then the only time we hang out is this. And he was like, so what? I mean, they were also young, they were like 25. And after like a year of waiting him to stop playing, she was just like, screw this, I'm gone if you don't stop playing. And he was like, all right. She left. And like a year later, he was like, what did I do? And all his friends were like, you were an idiot. She was awesome. You should have married her and stopped playing WoW, but he didn't. That's what you do when you're 25. I guess. Some people, not a lot. Some 25-year-olds know better. Yeah, a lot of people do. Oh, wow. Horde versus Alliance. That's nice. That's interesting. 600K. I had a buddy that I played with for many years. I played with this guy. Probably, I went to high school with him, and he was younger than me. He was actually my friend's younger brother. But my friend didn't play poker much, but his younger brother did, and he joined our group. And so I played with him from the time he was like 16 until he was like 25 or 26. And he started playing a lot, like in his like post college years, like 23, 24. He started playing a lot. It became like his big thing, and he was playing online. He was playing 5 accounts at a time, 5 tournaments at a time, and qualified for the World Series of Poker. Went to Vegas. Um, got knocked out like on the second day or something. Got knocked out on the second day. Went and played in the poker rooms. Made like $30,000. Came home. Kept playing. Qualified the next year. Went back. Got knocked out on like the second or third day. And he did it. He qualified like 3 years out of 4 and went. And did well online. And then remember in the US, like they closed all they like shut down all the online stuff, and you couldn't play online poker for a couple of years. And so that's when he got out of it. And yeah, I actually ran into him recently, and I asked him if he was still playing, and he said, he doesn't play that much, but he plays every once in a while. I guess they've still got the same guys that I played with 20 years ago still have a game like once a month. But I moved away. I moved out of state for like 10 years, and then moved back, and I'd lost touch with most of them. But it was funny because I used to take so much money off of him, and then he got so good for like 10, we played for like 10 years, and for like 7 of those years, I just cleaned this kid's clock every game. And then the last 3, he just got so good. He was the best player by the end. He was the best player. Good morning, Crop. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, the all the online poker stuff eventually came back, but there was a few years there where it was they shut it all down. I think it was an IRS thing because everybody was like, all the poker online poker um sites and companies were like out of the Cayman Islands or something. And so there was like it was like a tax evasion thing, and so the IRS just shut it down. And then they all started coming back up because it was so profitable. They were like, so who cares if we have to pay taxes? Like, we should just do it anyway. So they all just, they all got their US licenses again, and then they started doing it. And they all did it out of states where there was, legalized gambling, like Nevada and New Jersey and, wherever. And I think one of the big pushes around here was, the Native American casinos. They started doing the online stuff. They were like, well, if we can't, they are legalized. They're allowed to do it. So if they're going to do it anyway, we may as well, let everybody do it. Yeah, that could have been question. That might have been one of the reasons they try to shut it down. Because how do you do age verification? Yeah, I played a lot of poker for 4 or 5 years. I mean, when we were younger, like I said, I played for about a 10-year stretch. But when we were younger, it was pretty inconsistent. But when, when Moneymaker won on ESPN and it was like big, the whole thing blew up and everybody started playing poker. And so we went from playing like, you know, 5 or 6 games a year to playing 3 or 4 games a month, you know, 5 games a month. And then eventually it back down to like 1 game a month. But there were maybe 2 or 3 years there, yeah, where I was playing a lot of poker. And I played at the casinos. It was fun because the poker rooms at the casinos were packed. There was a lot of people playing. So if you were even a slightly above average player, you would do pretty well. Um, yeah, and the tournaments were fun. I like the tournament style. I didn't like the cash games much. Okay, so where do we stand on this now? So the question is, can we get Tagore into anything? Oh wait, I still need to do my artifact enhancement. You guys distracted me. Talk of poker. I miss poker. Poker was fun. It was a fun thing to do with your guy friends. Especially when you didn't care about winning. You just buy in for $20. Play a couple of tournaments. People drink a couple of beers. It was chill. When it became about real money, that's when it stopped being fun. Like once we started playing for real money, that's when we were like, it's not so great. Because then you cared if you won or lost, and now you're taking big pots off your friends, and it's like that's not as friendly anymore. Okay, I get a few more points here. Even when it's a 2-star, you can't get a freaking speed boot. Look at that. There's one speed boot. One speed boot out of all of them. What's this? You must be able to. Okay. I gotta find something worth rolling. That's a nice double crit rate roll. Crit damage, that's not bad at all. This is probably the next best thing. Looks like we got it. No. We need 65 points. Right? 1435. We need 65 points. So what is 65 points? That's a 6-star to 12. I don't have any of those. It would be 4 stars. A lot. Okay. That's not bad. How much that cost? You knew that was. Back to the grind. No, I didn't need her there. Well, whatever. Joining my Discord? You're welcome. I will probably unlock the mine, but I won't do it first. I will get masteries on my first 2 champions. And then I'll unlock the mine, and then I'll unlock the sparring pit. You know, I'll be honest, like, getting back to the poker thing, like, I think one of the reasons why, like, gacha games bother me so much is because of what I went through with all of that back in the day. Like, you know, there were fun things about it, and then there were bad things about it, you know, and between poker and Magic the Gathering, like, you know, seeing the gambling from those 2 spectrums, like going to the casino, seeing people, I mean, desperate, just, you know, looking for change, like looking for change so they could get something to eat, or looking for change so they could get, you know, a bus ride home or whatever, because they literally lost every dime they had. And then, you know, Magic the Gathering, spending tens of thousands of dollars on that game, you know, thinking to myself somehow that it was a good investment. Like I was going to get my money back. No, you're not. You know, it's just a game. It's a card game. You spend $10,000. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then you see gotcha, you know, like 20 years later, and you're like, it's the same thing. It's the same thing come back around. You know, we're talking about being 50 earlier, like, you know, all the middle-aged guys hanging out here late at night. Late at night for me. Like, you see that come around enough times in your life. You're like, oh, this is the same shit. It's just a new group of people trying to use the same exploitation that other people have done in your life. And eventually, hopefully, you wise up and you're like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to do that again. I've done that before. I've made that mistake. That's a mistake I don't need to repeat. You know, like, I remember at 22 years old going into the casino with $300, going to the crap tables and winning $10,000. And thinking this is the easiest thing in the world, right? Like in 3 hours, I went from $300 to $10,000. And then like 90 minutes later, I didn't even have my $300. You know, that happens, but it shouldn't happen to you 10 times. It should happen to you once. Do you know what I mean? Like, it happened to me once. Like 3 years later, it almost happened to me a second time. And I was like, oh, it's me. It's not this thing. It's like, I'm the stupid one. Like, they're just letting me be stupid. They're just letting me be stupid. It's like if I want to go to the casino with my buddies and have a fun night and watch a show and get a meal and play a couple of games and call it a $200 entertainment night, like that's not a bad thing. You can do that. That's a healthy way to approach it. But to go and to have $10,000 in your hands and then leave with nothing, that's not cool. There's something that happened there in my brain that made me no longer understand the value of money. Right? Like, I was 22 years old. I had $10,000 in my hand. I'm like, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to turn this into $1 million. Like, they can't stop me. I'm undefeated. You know, it's like, I'm unbeatable. I'm unbeatable. They can't slow me down. I'm on fire. Watch me take over the world. You know, like, and then an hour and a half later, you know, with my head in my hands, and my buddy's going like, it's all right, man. It's like, no, it's not. It's not all right at all. There's nothing good about that. There's nothing good about that. You know, between that and the Magic the Gathering, and then I start playing Raid, and they're like, hey, you want to buy a shard? Like, no. No, I don't want to buy a shard. It's like you're one of those fake, cute Asian girls on Discord who keep messaging me. Play my game. I need friends. You're not real. You're not real. You're just some enticement to get me to be stupid again. Do you play Clash of Clans? No, I don't. Well, I'm looking for people to play with me. Do you want to play? No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't know who you are. You're nothing. You're fake. You're fake. I don't believe you. And even if I did believe you, I wouldn't play with you. That's a much healthier approach, Adam. Much. You lose $40 and you feel like, yeah, I'm never gambling real money again. That's my wife. That's my wife's response. My wife would put a quarter in a slot machine, win 50 cents, put the 50 cents in her pocket, and walk out. Like, she'd be nervous as hell putting the quarter in. And then if it lost, she'd be like, I'm not putting a second quarter in. And if she won, she'd take whatever she won and left. Like, that's it. She would do it once, you know, because I made her. Like, she would never gamble. She would never gamble. And some people just don't have it in them, you know? And I'm like, you know, it's kind of amazing to me that at this point in my life I can play a gotcha game like this and not spend money on it. And not only not spend money on it, but prefer it. Like, I'm not even tempted. It took me 20 years of, you know, mistakes to get to a point where mentally, or 25 years of mistakes to get to a point mentally where it's like, oh, I can do this in a healthy way. And I remember I told this story recently, but I was playing a game. I don't remember the name of the game. I can see it, you know, I can see it in my head, but I've forgotten the name of the game. It's not a big title, but it's one of those kind of card collecting games that's also a match 3 game. So it's like you have like RPG cards, you have like character cards who are in a battle, and you do a match 3 game, and the cards get empowered by how many gems you connect, and then they, you know, fight. And you can build your team out of cards, and there's kind of like rarities of cards. And there's an event, there's like a weekly event, like every weekend there's an event, and they release new cards, and you can get the cards for free by playing like a certain number of the cards, but you can never get all of the cards for free. Like, you have to pay to get to really compete in this game. And I was spending probably like maybe like $200 or $300 a month on this game. And I was in a guild or clan, and there was a woman who was she was a US Army veteran. She was like 23. I don't know. She was young. I don't know how old she was, but she was young. And she'd been injured in Iraq. An IED had exploded and had had injured her. She had like some kind of neurological problem because she had a skull fracture or something, and she had a neurological problem, and so she was discharged, and her husband was still on active duty, and she was home by herself, and she was discharged. The disability check would arrive, and she would put it into this game that we were playing, and she's like, I'll just buy $100 worth of stuff at a time, like every couple of hours, and I get paid, disability every 2 weeks, and the check will be gone in like 48 hours. And then I'll have like $30 to feed myself for 2 weeks until my next check comes in, and I put 95% of it into the game. And I was like, that's awful. He's like, yeah, my husband's pissed at me, but he's overseas and he can't stop me. And that's what I do. I was like, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. But some people have it. And in this case, she was extra susceptible because of the neurological thing. She had no ability to stop it. And she didn't want to. She was not interested in stopping it, But she also simultaneously recognized how horrible it was. And it was like, it's such a weird place to be. And that was the first time I really said to myself, I was like, this should not be possible that she sinks, $2,000 into this game, like in a few hours, and then has to like scrounge for food and eat, cans of soup and stuff. It's like, so that's when I started being like, putting all the things together and being like, my experiences with gambling and my experiences with, unhealthy spending in games. Let me see where that goes. What can I do about that? And I could have avoided gaming. I could have gotten out of gaming, but I didn't want to do that. And, weirdly enough, I ended up playing gacha games. I was already playing gacha games, but weirdly enough, I stayed with playing gacha. And I said, I'm going to do it without spending. And I have ever since. I have played other gacha games where I've spent a little bit of money, but usually it's in the vicinity of like $20 to $50. I'll say I've played this game for 100 hours. I like the game. I want to support the developers. I will buy the starter pack, and that's it. Or I'll buy the first progression pack, which is like, $9 and then $19, and then that's it. Or I'll buy a skin or something. And I've been able to do that. And, I think sharing those experiences and those ideas with people is helpful, because I don't know you guys and what your budget is, or why you game, or why you spend, or why you don't spend. But if I can help people who are like that woman, or who are like I was before, to say, oh, I like this game, and I'm compelled to spend, and I have trouble not spending, but, this guy helps me like see it a different way and maybe reduce my spending a little bit, be a little bit healthier about it, and still succeed, have fun. That honestly, that's why the channel exists. That's the reason I do it. I like talking to people. I like hanging out with people. And I like gaming. And I like the idea of getting paid by companies. Not really getting paid by the companies, although that would be cool. But getting paid to play games, that want my money. Like I'm like, no. I'm gonna get the money. You're good. You're fine. You don't need the money. Like there is some of that. There's a little bit of attitude in it. There is. I'll admit that. I don't know, Jamie. It's been a few years. That was probably 6 or 7 years ago. It was before I started playing Raid. It was just before I started playing Raid. Honestly, it was like within a year of starting to play Raid, and I started playing Raid in 2019, so it was probably 2018. And she actually convinced me to stop playing that game. Like, she didn't mean to. She wasn't trying to. But after having that conversation with her, I was like, I need to stop doing this. This is not good. First of all, I don't want to give money to this company that's doing these, exploiting this woman. And they don't know her. They're not doing it deliberately. They're just allowing it to happen. But I also just took a look at my own spending, and I was like, I'm spending $200 to $300 a month in this game. That's like $3,000 a year. That could be something, you know. That could be a trip. That could be a really nice vacation. I could go to Hawaii and see my brother's family for $3,000. You know, spend 2 weeks out there. I could go skiing a couple of times. You know, I could go to Colorado twice a year. Go skiing in Aspen if I wanted to for $3,000. But my point being that, you know, like I didn't follow up with her. I lost track of her within a few weeks of that conversation. Yeah, and the interesting thing about that game was that guild or clan that I belonged to was actually really friendly. They reminded me a little bit of Raid, like the Raid community, in the sense that it was a little bit older. You know, she was one of the younger players. A lot of the people were older. There were definitely, you know, like grandparents in our guild. And it was really friendly and positive and no toxicity. You know, it was interesting. I enjoyed the community. It's why I played the game. Why I kept playing the game. And then I heard about that and I was like, oh, I got to stop playing this game. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Hazy. Absolutely. Yeah, Mike, I think it's important. And you know, I don't have anything against Plarium specifically. Actually, that's not true. I have some things against Plarium specifically, but they're not about this particular topic. Um I think when an industry arises, like like microtransactions, item malls, like we've been moving towards this in gaming for a while. So it's like this industry didn't arise out of nothing. You know, it's like it was a trend. And it's part of a market force. Like gamers get to decide whether this continues. We collectively get to decide whether or not we'll empower monetary practices like this. And that's why I got behind No Dime December last year. Because I was like, let's say collectively as gamers that we don't like this. I think it had some effect, but I don't think it was enough, you know? And ultimately, the problem with the model is that a few people can empower, you know, it would take a massive, massive change in the community for, like, not just of this game, but of all gacha games to really change the policy. The only other way to approach it is through legislation. And weirdly enough, it's countries like China that have actually legislated against gacha games. There are only a few countries in the world that have. They're like, I don't know, a dozen of them maybe. But China has some of the strictest anti-gacha game policies. It's why Raid doesn't exist in China. Because to get approval to open, you know, to publish there is very difficult. And I know they want to get into China, but I don't know if they ever will. All right, I got to sell more stuff. I just need more silver. I just need more silver. I need more silver. Hey, 50,000. Okay. Challenges. See, this is what I knew was going to happen. Arnock. Am I still grinding? Yeah. Hey, Taz. Good to see you. Well, Kim, I mean, it's not necessarily about alternatives. I think there are alternatives there. And one of the things you'll see, like, I think I had this discussion with the guys from Fateless. I think what's happening is there are new companies arising that are powered by gamers who are not seeing what they want to see in the gaming market, and so therefore are becoming the gaming market. And I mean that's just the classic like approach to entrepreneurship is like if you see a market out there that you would want to purchase, like if you have a demand for something and it's not being met by the marketplace, that's an opportunity for you to supply that product. And I think that's what gamers are starting to do. There's been a rise of indie developers over the last like 10 years. I think that's progressing. And unfortunately the platform hasn't been there. You have this weird kind of push and pull with third party platforms. Are you making for like Google Play? Are you doing mobile phones? Are you doing PC? Like, are you going through Xbox or are you going through Sony? Like how are you delivering your game? And the platforms you were delivering, the delivery methods, those people were actually in charge of like the market pressures, like for you, like how did you monetize? If you're going to be profitable, you had to conform to their rules because they were the ones who controlled the pipeline. But that has started to shift. And there are more ways to deliver products, digital products to consumers than ever before. And part of that reason is because people didn't like the fact that there were like 7 companies in control of all of that. Um, and that allows for the developers to do more different things and monetize in different ways. And gamers are nothing if not innovative. Like they're resilient, they're creative, they're passionate, they're dedicated, they're obsessive, and they'll just push. They'll just push and create pressure and change a market. We don't like to do it collectively. We like to do it organically. There's almost something like distrust, like we distrust movements as gamers. We don't like banding together. It's like we're too independent and weird for that. But who knows? Like big companies will still exploit, you know, groups like ours because we don't band together. you know. So there'll be a change, and then it'll be taken advantage of, and there'll be a change, it'll be taken advantage of. But I like the idea of Fateless. I like the idea behind Fateless, and I hope they're successful, because of who they are and how they're approaching it. But they're creating a gotcha. I don't know how to resolve that personally. I like Simon, like I like HellHades. I like Sham. I've talked to them about what they're trying to do, and it feels like they're gamers trying to provide good value to other gamers, and they need it to be profitable. And the market, the style of game that they're choosing to make is only ever really done as a gotcha game. And it feels like they're like, well, we have to do a gotcha game. And, when I was talking to them, I'm like, you don't have to. When I had my Fateless podcast, and I didn't say it on air, but I said to them, I was like, you don't have to do it as a gotcha game. There are other methods, and they were kind of like, no, there aren't. There aren't, and fair enough. Like, do your best, but maybe it'll be a little shift in the right direction. I hope so. It feels like their heart's in the right place. I'm pulling for them. Yeah, it's a true question. Yeah, John Hudson, there have been some improvements, and we were talking about that earlier. Mikey, I think they've shifted a little bit, over time. It used to be primarily skins, and now they sell season passes, right? Season passes. I think season passes are like the trend. You know, they've been growing and growing. Every game's going to the season pass thing because it's a way to create multiple passive revenue that seem relatively innocuous individually, you know. I don't really mind the season pass method, especially if it's not gating, you know, like if you're not like, oh, well, you can't play the full game unless you buy the season's pass. But I honestly don't mind the subscription model. I know that's outdated and it probably wouldn't work particularly well right now, but I think it could be mixed in with others. I forgot that I was doing this. Damn it. I forgot that I was doing. That's irritating. I was just running it. I wasn't even thinking, just doing it over. But you know, I mentioned mythical. I've mentioned Mythical Heroes a few times, which is another gacha game. But they have they mix several forms of monetization together, and one of the things that they offer is a permanent subscription, which is kind of like a buy to play model. $20, it's a permanent subscription. Every day you get rewards for as long as the game exists. You never have to spend again. It's not $20 a month. It's just $20, $19.99 permanent subscription. That's what we used to call buying a game, right? You pay $20, you get a game, you take it home, you play it forever. That's what buying a game was. So they have that. And then they have a subscription, $9.99 a month. You get these other resources every day. And then they have a season pass for these events. You get this season pass. And then they have like forge passes. You know, like they have a seasons pass, which is like for a period of time. And then they have a forge pass, which is like for a specific event. And then they have microtransactions. And the transactions are the same, like buy gems, buy shard, buy skin, like all of that stuff. So they literally have just taken every monetization model and put it in the same game and balanced the value in such a way that, like, if you buy anything, you feel like, oh, I got decent value for it. And that way everybody feels like when they're spending in a manner that makes sense to them. It was really smart. And honestly, I played free to play for like 6 months, and then I bought the not even like 3 months, and then I bought the permanent subscription, which is basically just the buy to play, the $20. And then I never bought anything ever again. And be like, well, I gave him $20. Good game for $20. It's totally worth $20. And I played for a year. You know? Like, I can't, how many times have I done that in my life? You know, tons of times. I'll buy a game for $50 and play it for 6 months. You know, it's like, that's a fine transaction to me. I have no problem with that. I'm an old school gamer. You know, and then it was like, all right, cool. And then I'm sure there were other people who bought the season's pass or the forge pass kind of things, and or the, you know, whatever. It's a good game. Actually, a very good game. It's kind of a AFK Arena style game, but I actually think it's better than AFK Arena. Pretty cool. RuneScape, yeah. Yeah, I think there are a lot of ways to monetize, and you know, you can get creative about it and it can work. It has to be a combination of a monetization model, a game, and a community that are all in sort of harmony with each other, right? Yeah, Tributor. That so one of the things about gotcha games, and you know, we all know this kind of instinctively, but you don't always talk about it or think about it in this manner, is that um the game has an unlimited supply of its product. You know, they have a monopoly on the product, and they create the relative value of the product. You know, when you come here, you go to a shop, Every game has a pack shop. And you look at this Primal 4-pack shop, and you're like, all right, this is $24.99. So that means it's $6.25 per shard pack, per individual shard, $6.25. And you look at that, and then you look at the 8-pack, and you realize it's $49, and you're like, hey, that's only... Actually, that's the exact same price. That's the exact same price. No, I'm sorry. Here it is, the single pack. No, this is $5. Oh, so this is the value. This is the $5. You want to buy the single pack. Buy it. It's $5. This is $6.25. This is $6.25. This is $5. You're saving 25%. Or 20%. Whatever. Saving 20%. But that's how they generate. They do the same thing here. It's like, oh, this is, here you can get 6 ancient shards for $50 or 15 for $100. It's like you're getting 3 shards for free. But they're the one who they do this, right? And it's just a psychological trick that gets you to think that this has value that this doesn't. It's the same kind of thing you see on like late night TV when they're trying to sell you, like infomercial products. They do the same thing. Or they say that thing where like there are only 50 left in stock. The next 50 callers get the, infinity pen for $19.99. That's a $120 value for $19.99 for the next 50 callers. It's like both of those things are bullshit. Like all 3 of those things are bullshit. 1, you have more than 50 in stock. 2, the $120 or whatever, that's just a number you made up. Because if you're selling it for $19.99, you're making a profit at $19.99. It's not worth $120. It's like all this is made up. But it's just a psychological trick to make you feel like FOMO. It's all FOMO in all its forms, all over the place. What am I looking for now? Nope. This one. Shield. Where's Varnark's shield? Yeah, those are stupid infomercials. Six ancient shards for $50 sounds like a scam. Why? Why does it sound like a scam? Because there's another offer that's sitting right next to that offer that says you can get 15 for $100. And you're like, ooh, that's better. It's like that's only $6.75 or whatever. It's like, what? That's a ridiculous amount of money. Yeah. They're all toxically overpriced. Maybe I was lucky in some way because I grew up in an era of games where you would go to the store and buy a game for $30 and bring it home and own it forever. And this simultaneously happened or happened just subsequent to like the physical arcade where you would go and put quarters into a machine. So like I remember Pac-Man. I remember the first time I saw Pac-Man. Like it was new. It had just been launched. We were in like a Pizza Hut or something. And my brother was looking at this table and he's like, what the heck is this? It was like a table Pac-Man where you could sit down and eat your pizza and play Pac-Man. And so it wasn't a stand-up box. It was a table. And he was like 7, No, he must have been like 8. I think I was 4. Something like that. And it was like it's Pac-Man, and then you put quarters in And then like a year later, you could buy Pac-Man for like video game console in television and like Texas Instruments or whatever it was, ColecoVision. And you thought to yourself, wait, I can go for $20, buy Pac-Man, and play it as many times as I want at home. Yes. And you're like, but if I go to the arcade, $20 gets me 80 plays. And that's it. And then I'm spending more money on Pac-Man. And it seemed like such a great buy. You're like, I'm gonna buy Pac-Man, I'm gonna play it 5,000 times. It's like, it would cost me thousands of dollars to play it, the amount of times I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna get it all for $20. And it's like they were going in the other direction. They went from the arcade to the home model, and you were like, oh, that economically is better for me. It's actually better for me to do it that way. And so you wanted to buy it and bring it into your house. And now it's like, oh yeah, that thing in your house, you have to put quarters into that too. It's like there's a little slot in your phone, and you just run your credit card through the phone. It's like, speaking of which, I gotta still finish this artifact enhancement event. You're all distracting me. All right, I still have. Oh man, I have so much energy to burn. So much energy to burn. Because it's like Pac-Man. You can play it, but like you have like an allowance. You can eat 200 dots, and every 200 dots, I got to put another dollar in. It's like you clear the screen. Do you want to go to the next screen? Pay another dollar. It's like that. It's ridiculous. It's like the old cell phone plans, where it was like you would get 200 minutes for $10, and then the next minute cost you like $4. It was like, you're like, oh, and then you're counting the minutes on your phone every month to make sure you didn't go over. You couldn't roll over your minutes. All up to you, Bar. That's sacred. There's a 2-time sacred right now happening. So if you want to pull it, it's a decent shot at a good champion. You know you're going to get an epic at the very least. So I'm probably not going to be pulling mine. I'm going to save mine for a fusion. There you go. Yeah, I mean, you can still. The crazy thing is there are still games you can just buy. You can just buy a game and own it. I bought Total War 3 Kingdoms like earlier like 7 months ago or whatever. There's the spring sale or the summer sale. I got it for like $24.99. It's a $60 game. I still haven't played it. But I could just play that game forever. I could play that game 1,000 hours and never have to spend another dime. Now they have downloaded, content and expansions and stuff. That's great. I got no problem with that. Offer me more of my favorite game. I'll pay you a little bit for it. I don't have a problem with that. Sequels are fine. Like, it's not really that bad. But when it comes down to it, you get 1,000 hours of gameplay for $150 or something. I don't know. I paid 15 cents per hour. In this game, there are some people who would have to play it for 100 years to get that value. Like they would have to stop spending today and then play it every day for 4 or 5 hours a day for the next 100 years to get back down to 15 cents per hour, because you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars of the game. It's like insane. Insane. And maybe the craziest thing about it is, you know, it's a drug dealer model. You can play for free. You want to try it? Here. Here, go ahead. Go ahead, try it. It's free. Oh, you want to do another thing? That'll cost you $1,000. You're like, what? I thought it was free. Oh yeah, it was free the first time. I played Total War Warhammer for a little bit. Yeah, I own a bunch of the Total War games. I started with the original Shogun. I played Shogun 2. I still love going back and playing Shogun 2 every once in a while. That game, there aren't too many perfect video games out there that have ever been created. That's one of them. I played Total War Warhammer 1 and 2. Played Total War Rome. I played another one. Medieval Total War, I think. Or Medieval Total War 2. One of those. A lot of them I didn't play very much, 100 hours or whatever. But Shogun, I probably have like 3,000 hours in or something. Something crazy. I've been playing that game since it came out, which was, I don't even know when that came out. 2007? I don't know. Hey, Skullsworn, what you doing, buddy? But the one I played the most is Shogun 2, and I love the Three Kingdoms saga. Like, I've played so many Dynasty Warrior games and Romance of the Three Kingdoms games. I read the books. Like, the games got me into the books. I went back and read the, historical novels. Which is weird. They're huge. It's a strange it's a strange series of books. They're sort of, I don't know, that maybe they're like the Chinese equivalent of like the Odyssey and the Iliad. It's like a mix of history and mythology together. I have thought about how I'm going to introduce my kid to gaming. Yeah, we haven't come up with a method yet, but obviously if I'm still creating content when he's old enough to understand what the heck's going on, he's going to want to be part of it. Yeah, I'm not going to be at endgame. There are people who are going to be way ahead of me. But we're doing all right. This has been less efficient than most of my early games. I don't care. I like the free to play challenge. I'm really happy that they're doing it again this year, and I'm thankful and all the work that goes into it. But I'm so not invested the way I was last year. Like, this year, I'm just gonna play for fun. It's gonna be part of it and part of the community. Make some content. Hopefully, build a good account to give away at the end, and that's all. So I'm not really worried about perfect efficiency. I do want to do well. I don't want to just slack off and do poorly, but last year in Raid, you mean? Call Red pulling shards is gonna be his first memory. I think that for introducing my son to games, I don't want to give him the same message I got, which was that gaming was bad. Right? Like, you're wasting your time, you're slacking off. I don't understand why you don't like. The crazy thing about it for me as a kid was I was a good kid, I didn't get into trouble. I was very good in school, I got good grades. I was an athlete, I loved to be outside, I played all sorts of sports. I was social, I had plenty of friends, I did things outside the house. Even inside the house, games were my secondary hobby because I read books day and night. I read 50 books a year as a kid. And then I sank time into games. you know. So it was my passion after books, after sports, you know. This was like my third thing. And the messaging was always, you're wasting your time. What are you doing? Like, it's antisocial, it's not healthy, um, you know, it's escapist. And it was all that. And I'm just like, I'm definitely not telling my kid that, you know, like that's not healthy. That's not a realistic view of gaming. That's just somebody outside of something who doesn't understand it saying what they think it might be. Um, so I think my message is going to be, you know, more around what I was just saying to you guys. Like, gaming as part of your life is a good thing. It can help you learn problem solving. It can give you a social life. It can be creative. It can help you understand like how to overcome challenges. It can teach you about time management and resource management. And if there's a thing in the real world, there's probably a game that can help you understand it. But simultaneously, it's just one part of life. There are so many things that you want to do with your life that gaming needs to be in balance. And if you find yourself getting out of balance, where gaming is becoming overly important and to the detriment of other aspects of your life, then it can be unhealthy. And that's true with everything. And if you're a sports fan and it overtakes your life, you know, like we were just talking about, like the whole World of Warcraft and people getting divorced and stuff, like that also happens with sports fans. That also happens with people who are obsessed with other things, right? You know, like anything can become a problem if it becomes disproportionately too important, you know. Um, so we'll probably talk about how to think about that and judge that and view that and practices that can help him balance it in his life. And I'll have to model for him, you know. Like right now, I play Raid and King Arthur, you know, all day. Not actively, but it's always on because if I'm making a video or if I'm doing a thing or if I'm watching video, you know, like it's part of my job, but it's also you know what I do for fun. And so it's too much. So you know, like I'm gonna have to go out there and coach his little league team, and you know, we're gonna have to have family dinners where we don't watch TV or have our phones out. Like we're gonna have to do all those things. And I don't know exactly what it's gonna look like because obviously my wife's gonna have input on that. And but I do know that I don't want him to be a gamer to the detriment of everything else. Like I want him to play sports and I want him to learn how to play music or dance or sing or, you know, make art. Um, you know, I want all of those things for him. So I do know we're gonna resist the screens for a while. I know some parents say like, "Oh yeah, sure you are," you know, like yeah, you're gonna resist the screens, you know. Um, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. We're gonna see. You know, we don't want to set him behind his peers in terms of understanding technology and being able to utilize it in school and for work and for creativity. But simultaneously, like we want to put build healthy limits, help him because kids don't have impulse control, right? They don't understand. And that's gonna be a challenge because he's gonna hate it. He's gonna hate it. I hate it, you know. Um, but we'll see. That's an interesting analogy, Newt. The weird thing for me about that message that I got as a kid was that um like I was introduced to games by my family. My family played games together like as on a game night. The first game I remember playing as a kid was chess. My father taught me how to play chess. You know, we play card games as a family, like all of the games, but they were like social or intellectual games. They were like socially acceptable games, you know, and video games were not, you know. Even like board games. Like I got into hardcore board games. You know, games that would take 4 hours to play a game. And they were like, were you some kind of game nerd? It's like we used to play Parcheesi as a family for like 2 hours every Wednesday. Like, why is this all of a sudden bad because I play with my high school friends for 4 hours instead of 2, you know, and because it's a game that you don't understand or it's not made by Milton Bradley, like why is that weird? You know? And but that was the message, you know? I was like, okay. And over time, you know, we had discussions about it, but it always felt very odd to me. Like there was something. There's something not it's not me. You know, there's something in that dynamic that like the previous generation didn't like for some reason. I don't give a shit. I couldn't care less. Boots. We need boots. Yeah, question. I kind of remember that game, I think. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that did. They actually outlawed it. I think they outlawed it in professional racing. I saw something about that exact thing. Um there was a guy who did that and like they banned the move like instantaneously. They banned that. It might have been in NASCAR. It might have been stock car racing. There we go. All right, how are we doing on silver? We could use a little more silver. Oh, look at all this pinpoint gear I got. That's nice. Flat defense boots, that's gone. Amulet with accuracy, amulet with accuracy. Yeah. 3 defensive amulets, all with accuracy. That's not too bad. HP with accuracy. All right, I got 4 usable pieces there. Look at all these champs I got. I can sell all this. This is gone. Don't need that. Don't need days. Sell those. Not bad. I need 8 more points. Okay, I need 8 more points. So a 3-star to 12. Or a few 4 stars to 3. I mean 8. 3. I could do that. I'm doing it right now. It's an accuracy banner. Yeah, I still have a couple hours, but I'm basically done with it. All right, that should be done. Artifact enhancement event. Got the ancient shard. I think we're gonna get everything. How are we doing in this tournament? Okay, 123 points ahead. In case you don't know, and this is something everybody should know, I don't know if I've ever really gone over this. In the novice tournament, you want to understand where your points come from. So you get an unlimited number of points from arena battles. So when you win arena battles, you get points, and that just goes up and up and up. You can just keep doing it. However many times you win, you want to use all of your tokens. All of the dungeons, you only get points for clearing the stage one time. So if you clear stage 4, you get 15 points. Then you clear stage 5 and you get an additional 17 points. Clear stage 6, you get an additional 20 points. But if you do 6 over and over and over again, you don't get 20 points every time. You get it once. That's it. So I made the mistake of thinking, oh, I'll just farm dungeons, like way, way, way back. Like, no. And campaign is, same thing. You push campaign, you get points. So you push dungeons and campaigns to the furthest point, and you keep trying to do that to get points. But otherwise, you want to be in arena a lot. That's where you get your points. And so before I go, I want to get into the arena. I also want to use up this energy, but I want to make sure I'm getting into arena and like using up all my tokens. One-man defenses are lovely. And the higher you get, the more points they're worth too. So you want to do that as well. You push it. Push it as high as you can. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate it. I used to play a lot of chess. There was a time where I really pursued it. It was always a family game we used to play on holidays, like me and my cousins, my brother. We're all of an age. We're all within about 5 years of each other. And so we would all, come home for Thanksgiving and play like all weekend. We play, 3 games against each cousin or whatever. And then I played my college roommate who was good at chess, and it was funny because we played and I was better than he was. And we played for like a few months. And at the end of a few months, his girlfriend at the time was like, "Who do you think is better? Like who wins more?" And we were both like, "I do." I was like, "Yeah, I do." And he was like, "No, I do." And I looked at him like, "You so do not. You do not. I win twice as many games as you do." He's like, "No, man, it's like 50-50." And I'm like, "No, I win twice as many games as you do." And so she started recording it. She like wrote a little paper down and we started recording it. And after like the next month, it was exactly what I said. I win exactly twice as many games as he did. And then he went home over like Christmas break or summer break or whatever. It's Christmas break, I think. And he like bought some chess books and he started reading up on strategy and like practicing it, at home. And he came back after the break and started whooping me. And he's been better than me ever since. We still, every once in a while we'll play. And it's like 30 years later, he's still better than me. What do we have here in the challenges now? Equip an attack type champion with 3 3-star or higher offense sets. Attack type champion. So we need. It said 3 sets. I need all 6 pieces. Sometimes this game is so freaking irritating. I'm lacking the silver because I just put all the silver into the. I can't even remove the pieces. Oh. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna do. No, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get into the dungeon. And we're gonna do this event dungeon a few times. Get to gore in there. I should put some gear on to gore, I guess, at some point. And then tomorrow I'll do the clan boss tomorrow. Yeah, it was so obviously that I was beating him, but it's short lived, you know. It was short lived. Yeah, I could do that. I could put him on a throwaway champ. What I need to do is assess this account when I'm not on a live stream. Like I need to sleep, wake up, go through it a little bit and see what's actually happened tonight. Because I don't really have any idea. First of all, I'm so exhausted. And second of all, we've been going for so long. I mean, how long has the live stream been going at this point? We're going 8.5 hours. You know, still 239 people hanging out, which is fun. Like that's great. Oh, that's a good point. Do I want to use the clan boss keys before the reset? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm your entertainment tonight, Adam Murray. All right. Several people have asked why I chose Athel, and there's a lot of reasons. The best reason is that she's got a triple hit on her A1 with a 100% weaken, which is the only rare or epic in the game who has that. So she's very good into all boss fights, including clan boss. She's especially good into Fire Knight for the triple hit. She's the best starter into Fire Knight. The only other starter that really competes with her in terms of overall value is Kale, and I think Kale is better at clan boss and probably like Dragon a little bit. But otherwise, I think she's better all around. I think Sacred Order is an easier faction wars than Dark Elves is. And there you usually get somebody good to pair with her. Like even War Priest can help you push Sacred Order. You're going to get better farm materials for perception gear and resilience gear early in the game if you have Athel. And then I just think she's badass. Kale looks stupid. So that's the other reason. I just think he's weird looking and he's cooler looking. How dare you make me watch you for like 7 hours straight and I didn't get bored once. Where is son? I hope son's asleep. It's 4 a.m. My son will be he could. Yesterday, he woke up at this time. This is when I woke up. I've been up for 24 hours now. I've now been up for 24 hours. So I blame all of you. I blame all of you. I blame you, HellHades. Do you hear me? HellHades, I'm calling you out. How dare you keep me up for 24 hours again? Last year, I streamed for like 16 hours or something. Yeah, bonkers. All right, so we want to do the clan boss before the reset. So we need to get some gear. We're going to do Athel. All right, we need some gear on this guy. What can we put on him? We don't. We got nothing good. Got nothing good. So let's do this. And then so that's 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's got to be Wukong at this point. I think he's gonna hit the hardest. And then Tagore, I guess, over War Priest, but Tagore doesn't have any gear on him. Let's put the shield on Tagore. Yeah, do that, and then I guess we could have done that. Could have worked too, or this could have worked. Too late now. I don't have the silver to take it off. We'll put the speed. We don't have a glove. I don't have a glove. All right. Well, guess what? We're gonna do that anyway. And then we're gonna find a little bit of energy. That's 50. Yeah, we'll go find that energy. And we'll go here. We'll get ourselves a glove. That reminds me, I still have 2 keys on my main account I got to burn through. One-star crit rate. Oh, we're gonna do another. We're gonna do another run. Hopefully, we can get a 2-star HP. Flat HP would be fine. HP percentage would be good. Yeah, I need to ascend everybody. Come on, just give me something. Give me 2-star something. Yeah, I'm gonna bring Outlaw Monk as a poison. Thank you, Joker. That was fun. I enjoyed that quite a bit. All right, that's fine. Whatever. We'll go with the 1-star defense gauntlets. An Outlaw Monk. Give him a little more survivability. I wish I'd done this while I still needed points. That I wasted silver on stuff I didn't need. Oh man, it's been a rough night. It's been a long night. It's been fun. I really enjoyed it. Demon Lord, easy. Let's go ahead and get Tagore in the lead there. Athel. Honestly, she's a good healer, but I think we'll do this. Let's just see what happens. I'm not gonna manual it. There's that weaken. Look at that. That beautiful weaken. Decreased defense. Got poisons out there. Good team. He can even block the buff. Pretty nice. Anybody wanna? You think I could do 500,000? Bet you I could do 500,000. Wouldn't Frog be better than Wukong since he helps more with clan boss? Are you talking about Taragi the Frog? Yeah, I'm not I'm not worried about that. I'm going for Oh, okay. So I've explained this a few times, but people coming in and out of the stream, so not everybody's heard it. I'm not playing this account to win the challenge. I'm not really focused on the challenge at all. So I'm interested in the challenge. I like the challenge, and I'll play as best I can. But my idea here was I'm going to play this account as if I were a brand new free to play player playing an account. Or I'm sorry, not a new player, but a player playing a new account, right? Like, so I'm going to try to model the best free to play practices that I know and play this account as if the challenge weren't happening. And then compare at the end of the 90 days and see what the accounts look like, what this account looks like versus accounts that were played specifically to do well in the challenge. So I don't think I'm going to be like in the top 10 or anything out of the content creators. But I believe that good free-to-play practices should still result in a pretty good account. Maybe not an account that gets a ton of points on the leaderboards, but an account that probably looks as good or better than most of the accounts in the challenge by the end of the 90 days. And so one aspect of that is that I believe that a new player who wasn't in the challenge would be most likely to pick Wukong with the promo code. That would be the pick that most people would make. And so I just chose that to represent what I think like the average new free to play account would look like. Yeah, almost 700,000. Oh, there we go, 700,000. So that was my idea. I do not think Wukong is the best promo code for the challenge. I think there are several other epics that would actually probably end up resulting in more points for the challenge. I do think Wukong's good for the challenge. But ultimately, I just picked it so that it would represent that normal account. And then the other thing is, at the end of the 90 days, I'm going to give away this account. And so I thought it would be nice for the person who received the account to have Wukong, because there's no guarantee that you'll ever pull a Wukong. He's a legendary. Whereas all of the epics that you can get from promo codes, you're much, much more likely to pull. So like you'll probably get a Stagnite before you get a Wukong, is my point, And I figured, why not just pull the Wukong for somebody then? So how much do I actually need? I need 760k to get to the next chest. I can get to the top chest. I did 700k. I can get to the top chest. That's cool. I didn't even know if that was going to happen. So yeah, so that's just my approach, for the challenge. I like the idea. I was last year I was so invested. I spent so much time and energy trying to win. And I did very well, and I was proud of my performance, and I think I put out some good content, and it was really fun. And it was also a massive time suck. I sank hundreds of hours into the game, and it was stressful. It was really stressful, especially like the last 2 weeks were really, really stressful. And I didn't have a baby last year. We have a baby this year, so I don't want to be tied to this thing and worrying about it every day, and that I'm not getting my time in, and I'm not, I'm not doing enough. So I think this is a healthier choice for me too, despite the fact that I'm still up at 4 in the morning on day one. Honestly, as much as I like the game and I want to get off to a good start, the fact that I have over 200 people in the stream, like 8 hours in, that's another reason why I'm still here. Because I don't get these I don't get these numbers that often. You know, my last Takeover Tuesday did very well, and I got up to like 200. I think my peak was about 220 people. But that was for 30 minutes or something, and this has been pretty consistently around 240 people for something like 9 hours now. So that's a good live stream for me. All right, so what do we need? We only need like 500K or something, right? What is it? Is it 1.3 million or 1.1 million? If it's only 1.1 million, I only need like 420K or something. Thank you, Hazy. I appreciate it. Do I have a new player promo code? So if you want to play, you can join the challenge, or you could just play. There, if you go to HellHades website, hellhades.com, there's a section for promo codes. Just look through the menu and you'll see promo codes. And we had to choose a specific link code. It's called a link code or download link code. And basically, if you use that, there's a method you have to do. You have to log out of Plarium Play if you play on Plarium Play. You have to close out the program. So log out, close it out, and then you follow the download link. You fill that out. You download the program. You open the program, and when you open the program, it'll say, hey, you already have Plarium Play installed. Do you want to launch it? You click yes, that you want to launch it, launch it. And then it'll launch Plarium Play, and then you can log in, and you'll get the promo code. The promo code gives you Ugo and Tagore. Ugo at level 1, Tagore at level 25. So, and then you can put it in a new player promo code, which I put in Monkey King to get Sun Wukong. So if you want to do it, you should do it. Stage 4 of Minotaur. I think that should be easy enough. I already did it. Let's do stage 5. Let's get the gore in here. Yeah. No, I don't have any kind of sponsorship from Raid. I'm just a regular Raid content creator. So they don't give us sponsorships. I'm not even in the content creator program because they're jerks. They're a bunch of jerks. No, I don't know why I'm not in the content creator program. I have had so many content creators come to me, like at some point in Discord, and just say, hey, I told Plarium that they should let you into the content creator program. And, like I let them know. Boozer said it to me. Like other people have said it. So many people have said it to me where they're like, yeah, we spoke up for you. We vouched for you. Like YST did it. I think Jay Giggs did it, and he doesn't even talk to those people. Yeah, but a couple of people have done it where they're like, oh yeah, I said something. And I was like, I applied 4 times. 4 times, not in the content creator program. What? Didn't I just not? Oh, I have to do it twice. Stage 4 or higher. Okay. Let's go to stage 6. Let's see if we can do stage 6. Is the HellHades still open to join? I'm a day late. Yeah, you can join forever. Like you just couldn't join before it started, but now that it started, you can join at any point. Mine was blown. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think most people assume I am. I get comments in my videos that clearly indicate that people think I'm in the content creator program. I am not. And I'm like pretty okay with it. I don't really like Plarium that much from what I've seen of them. I don't know them personally. And honestly, my objections may be more about their parent company, Aristocrat, and they've been sold to Modern Times Group, and Modern Times Group may manage them in a very different way, and Plarium may feel like a very different company 3 or 4 months from now. I have no idea. I have no idea. So it's not built on anything other than just observing them from the outside and not being real happy with them. And so not being in the content creator program feels okay, because why would I want to be on the inside of something I don't approve of? That being said, I don't think the content creator program and Plarium really have much to do with each other. It's just, it would be nice to get the resources and have access to the test server. It'd be nice to do that, but so far it has not happened. Five artifacts from the Ice Golem's Peak. Okay, we're going back to the Ice Golem's Peak. I'm wondering if I should ramp it up a little bit. Should I go up to the next level? I bring Tagore in here. Get rid of her, maybe. Oh, I should have put Tagore in the lead, though. For those of you who are running this, same setup, Tagore has the better all battle HP aura. That shield is nice too, isn't it? A shield set, giving me a nice little fat shield there. It's tasty. Look at Athel. He's just nasty. This is why I take Athel as my starter champion. She's so good. So freaking good. Are we doing super raids? I hate the fact that they automatically click super raids. I didn't want to do super. It's very likely you're not, since you preach a free-to-play approach to the game. But Boozer's in the content creator program, and he's, he preaches it. There are others. I think Erroneous is in there. Like, there are a lot of free-to-play content creators who are in the program. My working theory is that around the time I became eligible was No Dime December, and I was a very vocal proponent of that movement. And they probably saw one or two of my videos, and maybe they were like, screw this guy, and it's just stuck. It could even just be one person who doesn't like me. It's like maybe nobody else even knows, and there's just one guy who's like, no, keeps putting my application on the bottom of the list. It could be. I have no idea. But again, I'm not going to stress it. What's the point in stressing it? I think I'm going to join the King Arthur Legends Rise content creator program. They actually pay you. The way it works over there is you sign up, and then viewers can support one content creator. So like if you decide you like my King Arthur Legends Rise content, you can go to the website and choose to support me directly. And what happens is when my viewers spend money on the game, I get a commission. And the more people who support me, the bigger the commission. So like it's something like, it starts at like 2% and goes up to 4% or something. And so if you have, to qualify to get paid, you have to have like 200 supporters. And then if you have 500 supporters, you go up. And then if you have 800 supporters, you go up or something. Like I don't know the exact numbers, but that's sort of the method. And that can be a decent amount of money. If you have 1,000 supporters and on average, say they spend $10 in the game, that's $10,000 a month. And you get 4% of that, that's $400. That's $400, right? Yeah, it's $400. So it's like That's King Arthur, yeah. Yeah, it's a nice idea. I mean, I'm a free-to-play guy, and I'm free to play in King Arthur too, you know, but I have viewers who spend money, and potentially if my viewers know that by, you know, by supporting me, they can actually put money in my pocket without any addition, like they're just spending on the game anyway. You know, like they're not spending additional money to put money in my pocket. They might just feel good about that, you know. They're nice. Nice little, you know. I don't know how frequently it pays out or if there's a minimum or anything. I haven't done all the research yet, but I know that that's how it works. Um, so yeah, you know, and the idea that like I can't get it, I can't get into the Plarium program. I've got 13,000 subscribers and I've put out, you know, between live streams and videos, I put out like over 400 videos on Raid Shadow Legends. You know, and I've never gotten a thing from Plarium or the content creator program. This one's going to be close. Ooh. Bad news here. All right, Ugo. Ugo, don't. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. No! I should have done it to the boss. That was probably a bad call. Oh well. Okay. We'll go back here. Now we'll do a super raid. Mikey, thanks for hanging out, man. It's been fun talking to you. Thanks for being here and enjoying the stream. Have a good night. Yeah, Mikey, you just left. I just said good night. And then I read a previous thing that Mikey wrote and I wanted to respond to it. I was like, yeah, Mikey. Mikey's gone. Mikey went to bed. Little social experiment going on right now. Saf is not in the CC program, yes. He's not in the program for a different reason, which is known and is, in fact, fairly stupid. And he should absolutely be in the program. The reason he's not allowed to be in the program is because he reps HellHades. And what they're saying is basically his channel isn't really his channel, and HellHades is already in the program. And therefore, you can't have somebody else in the program, like, you know, like, who's HellHades? HellHades can't have a second rep. That's basically it, which is silly, which is just stupid. It's not, no, you know, like it's his channel. It's Saf's channel. He creates the content. Just because it's called HH Gaming doesn't, like, it's ridiculous. Saf should be in the content creator program. I don't know if the public, like, reasoning of that is the real reason. I wonder if they're just scared to let him on the test server. I wonder if that's just it. They're like, we're not letting this guy on the test server. Forget it. Um, you know, but honestly, it's a silly reason. Hey, and it happened last year too. Boxes and boxes. All right. How'd we do? That mission's complete. Got some new gear. Equip 2 champions with 6 artifacts of level 12 or higher. And then we'll get to arena. But you know what? I think we're done. I think we are done. Let's just run. Let's run this 12 energy down. What can we do? Can we do it here? This is 10 energy, right? Yeah, it's 10 energy. We'll run that one time. Just run it down. Oh, this was fun. If you are interested in supporting the channel to any extent, you can do several things. One is you can like this stream if you haven't already, which is awesome. You could subscribe to the channel, which would be absolutely fantastic. I love new subscriptions. Those are always great. You can get a membership to the channel. If you go to the main channel page and click join, it'll give you a list of membership options. We had a couple of people join tonight, which is very cool. I'm going to lose this battle. Why am I going to lose this battle? Didn't we win this battle multiple times already? And then finally, if you're interested, you can buy this hat. You can buy this hat from the store. The store is also on the main channels page. And yeah, all you got to do is go check it out. And I get like $4.50 a hat. That's it. But still, it's a nice hat. Oh, that was disappointing. Last of my energy going into that. Longsword Torix is very good. He's very cool. He is. He's one of the best rares in the game. The boxes and boxes is it's a meme from the noob versus pro days, and basically the idea is that I don't know if I could explain it well at my current mental state, but there are people who like things in their lives, whatever those things might be, to fit into very well defined spaces. They have defined meanings. They happen according to a planned system. So they like their life organized into boxes, right? You know what I mean? It's like you have friends and enemies, like friend box, enemy box, whatever it happens to be. You have food you like, food that's gross. Good box, bad box. And I was trying to promote the idea that thinking is limiting, and then you want to break out of the idea of boxes and realize that most things aren't binary, and there's a lot of spectrum involved in everything, and that thinking creatively about things in raid can help you perform. And there was a lot of pushback. Most people were like, no, I feel more comfortable with my boxes and boxes. Like, it's not even that you want boxes, it's that you want boxes of boxes, and then all of those boxes need to be organized in other boxes. And polls are one way to organize these thoughts into binary. Like, we have two things: you're awake or you're asleep. It's a box on the screen in which there are two little boxes, and you can pick which box you're part of, and so you've got your boxes and boxes. But it's just a commentary on how human beings think, and that we're often driven to organize the world in these artificial ways, and it impacts our experience. Like, the way we perceive the world is the way the world actually is to us. So it's a lot. I don't know if I explained that well, but yeah. So I poke fun at my editor, whose name is Sun, by talking about boxes and boxes, because he really likes his boxes. He wants everything, just so. But anyway, thanks to everybody for hanging out. And again, like I said, if you want to join the channel, we also have a Discord community. You could do that. So I will be back on Tuesday with my Takeover Tuesday live stream where I give away free account takeovers. Prior to that, I'm sure I'll do a video tomorrow about shard pulling on my main account. And then we'll do an update on this every few days for the first week, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Those of you who are participating, good luck. I hope you had a good first night and your shard pulls went well if you pulled any shards. And I'll look forward to seeing you all listed above me on the leaderboards. But yeah, enjoy. That's it for me. Have a good night.